Hello my friends, I am bringing you another commentated speedrun video, once again for a game no one has played, so I'm not even expecting this video to do that amazing, and it probably is not worth me doing 5 hours of commentary explaining everything, but I am just that cool of a person and love this game so much, so we're gonna do that anyway. This run was done like 6 weeks ago and I am lazy and just now uploading this very late, but trust me, it's fine. In this video, I aim to explain everything about the Xenosaga 3 speedrun, including all the mechanics for every fight, details about the game, and why I love this game and this speedrun so much. Please enjoy unscripted commentary from here on out, as I try not to kill my voice. And also, you can subscribe to the channel if you really want to support me, and that would be very nice of you as well. So thank you! So, this run was done 6 weeks ago, as I said. You can see my face here, but I actually have the audio off. This was kind of like a pseudo-offline run, where I realized I played a lot better if I wasn't on stream trying to entertain my chat that much. So what I ended up doing was like streaming this to my Discord server with my audio and everything like that off, so people could actually see the speedrun, but I still had basically an online environment where I wasn't talking and I could focus on the run entirely. So that's kind of how I did this, so people actually saw this run live, even though it was kind of offline at the same time, since I didn't actually stream it on a streaming platform and just recorded the OBS feed and all that kind of stuff. But at the same time, this is how I play the best, so I'm glad I did it this way, and it worked out for the best, for sure. This is a time I was very happy to get. I am very satisfied with it, so let's get to explaining the run. So first things first, you can skip cutscenes in this game, thankfully. We did that earlier. Secondly, you can destroy things with the triangle, or square button, actually, on the PlayStation 3 controller. And this game has a lot of puzzles in it. Most of the dungeons in this game will have puzzles I will need to solve, per se, not that they are very difficult or even take that long, to get to some of the next areas. And that is one of these differences between this game and something like Xenoblade, which is more of an open world focus. This game is very much kind of like a dungeon crawler type RPG, even though it's more modern, futuristic tech stuff. And it's an extremely fun game overall. So, first little main puzzle here. This is the Rng Puzzle, where we have to destroy the panels here in the order the color appeared, and this order is random every time you play the game, so if there's a bad order, you might want to reset. I mean, it's not ever going to cost you more than like 10 to 15 seconds, but at the same time, it's really early on in the run, so if something's like really terrible, you might just want to reset if it's just that bad of a pattern, just so you're not starting off really far behind. So there are a ton of mechanics I will need to explain about the combat over the course of the run. Every single fight in this run, all of the main boss fights in this game are pretty drastically different, so with just completely different strategies you want to approach them with, so there's definitely a lot to talk about, and it's a very fun combat system overall. Very fast, as we are about to see here. You will load into battles extremely fast, your animations are extremely fast, basically everything you can do is really fast. Even running from fights is really fast. You can encounter an enemy and then run away in like less than 3 seconds. It's absolutely insane. And as you can see right here, we're able to just clear this first encounter very quickly, despite the tutorial as well, in only 16 seconds. That fight, of course, very simple. We're just basically mashing the attack button. The only little tech I'm doing is swapping the enemies just in case I get a critical hit, because a critical hit can one-shot these enemies. So if I'm able to actually do that, then I'm able to skip 2 animations, one of the enemy animations and then one of my own animations. Critical hits are pretty rare just from the front like this without any kind of modifiers, though, so it's not too likely to happen. Critical hits are more common from the back, more common if you break an enemy, and more common if you have certain skills, and it's also more common if you have a higher luck stat, which can be enhanced a little bit later. Critical hits in this game do double damage, by the way. We just got one there. That's the benefit of behind attacks here. They give you a higher chance at crits. So you're able to end some of these fights quite a bit faster if you're able to get some good crits. So, you will notice our current party members. We have Xion, the main character of the Xenosaga series, one of my favorite characters. You've probably seen her before in my profile pictures. You might have seen me freaking out about her on Twitter or something. Just in general, I really like her a lot. This is my favorite design of her as well in Xenosaga 3. I think she looks amazing in this game. She has a lot of wonderful outfits in this game as well. Then we have Miyuki, someone who has not been playable in the Xenosaga series yet. She's a guest party member for now. She's using the old MWS weapon that Xion used to have in Xenosaga Episode 1. And she is one of those cheerful, peppy characters. She's kind of comic relief in this game, but she's also really likable at the same time. I actually I like her quite a bit, despite her not being the most relevant character, not like a true main character. I think she's pretty cute and cool. And then finally we have Kanan. Kanan also has not been playable in the series yet. And he's an interesting character. I don't want to get into too big spoilers about him, but he is a combat Realian who has been working for the government for a little while. So right now we are infiltrating Vector's S-Line division. This is kind of a virtual area inside the Encephalon where we are trying to gain access to Vector's data. Basically, between the games, Xion used to work for this company called Vector, but then they started doing bad things or questionable things, and so she ended up leaving this company called Vector because of all the weird, questionable things they were doing. And now she is using the organization called Scientia to break into Vector to try to find more information about what the heck is going on and why they are doing a bunch of questionable things now. That explanation probably does not make a ton of sense, but I'm trying to do the best I can without spoilers, because this game is great, and I do not want to spoil it for you if you are just somehow watching this without having played this game before. I'll try to provide a bit of context where I can, but I'm gonna try to leave out all the heavy spoiler details if I can at all possibly do that. As always, this is a speedrun of the third game in the trilogy, though, so there are bound to be spoilers just by looking at the game and who we are fighting and everything like that, so just keep that in mind if you are watching it. I think this is a great speedrun, but I do not want people to be spoiled, so if you are worried about Xenosaga 3 spoilers, please click off the video. So this room in particular is probably the most annoying room of the prologue area we've got here. You got all these hexagon squares you gotta walk on, and the camera's in kind of a fixed position where you can't really see some of the places you're walking very well. And you gotta go to the right areas to activate the tiles that let you move on to the next area. And in this room, we get access to traps. Traps are really good. They allow us to basically stop enemies in place and also gain boost gauge off of them. So let's get into boost gauge now. Boost gauge is a very important mechanic in all the Xenosaga games, and it's going to be extremely useful to us in this game in particular. Every time you get a preemptive attack on the enemy, you'll notice the boost gauge fills up like it just did. The amount it fills up is not always consistent. Usually you'll only get one, but sometimes if you're lucky you'll get 2 or 3. And the boost gauge has 2 purposes. One, you can spend a boost point, one of the boost gauges, to get an extra turn to a character at any time, and then you can spend points of the boost gauge to use special attacks. Now, usually just boosting would be better than using special attacks because you can actually get quite a bit more damage that way, because you'll also get boost gauge back from using those extra turns that you use boost on. But special attacks do have one extra feature, which is allowing you to gain extra experience, gold, and skill points when you land a finish strike, 50% more than you would otherwise. So it's actually very beneficial to kill a lot of bosses with finish strikes during the course of the game, especially early on. We have some thresholds we need to meet to get some certain skills on certain characters, and we definitely want to do that as much as possible. So I've already used a couple finish strikes, as you might have noticed. We had to use 2 before getting to the boss fight of this section, because that gets Xion up to level 6, which gets her a tech skill, which is basically just a special attacking ability. And that will allow her to do a lot more damage to the boss of this section, so it is more than worth it to do that. As you might expect, this game has a fair amount of RNG. There's not a lot of frustrating RNG, where like blade pulls or like Xenosaga 1, where some boss fights can easily end your run if they don't like you. The RNG is just more stuff like you can lose time in fights if the enemies don't do what you want them to do, or if you don't get like enough crits or something like that. It's not usually the end of the world as far as RNG. There's only a couple fights where RNG really matters, and we will talk about that when we get to those. So another thing you'll notice about this game is that the music is amazing. The current song playing the jazz invented by Persona 5 is really incredible. I really like this song a lot. Only plays in the prologue area, but it's just such a great introduction to the amazing themes you're going to be hearing over the course of the game. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to hear the cutscene themes, but a lot of the battle themes that we are going to be hearing in the game throughout the course of the speedrun are incredible, and I cannot wait to talk about them when we get there as well. So, now we have finally finished the S-Line division. I'm going to be splitting as soon as the boss fight starts, and then splitting when the boss fight ends. I've tried to separate most of the splits I can like this. I do need to add a few splits in certain areas and change some things around on here, but you get the idea for now at least. So this was about even with my time before here. Only 1 second down, not a huge deal overall. So, Sir Drifa, this is the first boss fight of the game. What we are going to want to do here is just normal attack with Miyuki and Kanan, because that's about all they can do. And then we want to use the new tech we got with Xion, Lunar Blade, whenever possible. And we also wanted to use Break Bash whenever we have 2 boost gauge. Now, normally, I just said that boosting is usually more valuable, but Xion doesn't have enough EP to make that better at this point in the game, and also Xion's special Break Bash can break enemies. Or at least fill up the break gauge of enemies, and that is another thing we're going to need to talk about. I'll save it till after this. Basically, when you break enemies, you get higher crit chance, and I just did a pretty big damage there because the enemy was broken for a turn there. And basically, Xion's special attack, Break Bash here, like I said, it does increased break damage, so we can break this enemy quite a bit easier. So, another thing is that we're not going to be using Kanan again after this. He kind of leaves the party after this, unfortunately. We're getting some really good crit luck with Xion, so this fight's actually going very, very well right now. And I'm thinking this might end up being an amazing fight at this point, because we get another break and another crit right there, so this is an incredible fight. Another great thing about crits is that they fill up your boost gauge more than attacks would otherwise. So, what you need to notice is that every hit fills up the boost gauge by 20%. If you get a crit, it fills it up by 40%. So just, you get an extra double for the amount of boost you normally get. And that is something that is very, very nice to have here. And with all these crits, this fight has been going extremely well. I think I end up getting a really good time here. I can't exactly remember, but I definitely end up saving a lot of time over the time I had before here. And yeah, that's going to be an easy gold, really incredible time just because of those insane crit luck I ended up getting in that fight. So I'm very, very happy with that. So with that fight over, we're going to be skipping a lot of cutscenes, and I promise I'll talk about break and all the combat stuff a little bit later, but we got another section here that's going to be important now. So, we get out of the simulation. Xion has been spending her days at the beach. She's wearing a swimsuit. We get all that nice fan service, as you can imagine. Not nearly as much as other games, of course, but, you know, it's still there. We get to see hot Xion in the swimsuit. I'm a big fan myself. But more importantly, from here, we just have to just walk through the beach and walk over to this area, and we can end this section of the game. Not gonna spend too long at the beach, unfortunately, but there are more important things to do than have a beach scene in this RPG. So after skipping 5 cutscenes, the prologue will technically be over, and then we will have to skip 5 more cutscenes, and then we'll be thrown into 2 more fights. And this time we're gonna be doing mech fights. This game has a separate mech combat system and ground combat system, and both combat systems are great. This is like the only game I have played where the mech combat is actually amazing, because usually it sucks, but in this game it's great. So, just like ground combat, mech combat features extremely fast animations, and you can do really fast fights. So that is definitely a positive benefit, and mech combat has a fuel system in this game. Basically, you'll unlock more fuel over the course of the game, and depending on how much fuel you have, you can use a certain amount of attacks on enemies. And right now, we can only really afford to use 1 attack, so not going to be too complex at this moment in time, but it'll get more interesting the later in the game it gets. Depending on how much fuel you have, you get a full gauge of fuel every turn, and you can use a certain amount of attacks every turn depending upon that. The next thing to note is that you get special moves. In the bottom right corner, you'll notice the gauge next to all 3 of our ES crafts. When that fills up entirely, we will be able to activate Anima and use a special move. Anima has other properties besides special moves because it lasts for 2 turns, but you can only use a special move 1 of the turns. The other thing Anima allows you to do is you can basically fish for co-op or ambush attacks. Ambush attacks are only possible during Anima, and basically that allows all of your other party members to also attack the enemy when that happens. This can help kill enemies quite a bit faster depending on which characters get the Anima bonus and the ambush bonuses. So that is something very beneficial to keep in mind. There are ways to increase the chance of that, which we will go into later. Co-op is the other thing that can happen, which is activated outside of Anima, but it's basically the same thing. But unlike Anima, not all 3 party members will attack the enemy, only 2 will. The character that attacks will be the character that just attacked and the first party member in your party. And if the first party member in your party is the one who gets it, then it'll be the second party member. So the formation of your mechs actually ends up mattering quite a bit in a lot of these situations. So here's an example of co-op. You see Zebulon just attacked. And the other feature about co-op is that it will fill up the anima gauge of the original attacker no matter who attacks, so that is another thing that can be very, very beneficial in later fights just to build up anima. And for this fight in particular against the ES Levi, the only thing we really have to do is fill up level 1 anima on everyone and then use all 3 specials and that'll end the fight. So the fastest way to do this fight is to get level 1 anima as fast as possible and then just use those attacks. And when you're not doing that, you can just charge. Charge restores a certain amount of HP and doubles your defense value and gives you guard so you can't get critted at either. So that is something very beneficial to do in a lot of situations if you don't need to attack. And now we're basically seeing these special moves. So, ES Crafts are the mecha in this game. ES Crafts basically have Vessels of Anima and are extremely powerful mechs in this series. The Zebulon is piloted by Momo and Ziggy, returning characters from the previous game. The Asher by Junior and Chaos. And the Ruben by Jin. Uzuki, that is, not Jin from Xenoblade 2, of course. The ES Levi, which we were just fighting, is piloted by Margulis, one of the antagonists in the series. The antagonist you actually fight the most. Really cool guy, I like him a lot. But we'll talk more about him at a later point in the story. So that is the end of Chapter 1. I know you're wondering, what the heck, that's all the Chapter 1? Well, yeah, the chapters are kind of oddly spaced in this game, but it still ends up being a really fun experience regardless. Don't worry about chapter lengths, really. So with that done, we're finally going to be entering a downtime segment, so I'll be able to talk about combat and some stuff like that a little bit more. This is basically our downtime section that every RPG has at the beginning of the game, where not much interesting happens, and we're just like walking around doing benign things. So Xion, our main character, has just landed on the planet of 5th Jerusalem. Don't worry about what happened to the first 4, they're not that important. Well, except for the first one, of course. The first Jerusalem obviously probably still has some relevance. It's called Lost Jerusalem now, but we can worry about that. That's some lore that's not really important to the plot right now, at least. Maybe in Xenosaga 4 or Xenoblade 3, who knows. So one thing to note is I am playing this on a backwards compatible PS3. This saves a lot of time over the course of the game over the PS2. 10 minutes it has been calculated as, or maybe even more than that. I think it's 10 minutes though. This is because skipping the cutscenes is a lot faster on the PS3 just overall, because there's like over 300 cutscenes in this game, and you can save quite a bit of time just every cutscene you get to skip. And there's a couple additional sections of time save that the PS3 does, but it's mostly cutscenes. So while Xion is in 5th Jerusalem, there are some things we're going to need to take care of. We gotta walk around this large city and head to our destination, which is going to be the hotel in this southern district here. So anyway, let's talk about combat a bit in this game. On the surface, it doesn't seem like that complex of a system, but there's a lot of hidden depth to it that makes it pretty interesting. And even if it's not the most in-depth RPG combat system like Xenoblade X or something, it's still extremely fun just because of the speed of everything, and I think this is my favorite turn-based game of all time. There's just so many fun things you can do in it, and it's a really great combat system for sure. So the basic things, of course, are that you have your basic attacks, you've got tech attacks, and then you have ether moves. So, basic attacks are just standard attacks that every character has. They don't do all that much damage, but they don't cost anything either. Tech attacks are attacks that cost EP. Some techs are not technically attacks. They give you other effects, but typically they are higher damage moves or give you extra bonus effects. And ether moves are basically kind of like magic-based damage or buffs and that kind of stuff. And those also use EP. So tech attacks and ether attacks use the same fuel system, essentially. I don't know what word I'm looking for. The same resource. I guess that's a better word for it. So, depending on the character, some characters have more techs and some characters have more ether abilities. And that's just kind of how the characters work in this game. Xion's more of an ether-based character, more of a support, providing buffs to the teammates and stuff like that. So that's kind of what she does. But she can also use ether attacks decently effectively with her higher ether stat. So what we're doing right now is, we met up with our friend Alan at the hotel. Alan's another one of a really cool character. Pretty much every character in the series is cool, except for like a couple, and we'll get to them later. And we're getting calls from people and being told where to go. So we're gonna head down to a cafe in just a second. Like I said, this is kind of the boring section here, but I still kind of want to explain what's going on at some points. Anyway, back to the combat. So those basically describe the 3 standard abilities. Your other abilities are you can guard, which just halves damage essentially, and enemies can't crit you. And you can swap. You can actually change characters in combat in this game between inactive party members, which is something that I really enjoy. There are actually some situations that comes in very useful as well during the speedrun of this game. So you can swap characters in combat, and the character you swap in will instantly be able to use a turn, so there's no penalties to swapping, like you have to wait an extra turn before you can use them, so that's something very beneficial. And then finally, the last option is, of course, selecting the special attacks, which cost boost gauge. Usually 2 at this point in the game, but some specials can cost up to, like, 4 later on, which is, You might be wondering how we can get 4 if we only have 3 boost gauge slots. Well, you can increase that with items later, or accessories. Now let's talk about mechanics of combat now. So, one thing about this game is that each character has a break gauge. So, you can break an enemy if you do enough break damage to the enemy, and your allied characters have a break gauge as well, and they can be broken and be unable to move. If you break an enemy, they cannot move for 2 turns. In addition, they will be stumbled on the ground, and you will have increased damage to them. Or not increased damage, increased crit chance to them. You don't actually get increased damage unless you actually crit them, so that's something to keep in mind. And you aren't guaranteed a crit if you break an enemy. So that might not seem all that useful at first glance, but there's actually quite a lot of benefits to it that are not as apparent on the surface, which are going to help throughout the game quite a bit. But before that, though, we just arrived at the CAT testing ground, CAT testing ground for short, I guess. This is an area we're going to be revisiting a little bit later. In this area, we're essentially going to learn about new technology, notably another android that's related to Cosmos in some way, and a really cool mech that's really powerful, and the pilot of that mech, which looks like a previous Xeno series character. Fun stuff, as you might expect, all the references here. So we're just going to be going to areas throughout this facility, and let's get back to combat for now, since not much isn't really interesting at this point right now. So, the brake system. Brake is very useful, as I stated. It's actually quite a bit more useful than you might think it is on the surface. So enemies cannot move for 2 turns. That means there are 2 attacks they would normally be able to do that they cannot use if you break them. That is something very beneficial just on its own. Because of course that can prevent you from dying if they were like planning to use like a special attack or do attacks with a bunch of damage and stuff like that. However, there is another very useful benefit. If you break an enemy immediately after you break them for a little bit, you will get increased boost gauge when you attack them while they are broken. This gives you an additional 20% boost gauge, so you can actually get a maximum of 60% per attack if you just the 20% from initially doing the attack, the 20% for hitting a broken enemy, and the 20% from getting a critical hit. And that gives you 60% of a boost gauge in just one attack, and that is going to be very beneficial and something that we're going to be taking advantage of a lot. But it should be noted that it depends on when you break the enemy, because that is going to matter a lot. And you might be wondering, well, why does it matter when you break the enemy? And what I mean by that is it matters if you break an enemy before or after their turn in the turn order. If you break an enemy before their turn in the turn order, they will not get their turn that turn, and they won't get their turn the next turn. If you break an enemy after their turn in the turn order, they will not get their turn for the next 2 turns. Now, why does that matter? Because they still don't get a turn 2 turns. Well, it matters a lot as far as the boost gauge gains. And just for getting extra attacks in while the enemy is broken. It is usually pretty much always going to be better to break an enemy after they move in a turn order. So for some reason, the extra boost gauge gain only applies when you have initially broken an enemy and on the first turn after they are broken. So let me try to explain an example for this. If you break an enemy before their turn in the turn order, any subsequent attacks from your allies on that specific turn order sequence will get the extra boost gauge gain, but any attacks on the next turn, the last turn they are broken, will not get any extra boost gauge. However, if you break an enemy after their move in the turn order, any subsequent attacks on that turn order will get the extra boost gauge gain. Any attacks during the next turn will get the extra boost gauge gain. And then the final turn after that they are still broken will not get the extra boost gauge gain. That gives you a lot more time to get the extra boost gauge gain because you will have any additional attacks after they were broken, plus all attacks of all of your allies the next turn. Not to mention, this gives you a lot more turns while they are broken as well to try to get the extra critical hits and everything, which is very important. So just all around, you definitely want to time your breaks so you're breaking after the enemy moves. Now, you might be wondering, well, doesn't that just depend on luck since turn order seems kind of random? Well, yes and no. Turn order can be manipulated, and certain enemy attacks will affect their placement in the turn order as well, and certain things you can do can affect your place in the turn order as well. If a character uses a normal attack, they will move first, or they will their priority in the next turn order is like first during the next turn sequence. If an enemy uses a normal attack, they can also be first. Obviously, they will always be first if they use a normal attack and you use like a tech or something. If you use a tech or something else, you might be a little bit later in the turn order. But if you boost and use 2 attacks during the same turn order sequence, that character will always move last during the next turn order sequence. And this applies to enemies as well. If they boost during a turn order sequence, they will move last during the next turn order sequence. Ideally, what you want to do to guarantee breaks is either wait for an enemy to use an attack that's just a normal, regular, easy attack that will make sure they move first in the next turn order, or you want to boost a character so they have 2 attacks during one sequence so they can move last at the end of the next turn so you can guarantee break an enemy after they move. And this will be useful in some situations, and I'll try to explain it better when we get into some fights where this becomes more relevant. But basically, turn order manipulation is something that I had labbed and discovered a bit before doing this speedrun and optimizing this game further. And all the boost manipulation stuff is stuff that was kind of known about, but we didn't know the exact specifics until I kind of labbed that as well. So, yeah, there's definitely a lot of hidden depth to the combat system here, and something that has been very beneficial to optimize a lot of these speedrun fights, just knowing how break and how boost works. But essentially, though, you want to break an enemy after they move in a turn order sequence, and the turn order sequence basically just refers to the top left corner, the order there. Once that order ends, then you begin a new turn order sequence. Basically, you always want that extra boost gauge gain, because getting the extra boost gauge gain means you can get even more turns while the enemy is still broken because you get more boost turns. So, all around, it's just significantly better to always do that. So, definitely keep that in mind, and break the enemy after their turn in the turn order, and use the extra boost to get even more turns to do even more damage to the enemy while they are still broken, and end fights much quicker and much easier. That covers the main things to worry about for combat as far as a general explanation for now. I don't know if that made a ton of sense, and it might be a little bit confusing, but I hope that was able to explain just kind of what you want to look for in a lot of these fights. So with that done, we have left the cat testing grounds. Now we're back in our hotel room. We had some more cutscenes in the hotel room, analyzing what we just saw in the cat testing grounds, and hanging out with Alan and stuff like that. And soon we're going to be getting into an interesting point where we're going to be actually in a combat area. We got a few more minutes before that happens, though. We got to basically meet up with our allies at the spaceport elevator we came down. Shout out to Xenoblade 2 and all that kind of stuff. This is where that idea probably came from. Space elevators are sick. I love Xenosaga. So yeah, we're meeting up with our party members. We're learning about the fact that Cosmos has been designated to be like scrapped because the new robot they made, Telos, is more powerful, so they don't need Cosmos anymore. But our allies and friends here who are attached to Cosmos don't want to take that, so they're going to go rescue Cosmos from the testing ground. We also need to rescue her because well, some of our other friends got caught in some area that only Cosmos can break through, so yeah. But that's not really important. We just want to see Cosmos again. That's the main thing. So yeah, we're meeting up with the other party members that were in the mech fights, so we'll have everyone basically ready to do this mission. Miyuki will be tagging along even though she's a guest character. She's also much weaker than anyone else you can use because since she's a guest character, she doesn't get access to a skill tree or anything like that. So it's generally, you don't want to be using her, even if you're playing casually, really. But if you like Miyuki and think she's cute, then use her. It doesn't matter to me. I think she's cute, and that's a valid reason to use her, honestly. Now, one sad thing about the area coming up is that Xion is unfortunately not very viable for many things during the speedrun. She has a couple more uses, but unfortunately she's not going to be that useful the rest of the way, so we're going to be swapping her out of the party, unfortunately, because the other supportive character, just for the purposes of the speedrun, since we don't get access to many skill points, is just going to be better. Xion kind of outclasses him later on as a support, but if you're not, but you have to be not speedrunning in the game for that to matter, so we're going to be using Chaos as our supportive character instead for the most part. And, Our main damage dealers over the course of this run are going to be Ziggy, Jin, and Cosmos, but Cosmos only are during a few sections. They are going to be like primarily carrying our team during a lot of the speedrun here, and Chaos is going to be our useful support character who does things like buff them and stuff like that. Momo has a few uses throughout the run, and Junior only gets 2 turns the entire speedrun to do stuff, so poor Junior. Definitely the most shafted in this game, but at least he's really good in Saga 1 and 2, so it's not that huge of a deal. Ziggy, on the other hand, is probably the best character in the game, and you're gonna find out why very easily in this run. He is an absolute monster in this game, just absolutely broken in a lot of aspects, and I'm really happy because he was really bad in the first 2 games, but so the fact that he's basically the best character in this game by quite a bit is really nice. So now that we've met up with our allies and know our mission, we're gonna be heading back to Alan at the hotel and getting ready to go on this mission to rescue Cosmos. So that just covers our boring section early in the game. It sucks that it lasts like 15 minutes, but you know, it's alright. Not a huge deal, and we're getting to the fun part now. From this point on, the game's basically just going to be like non-stop action until Disc 2, where we're going to be like going through areas, fighting pretty much non-stop. The game's very, like, the speedrun at least is very fast-paced as far as stuff like that, where you're always basically doing something, always got to watch out for stuff. And it's really fun to play the entire time, I think. So, Alan gives us a skill point tutorial, but we don't really need that right now. We don't really care. So we're just going to head to the cat testing grounds. Let's go. So we skip a couple more cutscenes, and we will have arrived at the cat testing grounds. And we're going to set our party as Chaos, Jin, and Ziggy. As I said, they're going to be the most useful characters for this section of the game. Chaos automatically comes with an ability called Decaying Sun. Actually, no. He comes with an ability called Spirit Strike, which is a break attack, which does more break damage to enemies, and can instantly break some of the grunt enemies in this next section pretty instantly. We also just bought 3 items that increases our allies' break limit gauge. We're not going to equip it yet, but we're going to equip it before the next boss fight just for safety, so our allies don't get broken during that fight. So each character typically comes with like 1 tech. We don't have to get off the skill tree. For Jin, it is Skeletal Slash, which does more damage to human or biological type enemies. That's very useful for this section in the game. Unfortunately, I am bad, and I instantly run into an encounter I'm supposed to avoid at the very start of the game because bad, but it's fine. Ziggy does not automatically come with the tech at this point yet. That's not a huge deal. This enemy we basically have to fight no matter what because he's blocking a path we have to get through. So what our pattern is Spirit Strike with Chaos to break an enemy, use Jin's Skeletal Slash to instantly kill the enemy on the right, and then use another Skeletal Slash to kill the enemy in the middle after Ziggy attacks the enemy. There are 2 different types of enemies here, 2 different types of Federation soldiers. The B soldiers have very little health compared to the A soldiers. That's why only 1 Jin attack could kill that, whereas we needed a Ziggy attack and then a Jin attack to kill the one in the middle. And then we broke the final enemy with Chaos, so we did not get a chance to attack, and that is going to be the most efficient way to do that little triple enemy fight there. And as you can see, we're going to menu very fast in a lot of sections. Like, all these fight menus and all that kind of stuff, you need to know what you're doing, otherwise you'll be bleeding some time throughout all of this. And for now, we're going to avoid all the unrequired enemies just the best we can. Running into an enemy doesn't lose you that much time typically, since if you can instantly run, you only lose like 3 to 4 seconds each, but you still don't want to have that happen. So we're going to be trying to avoid every enemy and doing some careful maneuvering to avoid that kind of stuff. And right now we're back in the cat testing grounds. That's where Cosmos is being held, and we're here at nighttime basically infiltrating the facility to rescue her. There are some pretty easy enemies to avoid up ahead. Basically, the human enemy here does not move very fast, so we're able to go around him. And then the robot enemy here. If he's spinning around, you can go past him even if he's facing the same direction as you. If he's doing the little spin room, he will not see you. So we can easily get it past him, thankfully. We got another robot on this side. We're going to try to wait for him to get into a corner and spin, but if he doesn't, we might just have to run into him. Since you can run from enemies so fast, if enemies are in a bad spot, you probably just want to run into them and then run away. That enemy, what I did was trap it and then run into it so I could get boost gauge off of him. So, boost gauge is very important. If we have more boost gauge, it transfers between battles, so if we have more boost gauge when going into certain fights, it makes the fights faster. So there are some encounters we will take no matter what just to get boost gauge off of them if we trap an enemy to do that, and that is going to save time in the long run. And some enemies are just really fast, and we won't be able to outrun them just by going by them if they notice us, so we'll trap them and then just run by them if we want to do that. You're able to buy traps throughout the game, so that's never going to be a concern either. So, we're going to continue through this dungeon, even though it's a futuristic technology facility, but not really like a typical dungeon, but it's basically a dungeon. One thing about this game is, depending on... You can control either of the 3 characters in your party by setting the leader. I always like playing as Ziggy here over Chaos and Jin, because I like Ziggy the most out of those 3, and Ziggy's just really cool. I like Ziggy a lot. So I'm trying to wait for this robot enemy to spin around, able to do that. Still saving a small amount of time there. I run around that enemy. He's not very fast, thankfully. And then this enemy's blocking a path. We're going to have to fight him no matter what. But if you run into him instantly, it's going to be a behind attack, so that's very useful. I try to get the crits and stuff here with Jin. So I have to boost him twice, unfortunately, because I accidentally used the wrong attack with Chaos, which was Impact there. But I ended up getting a really fast fight anyway because of the crit with Jin on the second enemy. And the extra boost turn I use doesn't really matter that much unless we get a really bad RNG for the next encounter. Some encounters you can get enemies you normally would not get. Or some encounters, there's just chances to get a different encounter or set of enemies depending on the encounter. So that's kind of a point of RNG during the run, but not really something that's super impactful. After finishing that fight, we get the first skill on all 3 of their skill trees. For Ziggy, this is a tech called Painkiller, which is just our standard attacking tech, which is going to be doing a decent amount of damage to enemies when we choose to use it. For Chaos, we get Decaying Sun. Decaying Sun is great. It lowers the defense of the enemy we hit with it, which is going to make us do more damage. Very, very good tech, and the main reason Chaos is used over Xion. Well, that and the early break art, too. So Chaos has some really good early stuff. And then Jin, we get the, I think it's basically the same as Skeletal Slash, except it's for mechanical enemies, so that's going to be useful for later, not necessarily for now. So we trap the enemy when coming into this room, so he's not facing us from behind. And we're going to boost the enemies again here. And use our boost turns to finish these enemies as fast as possible. We're still at 2 boost turns after this, which is literally all we need, so we're not really worried about getting more boosts at this point, because we're going to be trapping an enemy in a second to get the last boost turn anyway. Another unskippable enemy, but we're able to trap it and get the final boost turn there. That fight was decently fast. Carly could have saved a few seconds with a little bit better use of my turn order there, but not too bad overall. So, given that this is a 5-hour run, a lot of these fights can waste a lot of time if you get unlucky, and even some of these regular encounters you're forced to do can waste time, but fortunately I'm able to live with this a decent amount. This is the first bad encounter, so if you get hit from behind while trying to run past an enemy, they will attack you from behind, and this wastes a lot more time than a standard encounter. Sometimes you get greedy and try to risk stuff by running around enemies, and it doesn't always work out for you, and that's what happened there. I lose 9 seconds in combat and an additional 2 seconds just from the animation going into and out of combat. So back attacks are definitely the thing you really want to limit in this run, because you can lose a lot of time to them if you get hit by too many enemies from behind trying to get around them. And if you run into enemies from back, you obviously get an turn order advantage yourself, so you can instantly run from enemies or fight them and get extra crit chance and stuff as well on the first turn there. So while going through this dungeon to set up that path we just walked around, we had to basically free this enemy, which is a Gnosis. If you know anything about Xenosaga, Gnosis are basically these like ghost-type enemies that can only be materialized in the real world with an ability known as the Hilbert effect. And they're really powerful creatures that can basically turn you into salt by touching you. There's a lot of lore behind them. I don't want to spoil that, but yeah, that's basically all there is to it. This first enemy's unavoidable as far as the encounter, but we can run past him after that. And this enemy's unavoidable as far as fighting. We have to fight him. I mess up accidentally by running into him from the front. I did not mean to do that. I wanted to set this trap off and then run into him from the back. So that was a mistake by me, unfortunately. So ideally here we want to have Chaos move first so we can use Decaying Sun instantly. And if that happens, we can do some cool stuff here with our boost turns and finish him off pretty quickly, thankfully. Now what I should have done is save the Spark Lots until afterwards, but that enemy doesn't give too many skill points, so it's not really a huge deal either way. But I did end up using some extra boost in that fight because I didn't get any crits on the Spark Waltz. If I would have gotten a crit there, I would not have had to use that extra boost turn. So that's unfortunate, but not a huge deal. I will luckily be able to gain the boost back in this next section anyway, so it's not a big deal. I wait for the robot again to run past him. Sometimes the camera makes it hard to see these enemies. We trap this enemy to get some of our boost back, and I use one attack with Jin to get just enough boost back for the next fight we're going to have to do. We don't need more than like 1.6 boost meter there after that, so that's fine. And from there, we're almost done with the dungeon now. We just got to do a couple more things. There were some mistakes in this, like running into the enemy from the front, which cost a little bit of time. Getting that encounter from behind, which lost me some time. But overall, this was a decent section. It's actually a lot more difficult than you might think it is to avoid everything. But overall, pretty happy with this as far as how this section went. We will be rescuing Cosmos in about a minute, and then after that, we're going to be using her in our party because we picked up an item that is going to make her hit much harder than everyone else because she's special and she deserves it. It's Cosmos after all. That was that area we used that decoder to open a special door to get that special treasure chest you might have seen, which is a little bit of time to do, but it more than makes up for it with the item we get, which we're going to be equipping on Cosmos and using during the next, like, 30 minutes, which is going to save a decent amount of time. So we're following Abel right now. This is just young Fei Fong Wong from Xenogears. Yeah, they did that. There's a lot of Gears references in this game. So after these next cutscenes, we will have Cosmos back, and that's when we're going to equip those 3 items we bought earlier on our characters. I think they are ring-type items. So they will give us an additional 50 to our break gauge, so we don't have to worry about getting broken by enemies as easily, or at least the next upcoming boss fight. So we go to equip all 3, and then equip the new weapon we got on Cosmos. So you'll notice these menus in this game are really fast. Learning all the menus in this game and doing them as fast as possible is pretty difficult, so that is definitely something that that can be difficult to do properly and learn, and it takes a lot of time for me, at least it did for me, to learn all this kind of stuff. And here's the other required fight. Basically, the goal of this fight is to get our boost gauge back, so we don't use any boost in this fight, because we need it for the boss fight coming up. Unfortunately, that was kind of a slow fight, or slower than I would have liked, at least, because of the attack pattern of the enemy. But we get through it, and don't lose too much time, thankfully. And now we're going to be heading to the boss of the area. We haven't really gotten to a super hard menu yet, but once we get to them, you'll know, and you'll see just how insane it can be to go as fast as you have to go in this game to do the menus properly. Everything in this game is fast. I love it. I really, really love it. I love speed. So now we're making our big escape now that we rescued Cosmos. People are aware we have infiltrated now, so they're going to send enemies after us that we are going to outrun. These mechs coming up. Another thing is if you touch the save points like that, it'll instantly full heal you, so that's why we go run over there before the boss fight to do that. And yeah, the boss fight is going to be that escaped Gnosis that we accidentally freed while trying to rescue Cosmos. So, and we got an interesting strategy here. What we're going to do is use Chaos's special move instantly. This is similar to Shion's Break Bash in that it does increase break damage to the enemy, and this is going to be useful for later on in the fight when we break the enemy. Cosmos is going to do nothing but normal attack in this fight, and that's going to be all she needs to do because she doesn't have really any techs yet, but the normal attack she has is very fast, and it does just as much damage as Ziggy's tech attack, Painkiller. Decaying Sun is used second turn by Chaos. This lowers the defense of this enemy here. Unfortunately, he guarded that attack. Not a huge deal yet, though. And then from here, Chaos is just going to be using Spirit Strikes to increase the break damage of this enemy as well. And we're going to be using our break move at a perfect time with Chaos to make sure we break the enemy after it moves. So what we're going to do, Spirit Strike one more time here, and then we're going to use it next turn and boost Chaos and use it again. By doing this, we will be able to manipulate the turn order, as I said earlier, to have Chaos move at the end of next turn, so he can break the enemy after the enemy moves. And that is exactly what we want to do here. So with this, we have just enough break damage once Ziggy lands his attack for Chaos to simply use his move. Unfortunately, I get really unlucky here and Ziggy dies, but it doesn't actually matter because Cosmos carries. To use Decaying Sun and break the enemy off of that. So we get that, and then we just have Cosmos go in after that with a bunch of boost turns, and you can see the boost gauge going up pretty fast. And if Ziggy was still alive, I think this fight would have been a little bit better, but not really a huge deal. We get the stuff we need here, and he's broken one more turn. And after this, we're going to be able to finish strike him next turn. So... Actually, the turnover was bad here. This was actually not a great fight. I kind of messed it up slightly. But Cosmos is still able to end it next turn. This was not a great fight. It's been 6 months, or 6 weeks since I did this. I couldn't remember what I did. It would have been a good fight if he didn't boost and kill Ziggy. But I still get the finish strike. We need that finish strike really badly for the points later on. A 207 is not that great. I've done under 150 on that fight, but it's not terrible either given the RNG involved in this game, and we can easily make that up later on because most of the later fights are where the RNG really starts to matter. I still am a little annoyed that I didn't get an extra crit there to make sure Cosmos could finish it while he was still broken, and we didn't waste the time with the defensive animation, but not a huge deal overall. I wouldn't have had to worry about that at all if Ziggy didn't die, but unfortunately the Eludra Calf is a jerk and decided to boost to kill Ziggy there, but not the biggest deal, thankfully, and we end up getting what we need. Dead party members still get full EXP value as well, so you don't have to worry about that. And after that fight, we're able to successfully rescue our friends Matthews, Hammer, and Tony on the Elsa ship, and this is our new base of operations now, the Elsa. This has a lot of interesting things on it. It lets us buy new equipment. We're going to buy 2 fuel gauges for our ESs, and this bunny is going to give us another one to increase our fuel on our 3rd ES we're using in combat. And that's all we really need to buy for the upcoming area. With this extra stuff, we'll be able to use an extra attack with our mechs, which is going to be very, very beneficial to end fights faster. Another thing we're going to pick up is another decoder address treasure chest. The Eludra Calf drops a decoder that allows us to open a door on the Elsa, and this door is going to give us the Urtikaiser. The Urtikaiser is an ether summon, which does a lot of break damage to enemies and a decent amount of damage just overall. And we're going to be using it in quite a bit of boss fights coming up just because of the amount of break damage it does and damage it does in general. So that is a very useful thing to pick up, and pretty much a lot of these fights would be significantly harder without it. So yes, the Urtikaiser has a very important place in the speedrun here. From there, we go down to the bottom of the ship to launch the ESs. This is the quickest way to launch and get to the next area after this. You can go up to the top of the ship to launch as well, but this is by far a quicker option. And from here, we're going to equip our fuel gauges and swap our party around. We want the Asher, Ruben, and Zebulon in the party. So Dinah's going to get, unfortunately, shafted here. We want Ruben in the first slot because Ruben's probably the best mech. It's not apparent right now, but it'll be apparent later on. So from here we get some tutorial about mech fights, but we already got some tutorials earlier. This enemy's in the way, so you have to fight it no matter what. So what we want to do is use missiles, the weaker attack on the purple enemies, and our stronger attacks hopefully will hit the yellow enemies, which have a bit more health. So if you do that, you'll be able to kill them in one hit. If you use a weaker attack on the yellow enemies, they'll probably survive if you don't get a couple crits on your attack. So that's kind of the order you want to do this in. And there's a couple more enemies in this cave we're going to want to fight. Typically, you want to kill at least 16 of these enemies here for later on, just to get items to sell and skill points for later. And you can do that whenever in this area, but it's easier to do it on enemies in the cave because they're harder to avoid typically. But if you can get past them, it might be beneficial to do that. But otherwise, you should just fight these enemies since it'll save more time to fight them since they're harder to get past, and you'll waste less time running away if you do this. So if it targets a yellow enemy, use our strong attack first. And then, yep, same goal here. Another reason we're doing this is to build up anima gauge on at least one of our characters. We'll be using a trap to get the rest of it later on anyway, but If at least one of our characters has it, we can get anima on all 4 of our mechs. So that's something that's going to be very useful later on. Keep track of the enemy counter as well. These can spawn between 4 and 6 enemies, so you'll get 16 no matter what if you fight 4 of them, but you could save a little bit of time depending on how many you get per fight and when you might choose to run away, because you'll still get full bonuses for the enemies you kill even if you run away, which is another great thing about this game. So there's one final enemy in the cave. If you can avoid it, I would actually recommend doing so, because there's another annoying enemy to avoid later on, but unfortunately I could not because he was right in the center. So we're just gonna do the standard thing here, and have Zebulon and Asher kill the enemies here. And we'll be good to go. And the next section, enemies are easier to avoid, except for a couple that can be annoying positions that you might just have to push past no matter what. But we'll get to this section, we'll have to go up some cliffs and avoid some enemies. We learn about geocrystals, which can only be destroyed by other geocrystals. And for some reason that counted as a behind attack. I have no idea why. That was really stupid. That should have at least been a front attack, but maybe I was just unlucky. I couldn't really see the enemy that well. That was just kind of jerk positioning by the game and all that kind of stuff, but still annoying. You should usually be able to get through this area without getting back attacked at all, but, you know, sometimes the game just doesn't like you. That one I could see, so it was much easier to avoid, thankfully. This enemy can be a jerk and be on top of the rock, and because he is, I just have to trap him so I can run away and push past him. You can only really... Pushing past enemies depends on, like, how you encounter them. If they see you and you run into them, then you might not be able to push them as easily. But if you trap them and then run into them, you will be able to push them easier. So if you can't push an enemy, it can be a disaster, because you can get blocked by an enemy and lose a bunch of time to that. So that enemy is usually... Sometimes can be in the way, but he can be out of the way as well. So unfortunate I had to use a trap on that, but not a huge deal overall. And every other enemy I'm going to try to avoid as best I can. This next enemy is probably the hardest to avoid the rest of the way as far as encounters that we don't intentionally get, because he can be in really jerk positions. Fortunately, he kind of is in a position where I can just run right around him without him seeing me, which is really funny. But the second time is much more difficult because of the camera angle, and usually I just take it no matter what so I don't accidentally get back attacked. So we destroy this geocrystal in this cave for later, for much later actually. It'll spawn an item that we don't actually pick up now at all, but we still needed to do that for later on in the game, and we'll explain that when we get there. It's really funny how that ends up being used. So yeah, this encounter, I just take it and then run away. Not really a huge deal. Much quicker to just... Well, much safer to just take it and then run on that one, so I'm not risking anything. The other enemies in this section are usually much easier to avoid, except for one enemy which we end up trapping to get the last bit of anima gauge off of anyway. So we gotta go to this side now. Of course, this one enemy is gonna be right in the way, so I have to encounter him too. Yeah, it happens sometimes. Sometimes you get unlucky. Has not been a great section so far, sadly. But what can you do? Usually these enemies aren't huge jerks, and they won't usually be in the way, but sometimes they like standing right in the center where you cannot avoid them. Just another RNG element, I suppose. This enemy is easier to avoid. Still annoying that he's kind of right there, but I still was able to run past him by waiting a little bit. And then the next enemy up here is really fast. If he sees us, he will catch us no matter what. So we're going to trap him. And with this... Okay, never mind, he ran into me first. I couldn't remember. With this trap, now that I need the anima gauge, I run into him again. We get the last bit of anima. We get anima on Dinah as well, so all 4 of our mechs have anima level 1 now, which is going to be useful for later on. And so we go past the last enemy in the cave section here. Now, this section was not very clean now that I'm looking at it. I thought I remembered it being a little bit better than this, but yeah, not super great. That back attack and some couple extra encounters I probably should not have gotten. And that one destroys the Geocrystal in the place. Once you do that, you automatically get teleported back down here. It also drops a half repair, which is a mech repair thing, which allows you to heal your mech in combat with an item, which is cool. And then the final enemy to avoid is this dude. You do not want to take any chances here. If he looks like he's in the way, just take the encounter no matter what, so you don't take damage before the boss fight, which is coming up. So yeah, I definitely lose some time here. I'm already bleeding some time. I could have probably saved a little bit of time, but unfortunately, sometimes the world is cruel. So I kind of throw away my early lead from the amazing Sergdrifa fight, sadly, but not a huge deal, because still plenty of time to save. Naftali. This fight is one of the more annoying RNG fights in the game, because your anima gauge can randomly go up or down every turn, which is really annoying. It can come in clutch for you and like make the fight faster, but it can be really annoying as well. Typically we want to use our anima whenever it's up because of this, but we also need to go for a finish strike, so that's something to keep in mind as well. I think I ended up being really risky this fight because of that, but oh well, not a huge deal. Luckily, I did not lose any anima during this fight, or during the first turn of this fight. You can easily lose anima and have to use normal attacks to build it back up for the next turn, and sometimes you can get really unlucky and you can just keep losing it and be unable to use your special moves. If you have anima active, you can use 2 of your strongest attacks because the fuel is cut. The amount of fuel needed to use an attack is cut while you're in anima, of course. No ambushes yet, so can't actually show off how that looks, but basically it's just an attack from all 3 party members. So Dyna can only use 1 attack because we only had enough money for 3 fuel upgrades, but not the biggest deal because using the extra anima attacks is much more valuable than the other damage you would get, because the anima attacks do like 10k each. And you can see our other attacks here, they do like 2k, so it's much more beneficial to make sure you get the anima attack. So you might be wondering, what about Zebulon? Well, Zebulon will come in a second. It's actually not being really good, because I got huge chunks of anima on Dyna, like 2 turns in a row, so Dyna's able to use another special already, which is just insane.
I love it.
So this dude has a special move, which basically one-shots you, and that'll send in your other mech automatically, so Zebulon will come in with her full anima as well, and that is why we did what he did here. Unfortunately, it targets Ruben. The inactive party member does not get as much experience and stuff, so that was kind of that was kind of who I did not want to target, since Jin's pretty useful, but the important thing is Zeb gets full value experience, because Ziggy needs the SP more than anyone else. So I'm able to use Zeb's special here, and Asher's special is going to be hopefully able to finish him off once we get that far into the fight. That's what we're going to try to save it for if we can. But I think Asher loses anima here, unfortunately, so I end up wasting a little bit of time trying to get it back.
Let's be a little more passionate.
But so far the fight has gone really well, but I think it gets a little scary in a second. And I lose anima there, unfortunately, and then Asher also misses an attack, but he does get it back here, thankfully. But Naftali's not low enough to die yet, so I save my special for next turn by using a regular attack this turn. And I get an ambush here, which is really good. That gives me the chip damage I'm going to need to make sure I kill him. I play it really safe and use a half repair on Asher to make sure he survives, if nothing else, because if my other characters die, it doesn't really matter, because Asher can finish it off next turn with a special move, no matter what happens. And Dyna ends up dying, just like I kind of expected there.
Critical.
So Asher finishes off with a special attack this turn, and that's going to be fight over. And I'll save a decent chunk of time here, not too much, but a decent amount, thankfully. So, a little risky, but I calculated it right, thankfully.
Your attacks have no effect on me.
Didn't save as much time as I probably could have, but still a decent fight overall. 3:15 is solid for that fight, and I'm pretty happy with that. I've gotten sub 3 minutes before, but that's like really lucky. From there, our mechs become depowered because they lose their vessels of anima because of the place we're in or something. I can't remember exactly what's going on here. This place is kind of whack. But basically, we're on a Rennes Chateau, which is a part of Lost Jerusalem, apparently. And here's where the menus really pick up. We buy some items for our characters. We gotta buy armor for a bunch of them. We gotta buy weapons for a bunch of them, and we gotta max out on traps again. And then from there, we change Momo into the first slot into the party over Ziggy. We equip our weapons and armor as fast as we can. We get skill on Cosmos, Jin, and Chaos, and then we're good to go. Did you catch all that? Probably not, but yeah, menus are fast. And that is our first quote-unquote big menu. It's still not really as big as a lot of later menus, but they move fast once you get to this point in the game. So we just... Another thing we did is we sold items there to make sure we could afford everything. We got all the items from the require fight we did and stuff like that, so that's helpful. And now we're just going through this area, this, like, weird, temple area with a bunch of weird structure in it. I don't really know the exact lore behind why the temple looks this weird, but it's probably some, ancient, biblical thing. Don't worry about it. The enemies in this area are really easy to avoid besides, like, required encounters, which, we'll just trap and, get our boost gauge back off of before the next fight, which is labeled hard fight with a question mark. Because it's supposed to be hard, but I've never really had that much trouble with it myself. And with a new strategy I came up with, it's actually even easier now, so I don't really think it's that bad anymore. The main issue with that fight is just the evasion the enemy has, which can really screw you over and ruin your break gauge. The break gauge of the enemy that you built up, and in like a perfect way at least. So you definitely don't want attacks missing. That is the main problem with the next fight. So we get boost off this enemy. This is one of the enemies we're going to run into and then immediately run away from.
All combat system limits off.
And this is just one of the easier enemies to get boost off of. I think he's pretty fast too, so it can be difficult to avoid him, and he's also really big. So by activating these switches, we can create a path to where we need to go. It's kind of weird, but yeah, the enemies in this area are fortunately pretty easy to avoid overall, so you'll never really gain or lose substantial time in this area unless you like mess up the menu or get kind of unlucky with like one of the turn orders in one of the next sections. The next room here is more of the same, just another area where we gotta open up some platforms here to make sure we can walk to the next area after this. This is probably one of the easiest dungeons in the game as far as not having to run into enemies, thankfully. It's, like I already said earlier, you're not going to lose much time on this one, thankfully. The enemies are just in pretty friendly positions to make sure that we don't have to really encounter them. Unless they're the forced encounters that are coming up, but we're going to run from those instantly and then push them out of the way. And to do that, we're going to have to basically run at them, make a beeline for them to make sure we hit the pattern where we can push them out of the way in time. Before using the last console here, I go and get the skill upgrade item out of the crystal there. That item's really important. Skill upgrade gives you 10 skill points. That doesn't seem like a ton, but it's going to be very useful to make sure we get the amount of the skills we need by the time we need them during the story to make sure that the fights go a lot faster. Right here, we can easily go by the Gnosis enemy, thankfully, to get to the platform to go to the next area. And here's, like I said, this is where you gotta be able to just run into the enemies as fast as you can here. I run straight into this enemy, and sometimes you get unlucky with the turn order and you can lose a little bit of time depending on how many enemies move before or after you. Ideally, you move first there. Sometimes the game is mean and does not let you, but it's alright. This enemy, you have a bit more time, leeway with the time, so you can trap it to get a more boost off of it. So that's the plan here, and then I run away again. And then we just push him out of the way and then run up the stairs with our invincibility there. To move to the final area of this little mini dungeon here. We gotta get one more boost gauge, so we're gonna trap one more enemy here, the annoying fast enemy. Which is this Gnosis. It was actually so far to that side that it probably would have been better to trap the other enemy, but just to be safe, we're gonna trap this one because he moves really fast. Typically, anyway. I run for the exit over here. I don't touch the save point because I think the damage that I was dealt in that first fight was pretty meaningless overall, especially if it went on Momo, because Momo's going to be swapped out of this next fight pretty quickly. She's just going to be in there to do a couple things for us at the start, which is going to be mainly use the Urtikaiser device, or the Urtikaiser summon move, which is going to do quite a bit of damage. It does electric ether type damage, and this next boss enemy is conveniently weak to electric, I believe, so that's going to additionally help, as well as doing a bunch of break damage, so we'll be able to break this boss enemy at a great time to make the fight go as fast as possible. So, next fight is against Telos. It's one of the, like, 3 toughest fights overall in the game, although I've never had too many difficulties with it. Like I said earlier, the evasion's the main problem. If she evades an attack, you gotta, like, delay a turn order to, before you can really go in on her, which can waste a little bit of time. So ideally, we want every single attack to hit. Erdekaiser will never miss, so we don't have to worry about that, and we're gonna be using 3 of those. Chaos uses 1, and Momo uses 2. Now, I forgot to use Decaying Moon at the first turn of this fight, which is another skill that Chaos has, which lowers magic resistance, which is what I should have done before doing the Erdekaiser move with Chaos, but I kind of forgot. It's not a huge deal, whichever one you choose to use first, because Chaos it's only going to add like an extra 100 damage, which isn't the end of the world. And Momo does more damage with Erdekaiser anyway, because she has the highest ether stat of all the party members. But yes, 3 Erdekaisers. We're going to be using 1 with Chaos, 2 with Momo. Momo's next one's going to be next turn, and then we're going to boost her and then swap her out of the battle. And it's okay if Telos guards the attacks, but you just don't want her to miss, because then you don't get any break gauge. The break gauge is the same regardless of damage, even if she blocks it, but you don't get any break gauge if your attack misses. So as long as you are hitting, you will be able to perfectly use break damage to time it at a really good time against Telos, because of how this fight goes. So after this Erdekaiser, we're going to swap her out for Jin. Jin has the M-Buster attack. You get a crit there, which is just insane. That makes up for the lack of damage that Chaos got earlier, and it's going to make the rest of the fight even easier. So that's really, really useful. Ironically, because we did that, I don't remember if she activates her thing extra early. Yes, we accidentally we don't skip this phase because we did too much damage with Momo. Normally she would not do this yet, but since we got the crit with Erdekaiser, she ends up doing this, wasting a little bit of time. But not really a big deal, because once we break her, the fight's basically over after that, assuming Cosmos doesn't have, like, the worst crit RNG in the world. After we break her, we go in with our M-Busters, and we just hope for a bunch of crits. We just keep boosting and trying to get as many crits as possible. Finally get one there. It's not the most common thing, but you can usually get at least a couple. I only got 1 there, sadly. Since we did get the crit on the Erdekaiser, at least, it's not the end of the world if we don't get the greatest crit luck here. Use Decaying Sun with Chaos again to make sure he gets that stuff. And you can see I'm still on my turns where I get the extra boost gauge, so I'm trying to get the crits right now. I go in one more time. We only got 1 crit that entire fight. Really unfortunate, so... Fortunately, Jin gets this crit here. Chaos gets another crit, and then we attack with Cosmos, and we'll be able to finish strike her next turn. So... Finish strike with Cosmos, and we didn't end up losing all that much time despite not getting the crits. Thanks to the Erdekaiser crit, we had enough damage to finish strike her here, thankfully. So that's very useful. Ideally, that fight can be even faster, but if you miss attacks, it'll be a lot slower than 246. I've had sub 230 before, a couple times, but 246 honestly isn't that bad. Just the main time loss was not being able to skip the phase, so the turn where she boosted herself with Overtaker was probably what lost the majority of the time there. Now this next section is notoriously a section I really hate because there are really jerk enemies in this section that I really do not like. They can cost you a lot of time because they can just get in the way really badly. I do not quite remember if I did really well against as far as getting past the enemies this time around or not. I do not remember, but I think I did okay this time around at least. I'll explain it when we get there, but yeah, there's some really annoying enemies in this section. So you might be wondering, how did we go from Telos to the forest randomly? Well, basically Telos and Cosmos had a fight. Cosmos was kind of losing, and then Xion was like yelling, and then a big glow happened, and we got teleported here. We get our party members back after walking a little bit with Xion, so we swap back to Chaos, Ziggy, Jin. Cosmos is nowhere to be found right now, so Ziggy's gonna be back in the party for a little bit. We gotta run around these enemies here patrolling the forest. These enemies are pretty easy to avoid overall. Sometimes they can be in annoying spots, making you waste a little bit of time to get around them, though. And then there is a treasure chest down here we really want, as well as another enemy we're gonna trap and then get boost off of, since he's not really easy to avoid at all otherwise. So we go get the treasure chest, we're going to run into him on the way back and take our boost. Since we had no boost, we get more boost now. We get a hero's bracelet. We can sell this for 50k gold later, which is really nice. We really want that money. Try to row around this enemy. I get kind of unlucky with his placement and end up getting the encounter anyway, even though I thought I could squeeze by him. So that was kind of just a time loss, just not taking the encounter initially. Normally he won't see you from that far out, but he was kind of walking at the perfect angle to see me, which ended up wasting quite a bit of time, sadly. But at least we didn't get back attacked. That's the most important thing. This enemy is basically impossible to avoid, so we can just trap it and run into it here.
Be on guard.
It's impossible to avoid if you don't trap it, of course. If you trap it, you can run around him, but otherwise it'll be too fast, and you're definitely not avoiding him, as you can see right there. We destroy that, we can get a Revive L just for safety later on. Destroy this rock, we can also get an item for later on. The Rejuvenator M. Rejuvenator items restore both HP and EP, which is really nice. We don't actually end up using that many recovery items throughout the run. We try to just... They're kind of just a safety measure and stuff to sell for gold later on in the game. So now we approach the Tree Dog section. Basically, there is a fallen tree that we have to go across, and there's 2 dogs on this tree, which are the most annoying enemies in the entire world. They have really random walking patterns, and they can really easily get in your way. And we have to get a treasure chest off of this tree, so we can easily get trapped by one of the dogs and be forced to fight it if we don't do this perfectly. So for some reason these dogs jump on the tree and get right in the way, and they can cost... I've lost like over a minute in this section a bunch of times. So for this first one, I'm just trying to wait until he's in a good spot so I can get around him. And yep, there's the back attack, just trying to break the branch there. This kind of stuff is typical here, unfortunately, but if I get past the rest of the section without any issues, I will still save time, funnily enough. We gotta destroy these 2 branches so we can get access to that one over there, so we can get the treasure chest, and this dog's being a complete jerk again. You can see I'm upset visibly in the top left corner there. Because he will not move. He finally moves. Go over here, but now the other dog's in the way. This is a great section. And the other dog finally moves into a very friendly spot for me, so I'm able to go get the treasure chest, trap him, and then get my last boost cage and move on. I do not like this section. These dogs, they're such a jerk. And the reason we needed that treasure chest is because that's another item to sell for 50k gold, which is extremely important to get items and weapons and stuff later on. So now we gotta go into a fight against some Berserk Realians, I believe, or something similar. And this fight's pretty easy. All we gotta do is Erdekaiser them to break them instantly, and then we can just kind of kill them with our strong tech attacks from there. So after this attack, boost Chaos, Erdekaiser, and then the fight is gonna be pretty easy from this point on. I really should have saved more time in this section, but, you know, sometimes the game just doesn't like you sometimes, and that kind of stuff happens. But not the worst thing in the world either. I mean, there's still plenty I could definitely play better in this run, but a lot of this run was really good, and I'm really happy with this time. Like, that's up 450 is actually really good for this run, I think. It was basically my goal once I tried to optimize everything more, and I was pretty happy to get it. So Painkiller on this dude, and then we got Chaos's attack, and we're not dead yet. Okay, I thought he was gonna be dead. Now he's dead. Okay. So yeah, we split after the end of that fight. Only 30 seconds of time saved when I really should have saved a little bit more. It's pretty sad. We got no gold splits so far. We might have actually got the circuitry for a gold split. But other than that, there's been no gold splits this run. I usually get a decent amount of golds during these speedruns, but nothing so far. So I'm playing consistently okay, but not good enough to get those golds, sadly. Or not getting the RNG in some places. Now that we're past that, the next section is not too difficult at all. The mine, really shouldn't be losing too much time on that for any reason. You can probably lose maybe 10 seconds if there's some little small time losses or anything, but otherwise there's really no reason to be losing time in the next section. So we're basically trying to find our friends we got separated from. Matthews, Tony, and Cosmos, and Hammer, those people. And we go look for information. We stumble across a church, and we find out that we are possibly in the past, because we see a lot of things we did not think we would be seeing because of where we are, which is actually Old Miltia, which is a planet that was basically destroyed a long time ago. Well, not destroyed, but the society on it was destroyed, I should say. So we're wondering what the heck is going on and looking for our friends. And the time period is going to put us right around the time that the bunch of stuff happens on this planet. And now what we're doing is getting some more skills on all of our characters except Shion, because they're all going to be pretty useful coming up, or at least be important to grab for later. We put Jin, Junior, and Momo in the party. Junior's only 2 turns in the entire speedrunner coming up. Pretty funny. So now we're going to head actually to the Debris mine. Enemies in the mine are pretty easy to avoid. There's only like one that can be kind of a jerk to you, but it's usually not going to be a problem. And there are a couple other things to do here as well. I do not know what to say at this point. My voice is already kind of hurting some. This is probably not a great sign, but we're gonna do what we can now. So now that we're here at the entrance to the mine, there is an item we're gonna pick up. Another skill upgrade A in the little house cavern area over here. Just by destroying the item in here, we get another skill upgrade. Now we're gonna buy some more traps. We're gonna max out on traps again. And then buy some 7 moons. This is a recovery item that revives you and restores all your HP and EP. Now you might be wondering, how the heck is that so cheap compared to other recovery items that does all that? Well, there's a side effect to it that gives you the crystallization debuff, essentially. And crystallization will basically make you crystallize in 3 turns and completely disappear and unable to be revived anymore. You can get around this by using an anti-crystal item on a crystallized person, so that is one thing you can do. And also, the other way to get around it is be Chaos, because Chaos has 100% immunity to crystallization because of his special lore abilities. Everyone else has no resistance to it currently, but you can buy things to give you more resistance, but we don't do that in the speedrun because it's not really that big of a deal. The 7 moons are more for safety anyway. We don't want to use them unless we have to anyway. So that first enemy there is the only really big jerk enemy, and I ended up getting that encounter, sadly. That second enemy is really fast. He will always run into you, but you should use a trap on him and just run around him, and that should never be an issue anyway. And then the other few enemies in this area are really easy to avoid. So no issues here. We're going to go on a zip line soon. We get to hear... where we get to see Momo on the zip line, the most important and cutest thing in the game. One of them, anyway. And yes, I am controlling Momo now because I like Momo too. I like everyone in this game, honestly. I mean, there's really not a bad character to control. I try to use most everyone as far as my walking character throughout the game at some point. That's something cool. So yeah, we gotta go across this huge zip line. Apparently they don't mind letting a child do this. It's alright, no big deal. There's no danger here at all. Don't worry about what's underneath this. And then we see a robot flying next to us. That might have some implications for what is to come. You'll notice the next split is titled Maria Balthasar. Well, you see, we have more Xenogears references coming up. The next fight is against Mai and Loophole, and Mai is basically a direct reference to Maria, a party member from Xenogears. She looks exactly like an older version of her, essentially, and she comes with a robot that looks exactly like Mai's gear, or Maria's gear from Xenogears. And there's some other similarities to it as well, but I won't really get into that, because now we got a fight. This fight's interesting. Because, there's 2 enemies. They both have a decent amount of health, and we have to use 5 Urticaizers here for the optimal fight. What we do is we boost Chaos, use Decaying Moon on Loophole instantly. He has the most health. He's going to be the biggest issue as far as damage and stuff too, so we want to get rid of him as soon as possible. And then Chaos uses an Urticaizer. Momo uses 2 Urticaizers. Junior uses an Urticaizer, and then after Loophole's turn, which is pretty much always at the end of this turn order, Junior will be boosted and use a final Urticaizer on him. Since there's 2 enemies here, we get extra boost gauge because we're hitting 2 enemies at the same time. So we get boost gauge for each hit, so that's also really, really useful, as you might imagine. So if you're in a situation where you can hit multiple enemies, you can get even more boost gauge, and it's possible to even have infinite boost gauge if there's 3 or more enemies if you like break all of them. We get another extremely lucky crit with Momo there to make this fight even more of a joke, because why wouldn't we? That crit right there basically secures that I can do the fastest possible strategy for this fight, thankfully, so I'm really happy I got that. You need at least 1 crit from one of these moves to make sure you can do that, but usually it would be after Loophole is broken, not before, but I guess I just lucked out getting that, thankfully. So, this early Kaiser's not going to break Loophole. You'll notice Mai's already broken, but she already had her turn as well, so she's not going to be standing up for a while. And then Loophole's going to get broken by this last attack, and it will be after both of their turns, so of course we'll have some additional turns to just beat up on him without having to worry about anything. And we want to kill Loophole while he's still broken, because if we do that, then we'll do a phase skip where Mai will not use one of her voice line dialogues, and she won't cast the defensive buff on both of them. If you kill Loophole while he is still broken, then you will be able to skip a phase, and Mai will just use offensive instead of defensive, so you don't have to worry about the extra defense she will have, which speeds up the fight quite a bit, and you also get to speed up the fight because you do a phase skip and don't have to worry about her extra text and buff cast, which wasted a bit of time. So, we swap Junior in. We swap Jin in for Junior, I should say. And we use some smart use of boost. I think we got a boost 3 times to use Thunderbolt. With Momo, we get some incredible crit luck. I mean, we did not need that many crits at all. He's almost dead. I end up going ahead and just using Chaos's special attack here. Normally you'd use Momo's special attack, but I did so much damage that I used Chaos's instead, because this allows me to swap Momo out a turn early for Ziggy, which is gonna be good, obviously, of course, because we get to basically start beating up on Mai even sooner here.
How dare you?
With
I'll never forgive you.
the extra attacks and everything. Yeah, Mai is angry now, so she's going to cast offensive. Normally, we would get different dialogue there, and she'd cast defensive if Loophole was still alive, but with this phase skip basically being able to do that much damage to Loophole before he stands up and killing him before he becomes a dangerous part of the fight, we're able to phase skip and do a bunch more damage to her since she doesn't have the defensive buff cast on herself. And we use Decaying Sun with Chaos, so yeah, we just do a bunch of damage. And we're going to try to finish strike her as well. We're going to use some boost because we don't need really to save up all of our boost, thankfully, since we still gain a decent amount of boost just fighting. Chaos is almost dead. You don't usually have to worry about reviving him unless he gets targeted super hard, super early. I'm going to use Decaying Sun one more time, because if he dies at this point, it doesn't really matter. Luckily, she targets Jin, so that means I still have him alive just for the extra boost gauge gain more than anything, but now he's dead. Okay, it didn't even matter, but yeah, it doesn't really matter anyway because we're still just able to kill her just fine. And then the next turn, we're gonna just finish her off with a finish strike here and have a pretty nice fight. Pretty good Mai Loophole. I'm not gonna save too much time because my other fight that I'm running against I think was pretty good as well, but this was definitely a pretty solid fight overall with some great damage and fast finish strikes. 415's actually, I think, that's a gold. I didn't realize it was quite that fast. Yeah, that's the fastest I've done that fight. My second fastest thing is like a 420. That's actually a really good time for that fight. It's one of the longer fights in the game for sure. Before some boost optimization in that fight used to like last over 5 minutes no matter what you did. So very, very good improvements made to that fight as well as the Telos fight, which also relies on the better understanding of the boost mechanics. So now, this next split is pretty much our only downtime split the rest of the way in Disc 1. We don't really do all that much here as far as fighting or anything, but there are a lot of important things that happen in this split regardless. It's not just to like go to point A to point B to watch a bunch of cutscenes section. There are things we are going to need to do in this section that are going to be important. Just as far as setting us up for the future and everything like that. So we have only Xion right now. That's fine with me. I like controlling Xion, and I'm sad we don't get to really use her in mini fights during the speedrun. But she'll have a few more uses later on. And then we go downstairs here and watch some more cutscenes, of course. And then Xion's going to decide she needs some air because Cosmos... We found Cosmos. That's where we are now. We found our friends. So we've got, we're back on the Elsa ship again, but Cosmos is not waking up. She's kind of in a inactive state, and they're thinking about making some modifications to fix her and everything. But for now, we're all sad that Cosmos is in a bad state, so Xion went out to get some air. Alan accompanies her, because Alan's a good person. And yeah, we're gonna just be heading out to the main city in Milsha. And doing a bunch of stuff on our way. So first things first, we're going to be stopping by a cutscene area here to basically change into clothes that will allow us to infiltrate a facility later on in disguise. Because we come across like a bunch of people that have been killed by like Realians. So Xion's now in like a really cool nurse uniform or whatever this is. We're entering a passcode here to access this treasure chest to get an item called Prayer Beads, which is going to be very important for later on to allow us to get one of the ultimate weapons later. You're supposed to find out that code by like playing the game, but the code never changes, so you can just enter it in if you already know it. Typical speedrunners just already know the code, so they're just able to do it automatically. You know how it is. After that, we're going to destroy these bushes so we can go into the sewers here and come out on the other side and operate the fountain. Now, why do we want to operate the fountain? Well, if we operate the fountain A, B, and C, we will get an item that just spawns out of it. I don't know why this happens, but, you know, it just happens. And this is one of the most important items possible at this point in the game. And we're also going to be playing the lottery, which is going to be right next to where this item spawns. The lottery numbers are 68, 37, and 12. If we enter all three of these numbers, we will get 80,000 gold total a little bit later on in the game, which is, of course, what we want. So I enter all three of these numbers here, and we're going to be on our way. You get 10 tries for this, but you're not actually supposed to know these. But once again, the numbers don't change, and we can be a speedrunner and cheat. I pick up the item that dropped. I skill upgrade C. This gets 100, yes, you heard that right, 100 skill points for later on in the game. And we're definitely going to be taking advantage of that to get some skills we really want later on. So after that, we need to head to the next area, and I need to, I wasn't supposed to talk to Andy yet, so that was a little bit of time loss. We're going to come back and talk to Andy in a second. We're going to be starting a side quest here, which is the most important side quest in the entire game, because it gives us access to some really great items later on, which is going to speed up all of Chapter 9 a little later in the game significantly. This side quest, you have to go out of the way to do it a little bit, but it more than makes up for it a little bit later on. We gotta walk down here, this is out of the way, and we gotta talk to two women down here. There are 6 text boxes we need to skip before we talk to them officially here. And once we do that, we have some information about a item called 7 Moons, which is a revival item that has nasty side effects. Wouldn't you know it? Just like what we bought at the shop. We are taking advantage of that as well. So we're going to get to the bottom behind the mystery of the 7 Moons, and if we do this, we will be able to get a bunch of really great items later on. So we definitely want to do this. So now we're supposed to talk to Andy. I had to walk all the way back here. So we tell him, yes, we want to know about the 7 Moons, and we want to hear the rest of the story. Once we do that, we are set to go to the next part of this section. And this quest is going to be done in 2 parts. We're only going to do the first half of it right now, because we'd have to walk back through the city again. So the next time we talk to Andy will be the next time we walk through the city, so we're wasting the least amount of time possible. But there is one more thing we need to do before we move on to the area after this. Destroy that little thing to get another half repair. There's been plenty of things you want to destroy to get items throughout the run, so that's important as well. Half repair will heal all 3 of your mechs by half of their health in mech combat sections, so that's really useful. And now we gotta go talk to this dude named Lodge. Just talk to him once. He's the dude who created 7 Moons, and he's basically not giving us any information about it and saying, like, it's not his fault for all this side effect stuff. So, yeah, we're not worried about that right now. We just keep moving on. We'll finish this side quest the second time we walk through here. All you gotta do to finish it, if you want to know, is just talk to Andy again, get the prescription copy, and then talk to Lodge one more time, and then ask him the third question, did you know about the side effects? Or did they know about the side effects? If you do that, then you will complete the quest, and in Chapter 9, you will get access to a bunch of really great items. So now that we are done with that, we gotta go inside of the Ant Facility Hospital here. Acute Neurosis Treatment Facility. Another animal name, funnily enough. And while we're in here, before we do any story stuff, there is another thing we want to get by destroying this drug container thing. We get a skill upgrade B that gives 50 points for later on, 50 skill points. And now we are going to continue with the story. Xion is basically doing some investigation into events that happened 15 years ago, because she is very curious about some things related to her father and her mother. Like I said, I don't want to really spoil this game because it's a really incredible game and I think everyone should play it, so I'm not going to get too into all that, but if you are wondering why the heck we are in a hospital randomly, that is what is going on. Anyway, you can just admire this outfit on Xion because it's one of my favorite outfits on her. I think it looks great. She's got the glasses, she got the professional look. It's a great outfit for sure. So what we have to do here is go to the 4th floor, talk to some people, and then watch some cutscenes. Then we go to the 5th floor after this to do the same thing, and then we can leave the hospital and continue on with the story. So if you're keeping track of the chapters right now, we have already finished Chapter 4, and this is Chapter 5, and we're going to be finishing that really quickly here soon. A lot of these chapters are definitely pretty short, and you would not expect them to be that short, but then a lot of the chapters 7, 8, and 9 are all pretty long, for the most part, so they are going to make up the bulk of the game, actually. 3 hours of the game are just those 3 chapters, basically, as far as speedrunning is concerned. So yeah, some chapters are 3 minutes, and then some are over an hour. It's just how it works sometimes, right? Walk to the end of the hallway on the 5th floor, we get to the final section of cutscenes here, and in this section, we're almost done with it. We're almost about to get to the more interesting part. But everything we've done is a pretty important setup anyway before getting to this section, so still an important section to go to. And if you're wondering why this section is named Hawkox, well, to end this section off, we have to play a game called Hawkox, which is the Tiger of this game. Basically a mini-game inserted into this game, which gives you rewards and prizes. I do not like Hawkox. It was very not fun. You don't even actually have to play it. You just have to boot it up, and then you can immediately leave. So that's what we do in the speedrun. It's not a very fun game, personally. It's a really annoying puzzle game that's just... I do not like it. That is the only part of Xenosaga 3 I do not like, because the game is amazing besides that. But for some reason, Monolith loves their little mini-games, so, you know, whatever. It's worse than Tiger, I'm just saying. Now I leave the hospital, skip some cutscenes, and we will end Chapter 5. There was no fighting in this chapter, because sometimes it's just like that. But Chapter 6 will have a decent amount of fighting, so that is alright. I am still here, I am just taking a break because my voice hurts. So now we are in Chapter 6. We're back on the Elsa ship, automatically, and a fight is coming up, so we're gonna be buying some gear and preparing for that fight before we play Hawkox. So we're gonna be equipping Chaos, Jin, and Ziggy with some items here, which are gonna make this fight and subsequent sections after this a lot better. I will try to explain it the best I can, but the menu's going to be too fast for me to talk about. So we're buying new weapons, we're buying new armor for those 3. We are buying some cobalt and flame rings, I think. I can't remember what they're called exactly. Crimson rings. Those will give us elemental attacks that we can add to our characters to hit elemental weaknesses a little bit later. We bought Cobra Bangles, which is gives you half poison resistance because of the poison attack the next boss has, and we got a cylinder neck for everyone, which gives you a high extra break limit gauge for your characters that we are equipping it on. And we give everyone the Crimson Ring for now because the next boss is weak to fire. So that is what we are doing currently. And we also want to have the fire element just because he has an ability he can use called Abyss Walker, which gives him immunity to physical attacks, but these do not technically count as physical attacks if you add the fire element to them, so that is going to make that attack completely useless against us. So here's Hawkhox. It has to load in before we can actually leave and split.
I'll put on a show for you.
Once it loads in, I split upon the See You Again screen, and we are ready to go. After a few more cutscenes, we'll instantly be thrown into a fight, which is why I had to equip everyone before playing Hawkhox. The game gives you a default party of Xion, Cosmos, and Ziggy for the fight. It's very thematically fitting against Voyager because we just get Cosmos back, and it's a really cool moment how Xion saves Cosmos in it, or Cosmos saves Xion, actually. And Ziggy has a very big history with Voyager, so it's the perfect thematic party, but unfortunately for speedrunning purposes, we gotta swap Xion and Cosmos out because they're not gonna be as useful as the characters we just equipped with everything. Cosmos could be more useful than one of the characters if we were able to equip her before the fight, but sadly we cannot. So, yeah. And Chaos is just a better support than Xion is, so I'm sorry, Xion. Wait, did I say earlier that you could move the same turn that you swapped a character in? I can't remember if I did. Well, you can't actually do that. I'm sorry if I said that. I must be getting my games confused. I've played games where you could do that recently, and I apologize. You think I know everything about this game, but it's fine. It's still worth it to swap characters in a lot of the time, though. So our first move with Chaos is Decaying Sun. Ziggy's basically only going to be using Painkiller, and Jin is only going to be using Skeletal Slash. That's basically how the fight goes. Chaos is going to be healing and using Angel Wings, which is his most powerful attack right now. And yeah, Chaos is kind of our general purpose character, and the other two are just going to be spamming and hoping they don't die. I've had kind of bad luck in this fight so far. Ziggy's kind of low on health, but he probably shouldn't be, so I'm going to heal him with Chaos here. And it also doesn't help that Ziggy's break gauge is really high because he got targeted by the break attack a bunch of times in a row. And unfortunately, he gets broken right here. This is not a great fight. I've having pretty bad luck with this fight even before this run. So not very happy with how the fight was going here either. I used Spark Walk there because it's guaranteed not to get guarded, and he has an annoying guard rate, so I just wanted to do that. And he's using his poison move here, which is even more annoying. It's AoE, it does a lot of damage, and it can poison you. Even with our poison resist thing, it can be really annoying. So now I use Medica S on everyone, and yeah, unfortunately we are not in a great position this fight. I think I actually end up having a pretty bad fight here after everything that happens. And Ziggy is, again, getting targeted. One good thing about poison is it will not kill you, it'll just leave you at 1 health, and then, yep, and he does the AoE poison again, because he is a huge jerk this fight. He's normally never this bad, but I'm just incredibly unlucky for some reason in this fight. I had a lot of time to save in this fight, and I don't think I saved any time, or if I did, it was very little time. And after seeing how bad this fight has gone, it's amazing that I did not save more time than this. Or it's amazing that I just keep getting unlucky in this fight where I'm not even going to lose that much time, it looks like. So there's plenty of time to save. You can already see the timer ticking down. I literally, on my fastest, I've already ended the fight by now, like, by a pretty significant margin. And here's the Abyss Walker. Now he finally does something good for once, where I'm not going to lose a bunch of time. And I think I'm actually able to finally kill him here. I get him low enough health, and we finish the fight. Not a great fight. Sadly, Voyager likes being a jerk. Finish strike was Ziggy there. Yeah, only like 20 seconds, sadly, unfortunately. 308, not amazing there at all. It could have been actually a lot worse, though. It's gone a lot worse for me in the past. So the next split is a split that I have had a lot of trouble on as well, because it's one of the more annoying areas as far as avoiding enemies, because they can be in really jerk positions and the camera can be really annoying as far as seeing a lot of them. And the fight at the end is also really annoying as well, because there's just some RNG aspects, and some of the enemies towards the end are really annoying because they can be right in the way and waste a bunch of your time, and I think that might have happened to an extent here, I can't quite remember. But yeah, this next section, Labyrinthos, the first time, is not my favorite section. I do think I played it all pretty well and for a lot of this, but I think there was some annoying sections here. So what you got to do is equip the Cobalt Ring on Jin, because we're going to be pushed into a fight in a second where basically one of the enemies is going to be weak to fire and one's weak to ice. So we will have Ziggy hit one of them to one-shot them and Jin hit the other to one-shot them. And this is going to be the case for a lot of these encounters throughout the game. Like, enemies have different weaknesses, so we swap our rings depending on that. And we got a fight coming up, which has two humans, which are the enemies that Jin and Ziggy can one-shot, and then a robot. You can get a red robot or a white robot. The white robot is a lot faster than the red robot. The red robot not only has more health, but he's weak to Jin's ice instead of the fire that Chaos and Ziggy have, so you get less turns to attack him. So you had to use like Chaos's Thunderbolt to do any damage to him, because he actually resists fire. I do not remember if I got the red or white robot, but the red robot he loses like 15 seconds. Luckily, I got the white robot this time around. That's nice. We use Angel Wings on the robot with Chaos because Ziggy and Jin can one-shot the humans. Jin will attack the one on the far left, and Ziggy will kill the one in the middle here in one hit. And then from there, it's just a matter of using Painkiller, Skeletal Slash, and Chaos's Angel Wings to kill this one. If you get the red robot, you will lose like 15 seconds on this fight, like I said, because this fight takes about 30 seconds typically, if you get the ideal pattern. 34 there because of the turn order was not the best. But it'll take over 45 seconds no matter what, really, if you get the red robot, just because of the extra animations and everything. So, useful that I got the white robot there. Helps out a lot. There's another encounter we got to fight like that here, which has actually 4 different enemy patterns, and depending on which ones you can get, you can save or lose up to like 15 seconds. I do not remember exactly which one I got, because it's been 6 weeks since I played this, and I'm commentating this very late, but oh well. These enemies are pretty easy to avoid in this room, thankfully. It's just enemies coming up, which are pretty annoying to avoid. Controlling Chaos in this section, he's probably my least favorite of the Xenosaga cast members. I still like him a lot, but I just think he's just weaker as far as writing, just because the games didn't reach the full 6-game potential where he likely would have gotten a lot more depth. But he's still great. I still love Chaos. This next room is one of the most annoying rooms in the game, because the second enemy you really cannot see at all to like easily avoid. I think I might end up trapping him. I don't know if I did in this run, but actually I got really lucky. I just was able to go right around him because I could see him. Okay, well that was great. You normally do not get a good room there, because the enemies are really annoying in that section. Moving on after that, though, we're about to approach the fight where the second fight where we get a random enemy encounter. Run past the robot there because he's in a good spot for me to do that. So far, the section's going really well. I trapped this enemy. We got to get into that door, so I got to fight him. We get 4 human enemies. This is actually a really good pattern as long as Jin can land some crits. We can get a pretty fast fight here because he can just kind of one-shot them with crits from behind, which is what we want to do. Unfortunately, we did not get one there, but not a huge deal. We can still get a pretty solid fight here if things go well. I guess I did not get any crits, though. This looks unfortunate. And there's a crit, finally, when it doesn't matter, because I hit the same enemy, which I'd already hit before. So it happens sometimes. I just take the safe way out so I don't lose too much boost by just attacking the other damaged enemy already, and we'll just kill him this turn. Now, this could have been a lot faster if I got some crits with Jin, but that's still not a bad fight overall, because some of the other patterns there can be a lot slower. So 42 seconds is not too bad, but you can definitely get as fast as like 33, 34 there. This enemy is one of the most annoying enemies in the entire game. I do not like him. And I get back attacked as I kind of expected there. I kind of ran into the wall there slightly, so I didn't get past him, and Yeah, that enemy, I've always had trouble avoiding him because he's hard to see before you get to him, and then once you get to him, he's kind of in a annoying pattern in the wall. So that wasted 17 seconds, which kind of ruins the advantage I got from the 2 earlier fights from having decent patterns there. So definitely not very happy with that back attack at all. I think that was probably the main sour spot in this area. I think this section, there is, yeah, another robot I was able to get past because of the good positioning there at least. And once we get into this next room, we want to do something interesting, which is going to be like destroying both of these walls on both sides, because that will allow 50,000 gold to drop. I don't know why, but that's what happens. So if we do the pattern in the correct way to make sure we destroy both at the same time, we are able to get an extra 50,000 gold, which is what we want, because more money is going to be better for the rest of the game. So yeah, just doing that makes gold drop from the ceiling for some reason. I do not know why. So we got our gold now. That's good. And then from here, we're going into another section, and from here, some of the enemies are going to be even more difficult to see the rest of the way. This is probably the most annoying dungeon overall. If you ever speedrun this game, practice this dungeon a lot. It's definitely a big time loss dungeon for sure. Because a lot of things can happen that can cost you time. So after some cutscenes, we're able to go to the next area. And here is an enemy you're probably not going to be able to see until he's already on screen, or avoid, so I take it a little bit slow so I make sure I can see him. This enemy's in like the most annoying position possible, so I just take the boost turn off him because I need to boost anyway. I would have saved the trap for an enemy later, which is even more annoying to avoid, but that guy was right in the middle. Normally he's to a side so you can run around him, but unfortunately he was not this time. We get the security card, which is going to allow us to go to the lower area of this place that we saw earlier. So we got to go through the annoying room one more time, which has the really annoying enemy that you cannot see. This one, which we were in earlier. I get around that enemy, and the second enemy, you cannot see him very well. I just take the encounter because I think I just had to no matter what there. Escape, and then run around him. Crap, I got trolled. Yeah, that can happen. He can block the way sometimes. This is why I do not like this room, because that can happen as well. If he's in the middle, right in the middle, you can't run around him. Fortunately, not too much time lost there. I usually have pretty bad sections sometimes in this area, so this is still not terrible so far if the rest of the section goes well. So now, all those skill point upgrades are going to come in clutch. We are going to be using those very soon here. And we need to keep track of what points we actually have. I equipped that swimsuit I got for Jin because that's going to increase. We're going to talk about that a bit later. We used the skill upgrade C on Chaos, the B on Ziggy, and then the 2 A's on Jin. What we got to do is note Ziggy's skill points, and depending on his skill points, we got to kill a certain number of enemies coming up. Basically, how I remember it is if you have, it's based on 130 skill points. If you have everything in the first section level up on Ziggy, if you have 130 skill points, you need to kill 15 enemies. And for every additional 3 skill points you have above that, you can kill 1 less enemy, and for every additional 3 skill points you have below that, you have to kill 1 more enemy to hit the skill point requirements for a skill later on. And if you're in between, then kill 1 extra, always. And that's going to be very important for the next ground boss fight. And here's another annoying section where enemies are really in bad positions, which makes them really annoying to avoid because of the camera angle. Usually you'll get at least 1 encounter there. I'm fortunate that it was only 1 for me, just because that's pretty helpful overall. And now we move down even further. So the swimsuit we picked up. Swimsuits are really good items in this game. You wouldn't think they are. They don't have defense values really, but you don't really need defense in a speedrun, of course. But they give you, like, increased luck by, like, 30, and some, I think, might even go as high as 40. And luck is directly tied to your critical hit rate, of course, so... And critical hits are very, very good in this game because you get extra boost and do twice the damage, so that's going to be very helpful in a lot of sections, and it's the most convenient and easy swimsuit to get, and that's why we definitely get it to make Jin a lot more useful in the speedrun. So the 40 seconds from fighting the enemy to get the swimsuit is going to be more than made up for because of that later on. Because the swimsuit is just that powerful and useful. So now we're going to be approaching a mech section, finally. Basically, in this facility, we're able to retrieve vessels of anima to repower our ES mechs. And we're able to use them again. And with this, we're also able to use anima level 2. Now, level 2 anima special attacks are AoE, so they kill enemies, basically kill every normal enemy in one hit with one move. That allows us to get a lot of skill points very quickly, and that's why we specifically kill these enemies here, because it doesn't take that long at all to get the 15 enemies killed or we need, or however many we might need. I think I've gotten every skill point so far, so I should not have to kill that many enemies here. I wasn't looking at how much I actually had earlier, but if I can do it in only 4 encounters, that would definitely be ideal. But a lot of this upcoming section can be really annoying too, because some of the enemies are really in annoying positions, and they can move before you if you don't trap them. So I just play it safe at this point, just try to trap everything, just to make sure I am always moving for enemies, and I can always use my specials as intended. We go up the elevator, because you can just buy more traps. They only cost 200 gold, and we have plenty of gold at this point, so I always just trap to be safe. Unfortunately, I did not get the trap that time. It unfortunately activated at a really bad time there, so I'm going to lose a little bit of time here. But I need a level 2 anima anyway, so I got to do this one more time. I think that was the only thing that went really south in this section as far as I remember, but that still didn't cost too much time. It just costed a trap in like 5 seconds or something, which is not great. Yeah, level 2 anima specials, you get 4 finish strikes, just straight up right there. You got to kill them with the finish strikes to get the amount of skill points you need for Ziggy as well, so keep that in mind. Trap this enemy, do the same thing with another level 2. Does not have to be Dynas, it can be any of them. And depending on turn order, you might have to charge some of the mechs to get to the mech that can finish strike everyone. Now these fights can have either 3 or 4 enemies. Ideally, you definitely want them to have 4 like every time. But yeah, there's 6 enemies total that you can or 6 groups of enemies total that you can fight here, and usually you should not need more than 5 if you are keeping up with your finish strikes. And otherwise, yeah. And I think I make a mistake there, and accidentally run away when I should not have ran away. But, not the biggest deal in the world, because I'm able to get the finish strike here on this next enemy anyway, and I think I've hit the last enemy and I get enough. I think. Looks like I trapped that enemy. Maybe I didn't have enough. I don't remember exactly how many skill points I had. It looks like another 3. I might have to do 5 enemies, because I got 3 like 3 times here now that I'm looking at it, and that would not be enough, I don't think. Yeah, I trapped the last enemy. It looks like this was actually kind of an unlucky section now that I'm looking at it. I can never have good sections. I literally can never have good sections here. So we lose time to some extra encounters, lose time to having to kill 5 enemies. Yeah, this is unfortunate, but it's okay. Use my last trap, but we're going to refill on traps anyway. And we're also going to buy new ES equipment here. Basically, everything we do is going to be increase our fuel gauge, make everything more powerful, and yeah. Buy some discs to nullify revenge on the next enemy, so we don't have to worry about that. Increase our health, increase our damage, all that kind of stuff. And we're going to be doing it as fast as possible. We're also not going to be using Asher here. We're going to be using Dyna, because Dyna is just the more useful mech in this specific situation. Asher will be more useful a bit later on. And Zeb will be replaced a little bit later after that. Ruben goes in the first slot of the party, because we just got the ability that makes him the most powerful mech, basically. In this section, there are 2 very annoying enemies in this section. Actually, 1 very annoying enemy. We need to get level 2 anima back, so we gotta trap these 2 enemies, but they can be really annoying spots and can cost you a lot of time if they decide to be jerks. This one's not too much of a jerk. We run away. If he chases us, we're gonna have to turn around so we don't get screwed over by a back attack. So I gotta encounter him one more time to do that, and then we can destroy the wall and move into the wall, and he can't reach us. And then the second enemy. This guy is a jerk. If he goes into the hallway, he can be extremely annoying. Luckily, he goes there. This might actually be bad. I think I freak out because he walks back towards there, but I'm able to get around him, thankfully. Just enough distance to push him out of the way. and go into the fight here. So very, very thankful for that. Overall, that still was not the cleanest section, but still decent for how annoying that entire section can be. Now we're in the boss fight against the Omega Universitas, which looks exactly like the Weltall from Xenogears, which is the main mech. Fong Wang's main mech. Very, very cool callback again. The only time in the game this song plays called Outrageous, which is another really good song in this game. A lot of the fight themes are amazing. Pretty much all the unique boss themes are great. Battle for Your Soul that plays during Telos and a lot of the other fights like Voyager is fantastic. And the strategy for this fight is basically we need to use our anima level 1 because there's no reason to use the AoE animas because level 1s are single target and they do about as much damage anyway. And from there we just try to do as much damage as we can. And we're going to save Dinah and Zebulon's second level ones. And you can see how powerful these ambush and co-ops are. Ruben's doing like 6k with his sword there. So he's definitely the most powerful character we got now. That's why we had him in the first slot, so when we get co-ops, he'll always be the one who attacks. So Ruben's going to use another level 1, but Dinah and Zebulon are going to save their level 1 because their level 1s are ether attacks, and after he uses a certain move, he will be weak to ether attacks for the next 2 turns, so we want to save those to get some additional damage, but we had to lower him to the health range where he actually uses that attack first. That's why we used the first one. So yeah, big co-op damage here. These co-ops are going to make the fight go a lot faster. Some great luck getting these co-ops. We want as many co-ops as possible. And Missiles and a Dawning Moon is the strategy with Ruben there. Once he uses this, the physical attack power increase move, that's when he's going to use the special move next turn. And this buff is permanent, so he's going to keep using this every time he gets to a new health range that allows him to use it again, and he's just going to keep getting more powerful. So Martial Flight and the Super Martial Ring is his super move combo, essentially. But it will make him move Blast to the end of the last at the end of the next turn, so now that he's weak to Ether after using that move, we use our specials with Dinah and Zebulon to do 15k each, essentially, which is a pretty nice chunk, an extra 5k for each of them. He has 200,000 health overall, so we definitely want to take advantage of that extra 5,000 health. I charge with Zebulon here because he's going to reactivate again, like no matter what, and use that move again, and we want Zebulon to be well guarded. We get another great ambush here. This fight actually really lucky so far. It's making up for kind of the mess sections in the place itself. I should have had a separate split for the Labyrinthos and the Weltall fight. I don't know why I don't. I think I just forgot to add it when I initially made my splits. And this is why we guarded with Zebulon, because we targeted Zebulon again. If I did not guard with Zebulon, he would have killed her. So I'm really glad I did that. Very happy that I'm smart enough to foresee that. Dawning Moon here. And he's getting low enough on health that we should be able to finish strike him pretty soon. I activate Anima with Ruben, and I use Iron Blade here. I probably should have waited, though, just based on his health range, so I could go for the finish strike with Dinah. Or go for the finish strike with him after using Dinah's level 1. But looks like I'm playing it pretty safe. Or I just use our thing randomly. I guess I don't go for the finish strike. I thought I did. So Black Wave, again, now he's at his most powerful. This can pretty much one-shot now, so he just kind of does that to Zeb, sadly. And yeah, that's the end of that. I don't even think I get the finish strike here, so I might actually be lower on everything than I thought I would be. I should have saved that special from Ruben. I don't know what I was thinking. But I think I kill him here. Or, never mind, I don't kill him here. Now I kill him. Yeah, that was not a actually great fight. I actually lose time in that split. Yeah, that could have been a lot better. Sub 4 is still a good time for the fight, but the Labyrinthos section was not great. I can definitely do that section a lot better. And missing the finish strike's not really ideal either. I really should have saved one of those specials. I don't know what I was thinking. And since Zebulon died, that also means I get less skill points on Ziggy. But luckily I killed enough enemies, it doesn't matter. You always kill enough enemies in the section where even if the worst case scenario happens where Zebulon dies and you don't get the finish strike, Ziggy will still have enough SP to get Devil Break, which is the most important thing. Devil Break is a tech skill on Ziggy, which is just bonkers broken, and we're going to be using it before the next fight coming up very soon. You can see that's actually a split name. So let's talk about Devil Break for a second here. So Devil Break is the skill we've been working towards on Ziggy for a while. It is the most important skill probably in the speedrun. It has an attack power value of 40. So that's the third highest in the entire game. And it's very early on in his skill tree for some reason. The only two higher are both Cosmos techs at the very end of both of her skill trees, on the last node on both of her two skill trees before the master skills. So he has the third most powerful attack extremely early on, only in like the third round. It's actually really insane for some reason. Not only that, but it also does 80 break damage to an enemy. Now, most normal attacks do 5 break damage. Actually, it does 60 maybe. Yeah, it does 60 break damage, but still, normal attacks do 5 break damage. Early Kaiser does 100 break damage. And, yeah, Ziggy's Choke, which is another break move he has automatically just from being Ziggy and being the designated, like, break damage character. His Choke does 80 break damage. So Devil Break does a pretty big amount of break damage in addition to being extremely powerful. It's gonna just kind of nuke enemies as well as help break them throughout the run. So we're gonna be using it a lot, and Ziggy's gonna be our most powerful character all the way through the end of Chapter 8. And in ground fights, at least. Ruben, which is Jin's mech, is going to be the most powerful mech through that point, and through the rest of the game, really. But, as far as ground fights, Ziggy's going to be basically our main carry because of Devil Break. So, as I said, here's the second time we're forced to walk through this area. I talked to Andy, as I said earlier, so we could do that quest. We're going back into Labyrinthos one more time, but a different section of it, which is not as bad as far as, enemies and stuff, but there are some sections where the camera is still in a bad angle to see enemies to avoid, but otherwise it's not really terrible. And now we go talk to Lodge one more time. If you do not ask him the right question here, you will not get the extra items at the end of the game, or at as far as Chapter 9. So make sure you ask him the right question, which is, do you know about the side effects? If you do that, you will complete the quest properly, and if you don't, then you miss out on all the really good stuff forever, which is really stupid, but, you know, old game design, I suppose. There's not even any indication this quest is in the game either. It's kind of just old RPG design to the core as far as that's concerned, but the rest, I mean, the game's still fantastic for a 2006 PS2 RPG. Maybe not, it's my second favorite game of all time. Almost first. It's basically one beat of Xenoblade 2, and the only reason I like Xenoblade 2 more is because of all the extra combat, all the extra content, and the combat system, which is just amazing. Because I think this game has the best story, characters, OST, and it has a great turn-based system as well. So this is such a great game. Very, very fun. We just had a lot of cutscenes. These enemies are pretty dangerous. We can avoid them pretty easily, though. And, yeah, this section's not very long. We don't have to actually be in here too long. This is a pretty quick section to go through. We gotta go through the first section one more time, though, before the path kind of splits off, but not a huge deal. A minute 47 ahead after the Universitas fight. I definitely could be a lot further ahead. There was the Tree Dog section, there was the Labyrinthos section still not being great, so there's still plenty of time in the speedrun for sure, as far as time save. There's just always a lot of RNG to worry about as well. I think I played a lot of the rest of the run pretty well, if I remember correctly. That enemy, that was pretty much unavoidable. That was just an unfortunate, like, sandwich of the two enemies, but, I had to take the encounter and run away. It's usually going to be better to take an encounter than try to avoid some enemies sometimes if they're just right in the way, because running away is still pretty quick. It's not like you're going to lose, like, 15 to 20 seconds per encounter like a lot of RPGs. Thank you, Xenosaga 3 Fast Loads, for not having the encounters be, like, completely detrimental. So yeah, we go to this different section of Labyrinthos now, which we have not been in before. The first enemy here, this enemy is really annoying to avoid because of the camera, but yeah, I wouldn't avoid him anyway because he's right in the middle. I just had to take the encounter. Sometimes he can be to the far side, so you can avoid him pretty easily. I avoided another enemy there, but you couldn't see him. He was kind of in a really good spot for me to avoid him, like, off-screen at the top. I run down to the side to avoid that enemy. Doesn't look like there should be enough space there, but I was able to avoid that enemy running on the opposite side of him, not too hard. And there's a few more enemies to avoid before we get to our destination here. And only one that has a bad camera angle. The rest are pretty easy to see, thankfully. One cutscene to skip here. Okay, and the enemy saw me. I think I don't. That's kind of annoying. I think I lose some time because of that. Because he runs into the hallway. Yeah, I just had to take the encounter. That was unfortunate. Yeah, there's plenty of things that can be improved. That was just unfortunate. I couldn't see the enemy before he'd already seen me because of the camera angle. Had to take this encounter because he turns while I'm trying to run around him. I get unlucky with the turn order there, so I have to lose some extra time. Yeah, stuff happens sometimes. And this enemy's right in the hallway, but if you trap him, you can actually push him in a position to get around him to the stairs. So we just trap him to get the final boost turn we need, and then run around him there. And now we gotta level up some skills, and he changed the formation, put Ziggy in the party for Alan. Alan's a party member right now, by the way. He sucks, but he's so charming and fun to use anyway. If you're playing casual, use Alan, even though he sucks, because it's just really funny. So we level up our skills here. We get Devil Break on Ziggy. We get Offensive on Chaos, which is going to allow us to do some stuff later. We get Satellite 1 on Momo for something later. And Offensive on Chaos is going to increase our attack power, and with Decaying Sun decreasing enemy defense, we can do a lot of extra damage with both of those buffs active, or that buff and the debuff active at least. That's going to end the second Labyrinthos section. Some time lost because that was not the greatest section, but you know how it is. Pellegrini fight. So here, what you want to do is use Erdekaiser to break the two extra enemies she has with her. And then with Chaos, you boost Chaos one more time with his turn that you boost, and the other turn he has, you're going to want to poison those two enemies. Because the poison will do 800 damage per turn, and we want to focus all of our attention on Pellegrini for right now. So we're just going to poison them and let the poison do its job for us as far as doing damage to them while they are broken and everything. Jin's just only going to spam Skeletal Slash, and then Ziggy needs to use Choke and 2 Double Breaks on her to break her. Choke does 80 break damage, and then Double Break does 60, of course. So, Jin just spams Skeletal Slash, and with extra crits, we can get extra party meter and stuff. Or, not party meter, break gauge. I'm used to Xenoblade terminology. That's a hurtful AoE attack, unfortunately. We have Chaos use Decaying Sun now to lower her defense. And then this is the turn we're gonna do the stuff and try to go in on her. Now, normally I would say wait till after her turn, but Pellegrini actually doesn't have all that much health if you're good with crits, so I will actually just break her before and then just go in. Because I don't feel like risking anything else. So we want to get as much crits as possible. We'll actually get kind of unlucky here, looks like, with not many crits. I might have a really bad fight here. Okay, there's a crit. I got a crit, and then I get the double there, so the double unfortunately overrides the crit I got, so I don't actually get the extra turn there. Chaos dies, that doesn't really matter. Jin's crit and everything makes this fight okay though, because I can boost with Ziggy, and I think this kills her. Yeah, kills her. That was a little less than ideal as far as everything, because I got kind of bad crit luck on her when I could have done like 1800 damage each with the crits earlier, but not a huge deal. So now the poison has been taking on these guys so long that any regular attack basically one-shots them, so that's how we finish them off. Except for that guy for some reason, I thought it would. Close enough. So, yeah, fortunately for that fight, since it's basically dictated by the poison damage against the soldiers anyway, you're never going to really gain or lose that much time, so I only lose like 3 seconds. You don't go for the finish strike in that fight because you're just kind of Devil Break spamming, so that's still a pretty good fight no matter what, 230 there. And with that, we are now in a state of chaos in Miltia because all of the bad things that happened 15 years ago are happening now. In this section, we have to go back through the city of Miltia when it's in this kind of state where everything has gone wrong, essentially. There's some enemies we have to avoid. Sometimes the camera angle is not the kindest to us for some of the enemies. So I walk a little bit slow in certain sections to make sure I can successfully avoid all the enemies in this section. I do not know if I was very successful with that this time around, but I think I did pretty well. I usually do pretty well in this section and don't have too many issues, so not a huge problem. And I probably should have another separate split for the boss fight after this section, as well as the section itself. One of these days, I'll have better splits for this game. So that enemy we just passed can be really annoying. If he's in the wrong spot and you try to rush it too fast, he'll pretty much always get a back attack against you, so you gotta be very careful against him. We can walk down here after getting that Rejuvenator M out of that item we destroyed and get a skill upgrade B. We will be using that a little bit later to get more skill points, because skill points are always very, very useful. For some reason I get caught on the wall there for a little bit. I guess I'm just bad at video games, I don't know. So now it is time to move on. So, this next little area is pretty easy to avoid enemies since they're all kind of in a straight path. There's one enemy that's really fast, but you can get boost off of him if you need to. But usually you can avoid him anyway because there's just such a wide area he can be walking in. You can pretty easily walk around him most of the time. I just decided to set the trap anyway. I accidentally destroyed the thing that wasn't the trap though, but you know. Because I need the boost before the next fight anyway, so I might as well just get it right there. And the final section of the city is not too difficult to get past a lot of the enemies at all. There is one enemy you'll probably have to get an encounter with just because it's like impossible to do otherwise, but you can just easily, quickly run away from him. Not a huge deal. This enemy I'm going to trap so I can get the last boost off of him after getting this treasure chest. I just didn't want him being in the way while I was getting the treasure chest more than anything. Then that enemy, the robot enemy, you'll probably have to encounter him going by him on the other side. Just because he's in the way. But before that though, we're gonna shop. We're gonna max out on traps, buy new weapons for Momo, Ziggy, Chaos, and Jin. We're gonna buy some new armor for Ziggy and Chaos, and then we're gonna buy 3 Flame Avatars and 3 Beam Avatars, which are more elemental adding rings that we're gonna be able to use here. And then we're gonna be equipping all the stuff we just bought, and some of the things we got out of treasure chests on Chaos. We're gonna level up a couple skills really quickly. Get Type B criticals on Jin, so he gets extra critical chance against Type B enemies. That's gonna be very helpful for later on. We're going to swap around our party, so Xion, Chaos, and Momo are in the party. Yes, this is where Xion will finally get used.
Don't underestimate.
So yeah, I have to run into the enemy there just to get around him. Run away pretty quickly. And yeah, Xion is about to serve her purpose as far as having turns during the game here. She actually has one more turn a little bit later on, I think. Maybe a couple more than that. But they're not the most impactful. But she has some important things to do for us here, at least. So we successfully escaped the city. We're heading back to the church because we're worried about people that are at the church. And once we get to the church, we learn that something bad is happening here. So what we're doing is fighting some Berserk Realians that are doing the bad things that I'm trying not to spoil. So for this fight, all we gotta do is boost up Xion at the start of it, use Erdekaiser, then boost up Momo, and have her use Satellite 1. Satellite 1 is an AoE attack. The Erdekaiser will break all of them, so Momo will get 1.2 boost gauge for every satellite she hits, and the Erdekaiser here, since it breaks all of them, she will also get 1.2 boost gauge here, so no matter what, we're gonna get enough boost to get our full boost back for the next fight, just because of the 3 enemies we're hitting along with the initial break here. And we can easily end the fight with that and have full boost for the boss fight that comes immediately after this. 36 seconds is pretty much the fastest you can do that fight. Unless you get, like, triple crit on all of them with Momo the first time, but that's not super likely. And now we're gonna have a boss fight against Virgil here. One of my favorite characters in the series. And we're gonna hear the Testament theme for the first time. One of the greatest boss themes in the series. As pretty much all the boss fight themes in this game are. So the Virgil fight. His break pattern is use 3 Erdekaisers and use 5 Devil Breaks with Ziggy. But there's also another thing we need to do in this fight. We need to steal an item from him, a very important item. So we're going to be boosting Xion and going for the steal, and we're going to use all of our boost turns to get it, if we don't get it the first time around. Because it's just that important to get. And fortunately this fight, if you don't get it the first time around, it's not the biggest deal in the world. I accidentally used my last boost turn there when I didn't really want to, but it doesn't matter too much because I can just swap Xion out this turn after this. And, we're not going to be losing too much time, thankfully, but ideally you want to get it the first boost turn so you can save as much time as possible in this fight, because, if you get it the first turn, you'll have extra boost turns to end the fight faster by boosting up Ziggy to break Virgil sooner. So we equipped the Flame Avatars before this fight because Virgil is another enemy weak to fire. And we want to be hitting that as hard as we can. So Momo uses an Urtikaiser, and then Chaos will also use an Urtikaiser. So all three of our party members here use Urtikaiser on the first turn. Normally you'd swap Xion out the second turn. I accidentally boosted her here. If you get really unlucky, it can take like a long time to get the steal from him also. Hopefully that doesn't happen and you have to waste extra turns trying to get the steal in all your boost turns. I go ahead and swap Xion for Ziggy. You're normally supposed to swap her for Jin, but I needed Ziggy in just because of the extra boost, so I can start spamming the Devil Breaks with him. The other really annoying thing about this dude is he has a revenge attack, which is Grudge Claw, which will... And if you get revenged, you do not get any boost at all for your attack. And the Grudge Claw also does break damage to you, so it can be really annoying. So I did not get any boost for that crit I just got, as you see, and yeah, that's something that can be really annoying about this fight. And add additional annoying RNG to it. So in this fight, Ziggy's just gonna spam Devil Break. Jin is just gonna spam the Skeletal Slash, and then Chaos is gonna be using Decaying Sun and offensive, and Angel Wings before using offensive right before he gets broken. So this Grudge Claw luck has not been working out well for me so far at all. Virgil's being really annoying right now. Definitely could have better luck on this fight, for sure. He has really high guard rate before you break him as well, as you are probably seeing. So I cast offensive. I'm going to wait for his next turn here, and then I'm going to break him.
Hey, what's wrong?
If he kills Jin, it doesn't really matter at this point. Fortunately, he does not target Jin. So this is going to break him, and then finally we can attack him. This entire turn will get extra break chance against him. He does not have any guard rate while broken. He cannot revenge us while broken, so that's great. And now Ziggy's just going to go in. We can do so much damage to him with crits. 2.5k is just like a massive amount here, and you can see his health is just done. Three crits, and he's dead. So most of the fight is just break. Once he's broken, it's basically over. Because you have offensive, you got Decaying Sun, and you've got the Elemental Weakness ready to hit him. So we lost some time, that split, because that fight was not very good, because of the not great steal RNG at the start, and the Grudge Claw Revenge RNG was not the best either. So unfortunately, we lost some time, when I can definitely do that even faster. So I changed the party formation around to have Jin, Chaos, Ziggy in the party, but I make sure that the party order is in the right order so I don't have menus confused for later on. And now, we are going to be just using Urtikaiser with Jin, and then just killing them after that. Jin, since he has a swimsuit, it's possible to end this fight with just him if he's able to crit all of them. It'll just instantly end the fight. That happens occasionally, but sometimes you're not gonna too likely get all 3 crits. I did not get any crits this time around because why would I be lucky? But, oh well, not the biggest deal in the world, I suppose. We get back up to 3 boost turns for a little bit later on, at least. 37 seconds is not great for that fight, but it is what it is because, bad crit RNG. This next split has a lot of annoying enemies to avoid. I can't remember exactly how I did in it, but I usually do pretty well in this section. There is some issues occasionally, but I can usually navigate through a lot of the sections pretty easily. We got to go to back to the ant facility. It's being like invaded right now, and we're trying to. I can't even talk about this section without spoilers. Just we're doing stuff. Don't worry about it. We're getting the skill upgrade A. I get back attacked, so I guess I did do bad in this section. That enemy ran in a weird pattern to back attack me when I thought I could easily get around him. So, oh well. Happens, I suppose. Looks like I'm just, like, choking my lead I currently have.
Don't hesitate.
It's kind of impossible to get past both of these enemies without running into one of them just because of the positioning, so that's fine, just instantly aggroing him and then running away. These guys are jerks. The children suck. I just go ahead and take the preemptive attack to get my boost back. You'll notice I have 4 boost turns now because of that item I stole from Virgil. That's super important is the Union Neck. It gives +1 boost. And so now we have 4 boost turns, which is very good. We want more boost turns as we can as the game goes on because that allows us to do a lot of fights a lot better later on in the game. So that is why we really needed that steel. The Union Neck is a very important item for the rest of the game. If you run into the children enemies without a back attack or a preemptive attack, they are so fast they will probably all move before you and you will lose a ton of time, so you definitely do not want that to happen. Make sure you avoid the children enemy at all costs, or you at least trap them. In this section, we want to get this treasure chest for later on. It's an ES disc D-type G that increases our critical chance against Gnosis-type enemies when you are in the mechs, of course. And that's going to be very, very important for a dungeon a little bit later on. So now we head to the entrance of the hospital. There's a couple things we need to do here before going into the hospital itself, namely collecting some important items. Unfortunately, I get back attacked again. I guess I just suck at the game. Or I'm playing too risky. I usually do this section well. I don't know why I'm sucking right now. I guess I didn't remember this section very well. So the items we need are out of this car here, the Medkit DX, and out of this helicopter thing, the Skill Upgrade C. Skill Upgrade C is the most important because I suck. Wow. Skill Upgrade C is the most important because it gives 100 skill points, as you might imagine. I almost got a game over there with the health bars on that because I was waiting to get to the save point inside here. I did not think I did this that bad. But 3 back attacks in a section, that is atrocious. That is, before even getting into the hospital, that's really bad.
The use of
Normally those enemies are not that hard to avoid. I don't know what was going on here. So touch the save point, heal up everyone, because obviously we need to heal up. And then we can go in here. So now there's a bunch of required fights in the hospital, so we're going to try to do those as fast as we possibly can. Normally you want to back attack this dude, but he's in a bad position, so he already saw us, so we just got to attack him from the front.
Clear a path.
Which means the dog enemy is going to move before anyone else, and we're not going to have as much crit chance, which sucks. But luckily Jin has a swimsuit, so that's helpful. And we're just going to have Ziggy break both of these guys with Devil Break, and then we can just finish them off with regular attacks so they don't die instantly, like this. Not a huge deal. Don't use too much boost, thankfully, and we'll get all our boost back for the next fight anyway. The goal is to do these fights as fast as possible by optimizing how you do them. You do not have infinite Devil Break EP, so you got to be a little careful to make sure you're using the right moves at the right times. This next section you're probably going to get an encounter no matter what. I've never been able to go through this section without having at least one enemy. So, this was an okay encounter. The red enemy's kind of annoying because he has a lot of health, but besides that, the other enemies will go down in like one hit. And Ziggy's just gonna... I'm just gonna have him use Painkiller so I don't have to waste extra EP on the Devil Break, and that'll end that fight. 24 seconds, not too bad. There is another enemy on the staircase here that we're going to have to fight. I don't remember if I'm able to get the back attack against him or not. But regardless, he's not, like, immediately seeing us right now, so I'll have a chance at it at least. And he's facing the front, so I just take the front attack. Unfortunate. I boost there to make sure that they don't get an extra attack against me with the dog. And then I just Devil Break with Ziggy there, and then I just try to kill with Jin after that. he gets the crit, thankfully, so we're good to go. 19 seconds, not too bad at all for that fight.
Emergency.
So you should probably just encounter this enemy and then instantly run away from him, because it's going to be really difficult to avoid him otherwise. Then you can walk through this door. And the way we gotta walk, we have to destroy a container that contains a Realium that's gonna fight us, so, gotta destroy and fight this dude no matter what.
Clear a path.
We get a decent encounter luck here, except for the turn order sucks. And we miss an attack. Wow, this is not looking great. I think I just end up letting the dog attack at this point, because I don't feel like dealing with any bad luck related to that. I'm running really low on boost turns now, sadly. Chaos crit there helps. But yeah, we're low on boost turns. And you cannot use traps in this place, unfortunately, to get them back easily. So I'm gonna have to be wary of that during the next fight. We get the HP upgrade from that Realium by destroying that thing, and we get a Rejuvenator L out of the treasure chest there. These items are all important for later, even if we don't end up using them. This is the final required enemy we have to fight in this section, but I end up messing it up. Wow, I did this section really poorly, holy crap. Yeah, I just have to fight him from the front, and there's 4 enemies too, oh my gosh. If you do that right, you can just, while he's running forward, you can hit him from the back every time. I messed it up. Apparently this was a really bad split, and I thought it was a lot better than this. Well, okay. I guess there's still plenty of time to save my disc one. I have done this section significantly better before. We'll be able to heal after this section before any other fights, thankfully, so that's a positive at least. 35 seconds really bad for that fight. You can definitely do it a lot quicker than that, and you also might not get 4 enemies on certain encounters, which will make the fight a lot faster too. And not to mention I had to run away and try to get a better encounter there. That was just really terrible. Apparently the split is not very good. I will not be surprised if I'm like even or behind after this split, or worse. Because this has not been great so far, just looking at it. I have done this split really well, but I guess this time was just not, it was just not meant to be. I think I had a really good disc 2 though. And honestly, this isn't even a terrible disc 1 compared to a lot of things. A lot of fights went really well early on and stuff, but I'm not very happy looking at this now. The last couple of splits have not been amazing. So we have 2 more required fights before like the boss fight of this area and then the end of disc 1. We will heal before going into them. So we gotta open up the tower area, and then an enemy's gonna engage us, so we have to fight no matter what. Depending on the encounter here, we gotta use Urtikaiser or something. And since we got, if you get 2 of those types of enemies on the middle and right, you gotta use Urtikaiser to make the fight better, because otherwise it's not gonna go very smoothly, because they're pretty annoying enemies that can evade your Devil Break pretty easily if you don't break them in advance, and they have a lot of health too. So this is definitely the better way to do the fight. Of course I don't get a crit, so he's not gonna die in 1 hit. This split's just a disaster, wow. What is going on here? I did not mean to Devil Break that enemy, I'm sure, because he would have gone down in 1 hit, but it is what it is. No crits again. This could be significantly better, for sure. Oh, okay, with that, 53 seconds, really bad, but it is what it is. Run past that enemy while you still have invincibility frames. Destroy this, get the treasure chest as the Rejuvenator Deluxe, which is basically a full heal for your entire party with everything, so that's a really good item. You pretty much have to encounter this enemy, just run away at the soonest opportunity. Unfortunate turn order to have to move after these 2 again. Yeah, we're losing time this split, I can see it right now. Here's the final required fight. 3 of these enemies, because I am just that lucky. Definitely got to use Urtikaiser on that. This is probably the weakest split so far. This has been really bad. Like other sections, I definitely did not do the greatest in. This is really bad. I did not remember it being quite this bad, but now watching it back, I'm disappointed in myself for sure. At least Ziggy got the crit one shot that time, finally, and he got a crit there. So, I'm not gonna use any more boost, I'm sure. They're just gonna finish him off with my current attacks and save the rest of the boost for the boss fight. This is enough boost for the fight after this because of how it is. Gonna change Momo for Ziggy now before going into the boss fight here. The fact that I'm only losing like 40 seconds is kind of a miracle because that was really terrible. And shows there can be so much time just from this split alone. So this fight, there's 3 enemies. So we have a wonderful, easy strategy we can do here, which is use Momo's Urtikaiser and then use Satellite 1 on all of them after that, and we just spam that over and over. Since there's 3 enemies that get instantly broken, we can just use Satellite with Momo, and we'll get more boost than we gain, or more boost than we lost back every single turn. So we can infinitely spam Satellite, which is really nice. We also have an AoE finish strike now, which we'd like to use on them, but you can't always kill all 3 of them at the same time, depending on your crit luck. Typically what I look for is 8 to 9 of these before checking their health and using my finish strike. If they're not low enough, I'll use it 1 more. If they're low, then I'll use it, and if 1 died in the meantime, I'll go ahead and use it as well. I try to keep track of how many times I crit them, so I'm not, like, overkilling anyone, but sometimes there's just one enemy that takes too much damage, like the one in the middle there. So I go ahead and go for the Guilty Rain here. And I only get 1 of the finish strikes, unfortunately, because I did not get a crit on the last enemy, which is sad. It happens sometimes. I would have liked more than 1, but not a huge deal. We saved some time on that fight. I guess I did something really wrong last time. Oh, I know what I did. I forgot to swap Momo in before the fight started, so I had to waste some time doing that. Okay. We're going to skip some cutscenes. That's going to conclude Disc 1. Not a very good ending to this, especially since I was like 2 minutes ahead at one point. And we are not very far ahead at all now. Definitely still some time to save, but I think my Disc 2 was like really solid all around. I think I had like a lot of really good fights and everything, so I think that's when it ended up making this run really solid. Disc 2 is where the majority of the fight RNG is. It's where you can lose a lot more time. Disc 1 usually doesn't matter as far as that for the most part. You can't really lose more than like a minute in any of the fights, whereas you can lose a ton of time in Disc 2 if things go really poorly. Good thing about Disc 2 is that the areas that you navigate, the enemies are easier to avoid for the most part. You're probably not going to have to worry about back attacks or anything like that in Disc 2, like at all for the most part. There's only a couple areas that could be a problem, but...
Checking disc.
Yeah, there's only like 2 areas, and they're not very long areas where that kind of stuff is an issue. So, swapping discs is technically part of the run as well, so make sure you're able to do that fast if you ever want to speedrun this game. Now we have to skip another 19 cutscenes here, the longest section of cutscenes in the game between Disc 1 and this. And, yeah, this is, I think we timed how much time this saved over the PS2, just this 19 cutscene section. It was like 20 seconds just by this section by itself, so... Definitely very beneficial to, have the PS3 here if you want to speedrun the game and go as fast as possible. So I noticed this section is titled Boring Dungeon, and that is because literally nothing happens. We don't do any fights. There's no boss fight at the end of it. We literally just walk through it and basically avoid everything. The only thing I really do is trap a couple enemies for some boost for a little bit later on, and get a couple items out of areas. There is really not going to be much to say about this section, so I might take a little break from talking as much. I'll still be here, but I probably will... It'll be more silence than talking in a lot of this section. If you want to just make sure you know everything about how to do this stuff, I will still explain everything in detail, but I'm probably going to take a break from actively talking for the most part. So, Once we get control, we gotta talk to Matthews here to head out to the Merkaba warship. And this is our next dungeon. One thing we're back out of the past now. We weren't ever actually in the past. It was part of the encephalon of Shion's memories. And yeah, crazy stuff happens there. Don't want to spoil it too badly. So now that stuff has happened with that, we are in the current situation in the present world. We're trying to stop the plans of someone to do something. You know how it is. So we get this cool animation of us flying into the warship with our ESs here. Then once we enter the dungeon, there's going to be a chest on the left that we would definitely want to grab for a little bit later. It is the EX skill key 2. This will give us access to some extra skills that we can level up, and this is going to be useful for like a couple skills, not too many, but it'll still save some time in the long run to be able to level up these skills. So we're going to be taking that for later. And now from here, we're going to be going through a dungeon filled with backtracking and a lot of other stuff. It's not very interesting at all. We didn't even upgrade our gear before coming here because we literally don't do any fights here. It's really, really useless as far as everything. I might do something though. If you don't get the finish strikes, or at least 2 finish strikes, I might end up doing a level 2 on like one of the enemy encounters here just to get some extra SP. I do not remember if I end up doing that or not. But since I only got 1 out of 3 on the finish strike for the enemy at the end of Disc 1, I might do that. I don't remember, though. That's just a safety measure more than anything, though, to make sure we get a skill we need before the area after this. So yeah, we go all the way to the top floor to unlock the door on the bottom floor. Now we gotta go back down. And on the way back down, I think there's an enemy I end up trapping to get the boost off of. He does not see me. This is annoying. Okay, good. So we get boost on our current party, Dinah, Ruben, and Zeb. Not Zeb, and Asher. The important thing is getting it on Dinah for later, much later actually. So we go back here now that the door's open, and now we gotta disengage some locks on the top floor here. The spinning thing. Our movement speed gets really funny because of the spinning thing. We'll be moving really fast in one direction and really slow in another direction. Because of centripetal force or whatever. I can't believe they actually thought to put that in the game like that. It's actually kind of funny, but... So yeah, that giant spinning thing is what we're going to be in. We gotta walk to the end of one hallway, destroy some things, and then walk all the way to the other end and destroy some more things. And then we go back down. Very exciting, I know. I do appreciate this being basically the downtime section of this run, like after Disc 1, so you have some time to mentally prepare yourself for the rest of Disc 2, which does not have nearly the same level of downtime as this. You're pretty much doing things non-stop after this for the rest of the speedrun. Although I still would probably prefer it be removed overall, because I kind of like doing things. But anyway, if anyone ever finds a glitch to just like skip this dungeon, that'd be awesome. There's not even any cutscenes in it, so if you find a way to just skip to the end of the area to trigger the cutscene, that would be awesome. I'm just saying. Everyone loves footstep sounds, right?
Here we go.
I do not know if that is my recording software lagging or if that's the video itself lagging, so sorry about that. Now we've done that, we go all the way back down, and then guess what? We backtrack all the way to the top again. To do the same thing we did last time, which is go to that one area. This is a great dungeon, I'm telling you. This definitely the low point of Saga 3 as far as the in-game play stuff. It's kind of pointless. It's not technically pointless, but it's kind of pointless. I love this game, but I can't really defend this area. So now that we did that, the door at the end of that top area has opened, and it's also stopped spinning. So I guess what we gotta do, we gotta go all the way back down, and then go all the way back to the same area we were just in before. Very great and exciting. And now that we are up here, we can disengage some locks. Or open the route to something that allows us to disengage some locks. And now we gotta go back again. Fantastic dungeon. And there is no fighting in this entire dungeon. No, not even a boss fight. It is literally here to just waste our time in the speedrun. Had trouble getting on the circle pad there for some reason. Thankfully, this little side elevator is opened up, so we don't have to go all the way back around again, at least. And now we can finally go to a new area! And in this area, we're going to pick up a few items, and we're going to do the last trap on the enemy. On the second enemy we even come across, basically, in this entire area. So trap this enemy, run into him, get our remaining boost. And yeah, I used Ruben's level 2. I think this is just a safety measure to make sure I have enough skill points, since I only got one finish strike at the end of this one. If you get at least 2, you do not have to do this, but I'm being very safe and making sure I have enough skill points for a specific skill a little later. Literally for the area after this, not even a little later. And now we can destroy this. to get a Nano Repair Deluxe, an ES heal item. Now you're wondering, well, you probably aren't going to use all these items, and you're right, but it still serves a purpose to get them regardless. Even if you do not need them for the safety, they're still helpful. And in this room, we just destroy everything, and pick up the 2 items that drop while we're destroying everything. So what this does is release the locks on the top floor that is guarding the way we need to go. And now that we've done that, we gotta go all the way back there again. For like the 3rd time. We take the elevator down, and we can head there. You can tell I'm having a lot of fun in the corner of the screen there. I look very happy to be alive right now. Okay, now we're in the main kind of puzzle area. We gotta destroy everything in these hexagon rooms, and you don't actually know where the rooms are going. But the good thing is, you don't really need to know. All you need to know, really, is that if you hug the wall to the right on the right side, and then hug the wall to the left on the left side, you will eventually destroy everything. We're on the left side right now. So you don't actually have to know the layout of this area at all. You just gotta know, basically how the pattern works, where if you go to the right, if you always go to the left wall every time, you will end up where you need to go on this side, and then on the right side you do the same thing. And some of these have some item drops that are beneficial. The enemies in this section are not too difficult to avoid unless they're literally right in front of the door when you go into the next area, which has happened to me a few times. But then you can just take the encounter and run away. And now we begin the right side, hug the right wall in this section. Pick up the Medkit Deluxe. And in addition to destroying all these locks, I end up having to do that a little weirdly because of that enemy. That normally does not happen. That probably wastes a few seconds, but I played it safe. There is a segment address. From beating one of the bosses earlier, or one of the treasure chests we got earlier, can't remember exactly which one, we can open the segment address and get a Sweet Pain. The Sweet Pain is another very important accessory because it's another accessory that can give us +1 boost in addition to an additional effect. So we can now have 5 boost turns, and that's going to be very helpful for a lot of the upcoming bosses. We destroy the last one, go in the last room, and we're good to go. Now we just walk down a straight path, and then the dungeon will end. Very, very exciting, I know. I already see I'm losing some time to my gold. I don't know exactly what I did. It's probably the finish strike and having to run around that one enemy, but, you know, it's not a big deal. 35 seconds ahead. Not the worst thing in the world. But we get past the boring part, and now fun times are only going to start from here on out. So what we learned at the end of that dungeon is that we were being misled and faked out, and the real danger was on the Durandal the entire time, which is the ship that we used to have control of in the last 2 games and be able to do stuff with, but now it's bad times only. Before heading out, though, we gotta upgrade some stuff. We gotta buy new weapons for Chaos, Ziggy, and Jin, and that's about it as far as buying stuff. Then you just gotta equip some stuff after that. We buy some more traps too, obviously. Traps are always important. Make sure you're maxed out on traps when you can. Swap Ziggy into the party over Momo. Change the weapons. Give the Sweet Pain to Chaos. Give a dog tag to Ziggy for the break chance. Give the Cobalt avatars to Ziggy and Chaos, and then a Flame avatar to Jin. Give a bunch of the skill upgrades to Ziggy. Give some to Jin. Because Jin needs to get Assaulting Blade and Ziggy needs to get Type B criticals. And we're able to do that on the bottom tree thanks to that. That gives Ziggy higher crit rate to B-type, to biological type enemies. Very important for upcoming sections. And Jin's Assaulting Blade is going to be the most powerful tech for right now. And be very, very useful. So we definitely want that as well. And now we talk to Matthews and head out to our destination. It's really funny watching these menus like 6 weeks after I've played the game because I'm like, wow, I cannot believe I could do it that fast. Muscle memory is very impressive, friends. Somehow I had all the menus in this game memorized, despite it being like the most complicated as far as memorizing menus in the entire like Xeno series. Dedication. Now that we're on the Durando, we need to head to the residential area. This is where the bulk of this is going to be. So there's going to be a usually required enemy coming up 90% of the time. There is a chance if he's at the very top of a staircase, you can actually trap him and then push past him and run around it, but usually he's going to be like directly in the path and you just have to fight him no matter what. So there is some very lucky time save you can get here. And in this case, he is actually walking up to the top, but I think I just play it safe and fight him here. Because I wouldn't be able to push past him at this point, so I just fight him. Makes sense. So what you want to do here is use Assaulting Blade with Jin, spam it until you kill any robot enemies, and then Ziggy will use Devil Break on the human enemies here. Chaos will destroy your remaining health bars, and Ziggy should be able to one-shot this dude, yeah. Very good fight. Technically faster if you can just skip it by encountering than pushing, but that's not a big deal. We're going to trap the next enemy here. He's really fast, and we need boost turns anyway, so I'm going to go ahead and... I didn't even take the boost turn there. I guess I just thought I had enough. Yeah, I probably had enough. I wait till the robot spins to run around him. Do this. Actually, yeah, I do have enough, because I have over 3. So that makes sense. I trapped the enemy just for safety then, so make sure I can get past him. I trapped this enemy for the same reason, to make sure I can get past him, to destroy this and pick up the Rejuvenator L. And then this encounter, I can't really see, so yeah, the camera just makes it to where I have to do this on the way back. I have to waste a boost turn running away because the turn order was really unfavorable to me, so I guess I'm going to have to get that back in a second. I'll probably trap the remaining enemy on the way to where my destination to make sure I get that boost turn back. He's going to be an enemy right in the middle here. It's hard to see with the camera angle, so I try to predict where he is, and I'm able to successfully get it.
Don't hesitate.
And then we can run away. I got 2 boost turns off of that trap, so I'm set. I was going to do 1 quick attack to make sure I hit 4, but we hit over 4 because we got 2 boost turns from that trap, which is really nice. And now we go in this door. So you got to play this really carefully. Immediately when you enter this door, you need to turn around and run the opposite direction. Otherwise, you will not be able to have time to set a trap before the enemy notices you. Because for some reason, that extra time, if you just stand still, he'll notice you instantly and run into you. But if you run backwards, he will not notice you instantly. So same pattern here. Jin is just going to use Assaulting Blade on the green enemy until he kills him. We use boost turns to help accomplish that if needed. And then after that, Ziggy will just Devil Break the remaining enemies. And they'll all be broken, and then we can just kill them as we want after that. Ziggy's going ham with the crits, making this fight really fast. I appreciate that. I did not need to boost him there, but oh well. Pretty fast fight, 31 seconds, really good there. And now we gotta go through one more door in this section. We ended up rescuing one of our characters we were looking for, the other one's in a different room. This enemy, I end up trapping him for the boost, because he's hard to avoid anyway. So, might as well just get the boost off of him since I did not have full boost. Same thing in this room as in the other room. Run backwards instantly upon entering it so you have time to set up the trap. And we have 5 full boost again. Same pattern again. Now you can get a red robot here, and if you get a red robot, you want to use Ziggy's Devil Break on it instead, because Ziggy's the one who can hit its elemental weakness. But if you get the green robot, then just have Jin kill it instead. Now I have Jin use Devil Break, or Ziggy use Devil Break. And I don't want to use any more boost at this point, because we need to save it for the boss fight. So I'll just break them and kill them with everything else. Jin will destroy the last enemy. Oh wow, I didn't kill that enemy. Sad. Lost a little bit of time because of the bad crit RNG, but not too big of a deal. Still a good fight overall. 38's not too bad. Now I rescued our final person. Now we gotta go confront the heart of the issue, which is gonna be
Have faith in yourself.
a boss fight. I used the boost there, or the trap there, to get the final remaining boost turn before the boss fight. And now we're equipping beam avatars on everyone, because that's going to hit the elemental weakness of the upcoming enemy. Very important to do. And this next boss fight is titled Devil Break 2, because it's another one where we just spam Devil Break to win, as you might expect. Touch the save point to heal before going into the boss fight, and then head to the isolation area. So this next boss fight isn't too tough. There's just some annoying things that can lose you time depending on if she decides to be a jerk and counter you or hit Jin with her break attack, which can instantly break him. But otherwise, it's probably not going to be too big of a deal. Strategy is pretty simple. We have to use 5 chokes with Ziggy to break her. You might be wondering why we don't use Devil Break instead. That's because she can evade Devil Break pretty easily, so we want to use choke because it's guaranteed to hit. And then we use Devil Break after she is broken in, and we just kill her with that. But we don't have enough EP to consistently do that, so we're going to have to use an EP restore on Ziggy to make sure we're able to do that. And Chaos is going to handle offensive and Decaying Sun as usual. That's another reason we have one of the items on Ziggy, so Chaos, so his ether attacks don't get sealed. And Jin is just going to use Assaulting Blade whenever he can attack at this point. And next turn, if he's not broken, we will use we will have him restore Ziggy's EP with an item. Otherwise, Chaos will have to do it on the 3rd turn, and then we break her. Decaying Sun. Oh, she's being annoying this time. She's using Refresh. She can do this. You'll have to reapply Decaying Sun if she does this, which is kind of annoying, but not a big deal. Now, I should have restored, and then I miss. Okay. I think I just forget Decaying Sun at this point. I'm like, I can just get crit luck and be fine. She breaks Jin, so I just have to do stuff at this point. Wow, this is really unlucky for a fight. Yeah, I'm not sure what I do at this point. Oh, I know what I do. Okay. I break her, and then I use Devil Break a couple times, and then I'm gonna have Chaos, Wow, what am I doing? I'm playing this so poorly. I messed up this fight, didn't I? I think I remember, like, really messing up this fight now that I am looking at it. Yeah, I think the misses and everything just really messed me up. Let's see if this ends up going really south. Item, yeah, Ether Pack.
Use this.
I forgot to boost. Okay, yeah, this fight is really bad now. Okay, yeah, I remember now. This fight I did really poorly. I messed it up really badly. This was like the worst moment of the run for everything. I have to use Painkiller because Devil Break has too high of auto missing. And then I just spam Jin's Assaulting Blade because it's my highest attack besides Devil Break. She's almost dead at this point. I think I end up not... Yeah, this is...
I refuse. I refuse.
This should have been
to
a lot
accept
better than this, where you kill her while she's still broken. I messed this fight up terribly, wow. Okay, this is bad. You should never normally see this move. It'll lower all your health to 666, and then she has an attack that'll do exactly that much damage, so you basically have to heal after this if you're not confident you can kill her. And then we miss. And then, yeah, this is going fantastic, isn't it? I hope this kills. Oh, I missed. Okay. This is going great.
Ether drive.
I did not mean to use offensive here either. That's why I did another facepalm there. I forgot how bad this fight was. Yeah, this fight, yeah, that was terrible. The misses and everything really screwed it up at the start. I lost over a minute on that fight. Wow, that's really bad. This fight should never be longer than like 2 minutes, ideally, or 2:10. That was really terrible. Normally you break her and then you just spam double break and you kill her easily. But, yeah, that was not great. So now I'm even with myself. The rest of the run after this, I think, was really good, at least. Because that was a travesty. Yeah, that was definitely the worst fight of the run, now that I'm remembering correctly. It's been 6 weeks. I apologize that I cannot remember everything about the run. I knew there were sections I was not happy with, but I was happy with the time for now because I thought it was a pretty big improvement considering all the new stuff that had been discovered and like execution on some of the really big RNG fights in the later parts of the run. So even though I lost a minute there, not the biggest deal in the world. So now with that done, we talked to Matthews and we're gonna head to Abel's Ark. This is the longest dungeon in the series. We're gonna be in here for quite a while doing stuff. There's 6 boss fights total in this area, and a lot of stuff to go through. Now that we're here, we're going to buy some items before departing. And doing a pretty long menu. This is the second longest menu in the game. Refill on traps, of course. Buy some new weapons for our important characters. Buy armor for Ziggy. Buy Rosario of Love for extra EP for Ziggy for a fight later on. Buy some more items for later on. And then buy some more ES equipment, upgrades, some discs for specific fights to make some of those fights a lot easier. I'm getting confused. I'm getting very confused. I do not know why I'm getting this confused. This menu should be a lot faster. Now I bought all the items ready to go. We're gonna equip everything once we get inside Abel's Ark, so we're gonna launch and be inside. Abel's Ark, the background theme of it is a remix of One Who Bears Fangs at God from Xenogears. Really good song, probably my favorite area theme in the series. Now we're just going through and equipping everything that we just bought, essentially on everyone that we're planning to use. Which is going to be Asher, Zebulon, and Ruben. We're not going to use Dinah right now. Dinah will be used later. And then we need to equip the proper discs. D-kill C on Ruben along with D Energy and D-type G. Energy will allow us to use 2 of our strongest attack with Ruben. And D-type G gives us extra crit rate against Gnosis enemies, which is going to be really important for this area. And killing counter is important for the first boss enemy. And then we have D-Beam on our other characters, so they take half beam damage from the upcoming boss, which is a really annoying boss, which does beam damage, of course. They're going to be more supportive characters more than anything. We'll be able to talk more about the intricacies of mech combat in this section, because there's going to be a lot of things I'm doing to make sure these fights go faster. So yeah, Abel's Ark is an interesting dungeon. There's we got the intro section here. Enemies are not too hard to avoid, even though it looks like they might be. Although there's a couple enemies we're gonna have to trap to get anima gauge off of. we just gotta go through the right areas here, make sure we're going through the right places. Now, one thing to note is that I have changed the order I do part of this dungeon in, so the splits are not gonna be the most... I have to skip a few splits. I'll change that when I run the game again. I also changed the formation to make sure Zebulon's in the party now. Because Dinah already has the 2 anima from earlier, so she doesn't need it for right now. She's gonna just be sitting on that for later. But we need to get everyone else to level 2 anima right now. I trapped this enemy because he's already aggroed on me. Make sure I swap targets so we don't accidentally hit the sphere and go back to the previous area. And I destroy the trap instead. And now we keep going. Final intro area here. We're going to try to avoid all these enemies. I end up trapping that enemy because he's kind of in a bad spot. I end up having to run into this enemy because he's in a bad spot. And then, of course, the turn order sucks because the game does not like me. Well, that's even more time lost. Feels bad. This enemy's also in a bad spot, and then the turn order sucks again. And they're spamming the really annoying move, which is can basically destroy you, and Ruben gets killed, so I'm gonna have to swap him back into the party now. This is going great. So we're gonna be behind now. Just really unlucky. It happens sometimes. So now we're gonna head into the blue sphere, not the yellow sphere. Basically, you can do all these spheres in either order you want. They all have a boss fight at the end, and the boss drops a different item depending on the order you do them in. And I have determined that the blue sphere is actually better. We used to do yellow sphere first because there's a thing a treasure chest you can pick up inside the yellow sphere, which is useful. But I think it's better to do blue sphere first because you don't actually lose all that much from doing it first, and what you gain from it is better in my opinion. So in blue sphere, we want to pick up some treasure chests. This first area of blue sphere is really easy to navigate. Thankfully, there's not even any enemies here. We just got to make sure we don't fall off the stage and get sent back to the start. So yeah, I'm behind now. That was not a great intro section here. Some more time saved when I come back to this at some point in the future, or when I'm doing a D-Rust run and I somehow just play amazing. Second section's also really easy. These enemies are in static positions, so we can just trap them, get boost off of them, and then push past them.
Clear a path.
That's what we're gonna do.
I'll handle this.
I get 3 boost off that enemy. It doesn't actually matter too much because I need to trap enemies in the next room anyway to make sure I can push past them. This next room is probably the hardest part of Blue Sphere. It's a really annoying room because there's not that much room to maneuver, and you have to know exactly where you're going, and it can be difficult since you can't see the path underneath you until you walk on it. Basically, you need to trap this enemy at a good spot to make sure that you can run past him.
Have faith in
Then you gotta
yourself.
do the same thing with an upcoming enemy. This enemy up here. So we're gonna trap him as well, and then run past him.
Here I am.
And if you move fast enough, you will not get back attacked. And then finally, if we run fast enough, we can go straight into this area and be at the end of the blue sphere and go into the boss fight here. So the boss fight here is Natus Lumen, I believe. You will notice it will look like Billy's gear from Xenogear, his Omni gear, which is why the split is titled Billy, although I'm doing it in a different order now. So, the new weapon we got on Asher gives you 10 hits per use. Now, with the bonus from ambushes, let me explain a bit more about ambushes. So the more hits you do, the higher the chance of an ambush attack. This also works with co-ops. The more hits you do, the higher the chance of a co-op attack as well when you don't have anima active. So by getting 30 hits with Asher, we almost have guaranteed ambushes with a really, really high chance, over 90% for sure. And also, you get higher damage depending on how many hits you do. You get extra damage as well on the attacks that come out of it, so It's actually more beneficial to spam attacks with Asher than actually use the special. Because the special's only going to do 10k, but ambushes you're going to do way more than that, since we're going to get at least 10k with Ruben's ambush, and even more if we get a crit. So that's what we're doing in a lot of these fights here.
Here I go.
And Zebulon's going to hurt a decent amount too. Not as much in this fight, because he has resistance to beam, and Zebulon only does beam damage. This fight can be really scary. Lumen here, he has ability called Sniper, which gives him guaranteed critical hits. He'll deactivate if you do too much damage to him, which is what we're going to try to do. But then he reactivates it instantly the next turn anyway, since we're doing so much damage to him, and he goes into the next phase of the fight. And, he can very easily one-shot Ruben later in the fight if you're unlucky, so we definitely want to try to do as much damage to him as possible before that happens, and, or hopefully he just attacks a different party member or he doesn't actually get to do that because we get lucky with our crit RNG. I do have the D-type G on Ruben, so I usually can get a decent amount of crits in this fight, but I have not been able to in this fight. I don't think I'm getting unlucky with that. There's been, like, no crits so far, sadly. But yeah, normally you can get some really big crits and end these fights pretty quickly. Sniper function down, thankfully, so he's going to reactivate it next turn, though. So we're going to try to do as much damage as possible to him before that. I would have healed right by now, but I knew the attack pattern of him, and I knew he wasn't gonna kill me the next couple turns because if he's just gonna be reactivating this. But now I need to heal because next turn will be dangerous if I don't heal. So I have Zebulon heal since Zebulon doesn't really do any damage in this fight. And another thing is we need to try to go for finish strikes with the anima attacks as much as we can in these fights. There's a crit. It's nullified by the guard though, but there's a crit. Because if we get finish strikes, that'll help the rest of the game for sure. Pretty much all the mech fights, we definitely want to go for finish strikes. So that's why it can be really dangerous in this fight with Ruben. Ruben does not have the 1/2 beam damage like the other two, so that combo right there can easily one-shot Ruben. Even from full HP right now. It's very, very dangerous. So, he's almost at the health range where I can one-shot him or kill him with Asher's special. Yeah, I'm going to try to finish it off with the Asher's special right here. I do not remember exactly if I got it or not. It looks like from the health range I should have, but I might not. I actually don't get it. Okay. So yeah, since he's resistant to beam, you only do 5k damage to him with the special, so he's one of the harder ones to get the finish strike on. Very unfortunate there. I really wanted that finish strike, but oh well. The time for that fight wasn't too bad. I got some okay crits at the end, but I'm still mad I didn't get that finish strike. That finish strike would have been very, very helpful. So with that done, now we can head into Yellow Sphere. So the item we got from defeating that boss is an upgraded frame for Ruben to give him a lot more health. And that's going to be very helpful for the remaining 3 sphere bosses. Normally we go into Yellow Sphere first because of this treasure chest, or we did, which is a 9 disc thing. So you can equip even more discs on Ruben. But the 2 you'd normally equip on him aren't as important as just going and fighting the blue one first, because you get extra chances to get anima gauge. So you have full anima gauge going into 3 of these 4 fights instead of only 2 of the 4. And that makes the fight go a lot faster. Now, ideally you get at least 2 of 4 finish strikes for skill points for a later section of this, but if you only get 1 of 4, it's still probably alright. But you definitely want at least 1 of 4 of these finish strikes in these 4 spheres. So now we equipped our new gear. The main difference is that we do D-Revenge, or D-Null Revenge in this one, since the next enemy is a Revenge-type enemy instead of a Counter-type enemy. And we also add D-Revenge on Ruben himself, so he has a chance to get Revenge on any enemy attack and do more damage. And we also add D-Clean, so we can cleanse an attack later on. Actually, I don't know if I do that. I think I might have removed that from Ruben to do more power. I might have done... Yeah, I might do D-Counter now. Which actually makes sense, because that gives you a chance to counter enemies and attack them as well. So Yellow Sphere is pretty easy to go through. Not really any dangerous enemies to worry about, and we trap some that are in the way anyway to get anima gauge anyway. It's not a huge deal. just kind of going through the area and going through... Basically, you can destroy some areas in a mech form and some areas in the ground form. And that's how you go through this area. And the enemies are extremely easy to avoid. Should have no issues with that at all. You'll notice I'm low on traps, so we can buy traps at the start after this anyway. And I don't need to use any more traps here before the next sphere. Now we destroyed that, we can head back and we'll be able to do the fight in this area. This will be against Natus Tellus. His design is based on Rico's Omnigear from Xenogears. That's why that split was named Rico. Now we'll be splitting here once I finish it, because it'll be the same time no matter what at this point. And then we continue with the rest of the run as normal. I will swap these around since I changed the route, and definitely I'm going to keep doing this in the future when I play this. So Natus Tellus. He is an electric type enemy. So that means he's not going to be resistant to beam. He'll be resistant to electric attacks. But we don't have any electric attacks, so we don't have to worry about that. So everything's going to be doing full damage, for at least right now, at least. And we're going to be taking advantage of that. We're still going to be spamming attacks with Asher instead of using Asher's special, because the ambush attack is just that powerful. And it's pretty much guaranteed. So the thing about Tellus is that he has a really dangerous attack called Tornado, which can also one-shot Ruben, and if we didn't have the upgraded health frame, which is another reason I did the blue sphere first now, since that always drops the item that gives Ruben extra health. So yeah, you can see Tornado is very dangerous. That did so much damage to me. If I did not have the upgraded frame, I would either be dead or almost dead. And that is exactly why we did that, because that can really screw up this fight otherwise, and make you lose a lot of time. So I'm going to have someone else heal Ruben, because I'm not worried about him healing himself. Now that Zebulon does more damage, since he's not resistant to beam, I'm going to have Zeb attack, and I'm going to heal Ruben next turn. Because of the turn order, him using Tornado, I don't have to worry about him using it again next turn, so Ruben is safe. And I think I move before him anyway? No, I don't. Okay, but yeah, I'm not worried about using it again. He will not use it twice in a row. Zebulon's going to attack here. Now, one thing about mech fights is if you use a special, you will have higher priority at the next turn order and move first. And you'll move before any enemy unless they use a charge or a buff on themselves. Charge or buff gives you the highest priority, and then special move gives you the next highest priority, and then other attacks give you the lowest priority. So you can manipulate turn order in mech fights as well, and we're going to be doing that in a lot of situations in the future. It's going to be especially important for one of the fights at the end of the game.
Attacking!
I'm getting really good crit RNG here, as you can see. That was a big 20k crit off that ambush. One thing about this fight, though, is you can actually lose time if you do too much damage too fast and get him into a health range like this, because he will activate his defense buff. And his defense buff gives him some resistance to physical attacks, which is a lot of our damage, especially with Ruben. So that's unfortunate that happened. Ideally, you want to get him just outside of that health range before one of his attacks, so you have like a full turn to just go ham on him, but unfortunately that ended up happening. So Zebulon's going to do the bulk of our damage now, and now that he's got the defense buff, I'm going to use Asher Special so we do that full damage ether attack, since Ruben does less damage now anyway. I charge with Ruben for safety to give him some extra health there, so we can't get one-shot by Tornado. And I have Asher just use this move here. And we're getting him to the health range for Zebulon. We can hopefully finish him off with a special now. So I play it safe here. One more turn, make sure I'm not like over doing anything here. And I should be able to kill him next turn. Zebulon gets targeted with Tornado, actually. That might be bad. Okay, no, we have the D-Lightning. Yeah, I equipped D-Lightning to make sure that we don't accidentally do too much damage here. And now Tellus is in a decent health range. I don't know if I'm quite low enough yet. I hope I didn't mistime this. New Moon makes sense. Just for the... Oh gosh, he guarded both of those. I might not have gotten the finish strike here. Oh, I did. Okay, we're good. Got the finish strike. Cool. Helpful. Very useful. So we're back to 40 seconds ahead now after that. Decent enough. We should be way more than 40 seconds ahead, sadly, but it is what it is sometimes. So now with that done, we gotta wait all the way for the red sphere to come all the way back around, so we have plenty of time to go back to the save point to heal and the shop to buy more traps. So that's what we do here. And now we just gotta wait for the red sphere to come all the way back around. The spheres are always in the same position when you leave the spheres, so you always have to wait this long no matter what for the red sphere, so there's not like any rush to ever like, hey, if you do it then, you'll be able to get to the red sphere faster. No, it's always gonna be like this, so that's the optimal time to go buy more traps. Red sphere is kind of an annoying sphere. There's a kind of a bit of backtracking and stuff like that. And some of the enemies in here are the most annoying to avoid of all the spheres, at least that aren't required to run into anyway. So you gotta open up the path to that sphere, so we go from there into the yellow section. And now we can go across the yellow section to get some stuff out of here as well. And also some items, I think. Now to destroy this, we get a Nano Repair Deluxe, useful for later on. And then just backtrack, and after opening up another path, and we go back into the purple one to head to the next area. And pick up some more items along the way. There's 2 items that we get in the purple area. Enemies here are pretty easy to avoid in this until the next area. Get a Medkit Deluxe. Ether Pack M. And now we have another section, and this time I gotta go in through all 4 areas to open up a path, so this will be fun. Green first. You have to go in green first. And green also has a enemy that's basically impossible to avoid, so we're gonna trap it and get some boost off of it, or anima gauge off of it. Gonna open up the path on this side, trap the enemy, get the remaining anima gauge, and then move on. And now you go into yellow, I believe? I think it's yellow. Yes, it's yellow. That enemy's pretty easy to avoid, usually. And that'll open up that. Had to run backwards to avoid the enemy successfully there, oh well. And then we go into white. There's no enemies in the white section, we just walk straight ahead and then open up the path and then walk back. And then in purple, which is where the path has been opened up for us. This enemy is annoying sometimes, but not too big a deal. Sometimes this next enemy can be in the way and prevent us from getting this item here, which is a nullifier. Which isn't too important, but, you know, still nice to pick up. Then we pick up a treasure chest here. Another fuel upgrade. We're going to put that on Asher, so he can use some additional attacks in some of these fights. And then from there, we're gonna put D-Fire on Zebulon and Asher, so they have 1/2 damage to fire. And then we replace the D-Kill R with D-Kill C again, so we don't have to deal with counter in the next fight on Ruben. Ranged attacks don't have to worry about counter and revenge and stuff like that, so that's why we're not worried about it on the other characters, and why they can just go in on the defense values and just kind of support for Ruben. So now it's going to be the end of Red Sphere. We're going to enter the fight here. This fight can be really fast depending on your crit RNG. I've had it be like only 4 turn orders before. He's pretty dang squishy overall. So if you get good crit RNG, it can go really fast. He does have a annoying factor about him though, and that is the fact that he can heal himself if he's low on health. So you definitely need to be careful about ending him as fast as possible. Don't worry about the finish strike if you can't get it. This fight is unfortunately not fast because I got the really unlucky chance of not getting the ambush against him. So that's really unfortunate. Looks like this is probably going to be a longer fight against him than typically. But, oh well. Sometimes you won't get the ambush attack, sadly, with Asher. But most of the time you will. That was just unlucky. And he guarded one of those attacks. That's unfortunate. I did get a crit though, so that makes up for it a little bit. Gonna spam the assault move. Hopefully I get the ambush this time. I think I did. It's very rare you don't get the ambush.
Attacking!
Get a big crit there, 20k. That makes up for the lack of it last time a little bit. So he inflicted a status effect on us, but you get rid of all status effects when you activate Anima, and we're going to do that anyway this turn, so we're not worried about that. Kiss gives you like 3 turns until your mech explodes, so you either have to heal that with an item, charge if you have D-Clean, or activate Anima to get rid of it and within 3 turns. Another ambush. No crit that time, not a big deal. So he's already under half health, as you can see. If we got the ambush the first time around, got a little bit better crit luck, he'd be almost dead. And I got a crit there, so that's really good. You can see this fight can go really fast if you're lucky. This will be the 4th turner. I've actually ended it with a finish strike here because I've done so much damage with all the other attacks before that. With Asher's finish strike at the end of the turn. Doesn't look like I'm going to get it this time, though. Double guard there. That's unfortunate as well. I probably don't get the finish strike at all because I'm not going to have enough time to build up Anima before killing him.
Attacking!
But that's okay. I probably make sure I get it on the last enemy, so I get at least 2 of the 4 that I needed. And if I don't, well, oh well. He'll probably die this turn. He doesn't have a lot of health left. We just gotta use our most powerful attacks to kill him. If we hit the co-op here, he's dead. Otherwise, Ruben will end him after this, probably. No co-op, oh well. Yep, that's it. So I have a little bit of time there. That fight can be even faster than that, though. I've had it as fast as under 230. That was 249. Not terrible, though. A lot of these fights can lose you a lot more time than it looks like they can lose you, though. So, Abel's Arc is a big RNG section, for sure. So that done, we have one final area, the Green Sphere. Green Sphere is a little annoying because, stuff can happen in it, which there's with unavoidable enemies. Put D Ice on my other 2 characters, put D Kill R on Ruben again so we can't get revenged. And we'll be good to go. There are no mech enemies in the Green Sphere, so we can't actually refill our Anima before the next fight. Not a big deal, though. We'll still have a decent time regardless. So yeah, Green Sphere. Basically, we hit this little thing, and it causes the area we need to go to come out of the water at the bottom, and it'll keep going down as we go descend the tree, so we need to basically book it. We got to move as fast as possible. We have to hit this thing 5 times and then basically not stop at all on the way down. There are going to be enemies in the way. If we can't avoid them, we'll just take the encounter no matter what, because we cannot afford to miss this. If we miss it, we'll lose a ton of time. We do not want that to happen at all. I just take this encounter out of safety. I end up boosting because I know I'm gonna I'll use another trap later anyway, so I can just make sure I don't have to deal with the enemy using a buff and wasting a bunch of time. That enemy's luckily in a position where I can avoid him. The next room here, the enemies are not in kind of positions. You pretty much can't avoid them, at least as far as an encounter. Sometimes they can be in positions where you can trap them and then push past them. And usually you can do that for at least 2 of the enemies. But one enemy is you will probably not be able to push past him. You'll probably have to fight him. So for this one, you just have to hit it 3 times because it descends pretty slowly. If you hit it more, you'll be wasting time waiting for it to come down low enough for you to hit it as well. So that's something to keep in mind. This enemy is the only one of the 3 not in a really terrible spot where you don't have to like trap him to make sure you can push past him or anything. The next enemy is the one you're probably gonna have to fight no matter what. You might be able to get away without fighting him if he's really far down, but usually he's not going to be, and you're just gonna have to fight him.
Clear a path.
Now, I get the bad encounter here where there's a robot enemy that has a lot of health, and I also don't get the back attack because of the way he's standing, so this is actually probably the worst possible scenario I could have had here. And I probably should have ran away and tried to reset the fight and have a better encounter against him because, yeah, this is annoying for sure. Wasting a lot of boost turns on this. It takes 3 devil breaks to break that enemy, which is really unfortunate. So yeah, this fight's really slow. It's not going to help me at all. Probably losing time on it. If you fight a robot, try to make sure you fight it from behind. Otherwise, run away and try to get an encounter with 3 human enemies, which will be a lot quicker. This is just an unlucky fight all around, for sure. But whatever. That wasted 56 seconds. That's really bad. Since you can push past the enemy if you're lucky enough, that's like at least 30 seconds lost for sure. I had time to save in the sphere too because of a mistake last time as well. Looks like I'm not gonna get that time save here. This enemy's usually in a spot where you can run away and then push past him. Of course, I get the human encounter that time. So, I have just enough space to push past that enemy. And we go to the final fight here after this. Gotta wait for it to come down a little bit more. And now we go to the final fight. I break about even because Green Sphere is just kind of annoying with some of the enemy placements and stuff, but if I had a faster fight there, it would have been great, and if I was somehow able to skip the encounter, it would have been even better. This fight is against Natus Glacius. The mech this time is based on Seitan Uzuki's Omnigear. And I'm going to try to go for the finish strike, so I get that at least 2 of 4 that I wanted earlier.
Please hit!
Otherwise, it's the same strategy as usual, doing the exact same thing for all 4 of these fights. Nothing really special about it. Just trying to get crits, approaching the fight as normal, healing when I need to. Now, Seitan has an interesting gimmick here in that he has ability called Circle of Iron and Circle of Water. And if you hit him with the wrong attack type, he can use a really powerful attack against you. But usually it's better to tank it unless you're unlucky and he crits you. Like, basically what I'm saying to myself, as long as he doesn't crit Seitan here, it doesn't, or Ruben, it doesn't really matter. He can one-shot you if he crits you, but the crits are usually unlucky. But I've had it happen before. It might have even happened this time. I can't remember. I hope it did not. I cannot remember. It might have. But I'm like, it's worth tanking sometimes, usually. Or going for the tank sometimes. It did happen. It actually did happen. Oh my gosh.
It wasn't enough.
Yeah, this fight sucked. Okay, I remember now. I got really unlucky. I think I also had to use Dinah's level 2 anima that I really wanted to save for later, so that sucks as well.
Locked on.
We just lost a huge chunk of damage because Ruben got crit by that, which is really the worst thing that could have happened. So yeah, the game just sucks sometimes. He doesn't even have a high crit rate like at all. That's just extremely unlucky. So, it is what it is. Really sad, but it is what it is. So this is just another fight where I lose a lot of time on. Probably am behind again after it if I had to guess.
Here I go.
Luckily, Momo and Asher don't do, like, the worst damage in the world, but I'm still really missing Ruben in this fight, for sure. Yeah, okay, I remember now. He crit in this fight. That was so dumb.
Here I go.
Since crits do double damage, that would not have one-shot me otherwise. I would have just healed after it. Because normally you think to yourself, like, well, I should tank this attack because I don't want to waste a turn of not getting damage by not attacking him with ether attacks, but it is what it is. Sometimes the game simply does not like you. And then here's Circle of Iron. It's the same thing against physical attacks this time around. But since he moved first at this turn, it didn't even matter. He's no longer activated Circle of Iron. He just did Inferno, which increases his attacking power and gives him a physical resist.
Please hit.
Fortunately, Dinah and Zebulon do not do physical damage, so I guess that's one positive here. For a fight where Ruben died, I think this ended up being not as bad as it definitely could have been. Because I think, I've got some specials saved, and, since he goes resistant to physical attacks a little bit later on anyway, it's not the end of the world here. But this definitely could have been a lot faster. I'm still, you can tell I'm just angry that I ended up dying, though, because of that crit.
Please hit.
Alright, at this point, gonna use S-Scythe. I can't kill him yet. But now I think I have enough where I can finish him off with finish strikes. Yeah. You can see the time loss I'm bleeding right now just kind of sucks. But fortunately he's in range where I think Asher's finish strike can get him. I wanted to save Dinah's special or anima there, just out of the interest of saving a little bit of time in a second. But it doesn't kill, so I end up having to do it anyway. Unfortunate. You can tell I'm angry at this fight. Why did Ruben have to die? Why does the game hate me? Just lost my lead again, oh well. 438, not very good for that fight at all. Can be a lot faster than that. Now, coming up, you will see hard fight. This is the worst fight in the speedrun. I do not like it at all. There is a lot to this next fight, and I will try to explain it the best I can. Basically, it's against a guy called Dmitry Yuryev. He has the most health for any ground encounter we have seen so far by quite a bit. For that, we're going to be getting level 3 anima on all 3 of our, mechs now. Level 3 anima is a new thing we unlock after defeating all 4 spheres, and it gives us really powerful special attacks. And we're going to be getting it on all 4 of our mechs, actually, because they're all 4 going to be using level 3 in the next mech fight, which is going to be immediately after the Dmitry Yuryev fight. So once we get level 3 on our current party, we swap Dinah out of the party, or swap Zebulon out of the party after she has level 3, and we have Dinah in the party now. Even though Dinah's not upgraded, only has 16,000 health, we're going to keep Dinah in the party for now, just so Dinah can launch a special, and then Dinah's going to be a sacrificial lamb, per se, and die during the next fight. And that will allow Zebulon to come in with her special already ready, and we'll be ready to go. That's what I'm doing right now. Now we got to do a quick menu to get some skills to be ready for the next fight, and do some menuing to make sure our mechs are set up for the fight afterwards as well. So, just a couple changes to our mech stuff to be ready for that. Looks like I'm confused. Yeah, we get the new frame upgrade for all our mechs except for Dinah, which I do have, but I don't want to equip it because I want Dinah to die. And then we get our skills. Now with Chaos, we'll be able to get a skill called a Refresh, which is what we're going to definitely need. For sure. And we want Spirit Strike 2. Spirit Strike 2 and Refresh are the 2 things we want, and that's why we needed those finish strikes. And then for Jin, we just want to get strength upgrades and stuff like that for this fight. So this fight against Dmitry Yuryev, there's a couple patterns that can happen here. And we're looking for a pattern that is going to be very beneficial to us to give us the fastest fight possible. Basically, there's 3 turns where he won't really do anything. But then after that, he has a chance of doing one of 2 different attacks, really. One is called Telekinetic Wave, which is an AoE attack that makes him move at the end of the next turn. And one is Mind Wave, which is a single attack which makes him move at the beginning of a turn. Telekinetic Wave also does a ton of break damage, and it can also, only 2 of them can make Ziggy be in the broken state, and we cannot have that happen. So depending on the pattern he gives us, there are 3 different patterns, really. And if he gives us a good pattern, we can maximize our Devil Break uses while he is broken. And if he gives us a bad pattern, we'll have to rely a bit more on luck than otherwise. The break pattern against this dude is 8 chokes, 3 assaulting blades, 1 spirit strike 2, and then decaying sun, and you'll have just enough to break him. Time your boost turns to where you're able to manipulate the turn order so Ziggy moves after him on the 4th turn. So the 3rd turn, we're definitely going to want to be boosting to make sure Ziggy moves at the end of the turn order sequence. Because Ziggy needs to move after him, like, no matter what. I do not remember exactly what pattern I got for this fight, but I'm going to check it out now. We used Decaying Sun here to lower his defense. We already raised our offense. We're going to recast offensive again in a little bit because it only lasts for 5 turns. Or 5 turns that we use. So not even like 5 full turns, just 5 turns in general. Jin only spams Assaulting Blade here. Chaos now uses Spirit Strike 2. Nothing's missed so far. We're good to go. So next turn is when Yurgib starts attacking now. This should be my 5th choke, I believe. Uses Telekinetic Wave. You can see I'm frustrated. That's not what I wanted him to do. If he does it again, that could be the bad pattern. So because he does that, I boost on this turn with Ziggy. I choke him. I was going to choke him twice. That'll be the 7th one. And then Chaos is going to use Break Heal on Ziggy so he can't get broken next turn if he decides to do it again. So we're going to Break Heal Ziggy. You have to do this if he has Telekinetic Wave. It's just how it is. Now Ziggy does move after him. And I'm going to recast offensive with Chaos. But if he uses Mind Wave here, I will not choke him for the final time. If he uses Mind Wave, I won't choke him. And I do not, he does. This is actually really good. Because now he's going to move first at the beginning of next turn. So I can just use Painkiller on him and wait for his next attack. And now I have 2 full turns where I can just do as much to him as possible and get the full amount of break meter back. So this is pretty much ideal. I use 3 more Devil Bricks here before using Chaos's next turn, because then I can recast offensive to give Ziggy the offensive buff again. I have Ruthless Ring on Ziggy as well, so it increases chance of double attacks. And now we're going to use 5 more Devil Bricks here. And you can see every time I get a crit, I get 60% of a boost gauge back. And if I don't get a crit, then I only get 40%. The double attack overrides it, so if you get a double attack, you want the double attack to crit as well. So I'm getting really good luck so far with these crits. You can get really terrible luck here and have a really bad fight if things go really poorly, but this has gone amazing so far. After 5 Devil Breaks, I do the same thing here and use offensive with Chaos again. Keep in mind, he's still broken for another turn after this. I'm still getting the extra boost gauge gain because it's only the first turn after he was initially broken after his initial turn. This is where that turn manipulation really comes into handy here. Because we can just absolutely destroy him with the proper understanding of the turn order if he does the right pattern for us. So because that was the last turn to get full advantage of everything, I try to use as many Devil Breaks as possible on him. And now his health should be extremely low, and he's still broken. So I just Decaying Sun him one more time and then just try to finish him with Devil Breaks and stuff. I only had enough EP for one more Devil Break, that's why I used Jin there instead. And he dies. He goes down before he even stands back up again. I saved 2 minutes from this, because I had such incredible crit luck and really good luck with the turn order there. So, just an insane fight. 354, really, really good fight for that. That fight can last 6 minutes on, like, a slightly below average fight, and you can take over 8 minutes if you're really unlucky with the crits and everything. That fight is probably the most RNG fight in the run now. We're not even done yet, though. Omega Metempsychosis, Godsib, one of the greatest songs in the game. The second phase of this boss fight, also much easier than the first phase for some reason. So, what we're looking for is him to use Visk. If he uses Visk, then we go in with our special moves, because this will give him a weakness to everything except physical, and all of our specials are non-physical based. So we do all of as much damage as possible here, 90,000 with that, by the way. And Yeah, now that he's weak to this, we can just do a ton of damage with our level 3 specials instantly at the start of this fight. This saves a massive amount of time to have our level 3 specials built up before the fight begins. A massive, massive amount of time, as you might imagine. If he uses a move called Sanctio, he'll be weak to only physical and none of the other elements, so that's, if we'd got that, we'd just charge with everyone except for Ruben and just have Ruben spam, his moves on him instead. Until he uses Visk, finally. And now that we've done a huge chunk of his health, more than half of it, he's gonna activate and do a dangerous attack pretty soon. But that dangerous attack works in our favor, because it'll one-shot Dinah and allow Zebulon to come in and use her special when we need her to. So yeah, this fight is very interesting in how it goes because of that. I got a huge crit there as well. We don't even have... This is not a Gnosis-type enemy, so I just straight up got a crit with a low chance.
Here I am.
So this fight is going incredible right now. So here's the Anima Awakening. Next turn he's going to do the dangerous attack. He used Sanctio at the end of that, so he's weak to physical now, as you can see. Dinah gets one more attack sequence in before going down to this next attack. So this thing has 450,000 HP, the most of any mech fight so far by quite a bit, but since we have the level 3 specials now, it actually ends up being a really fast fight, regardless.
From combat.
So missiles into New Moon twice again. We'll get as much chit advantage as possible to make sure that Zebulon can kill here after this.
Please hit.
So with just Asher's last turn here, Zebulon should be able to one-shot it with her level 3 now. And that's going to give us the finish strike and a really fast fight in general.
Here I am.
Here I go.
Yep, level 3 with Zebulon. I think that's gonna be a gold split for me. That was an incredible fight. I don't know if it is or not, but that's really as fast as you can do the fight, so I think it should be a gold. Yeah, that's a gold. Just a really, really solid fight there. So next up we have Chapter 9. This is probably the most fun chapter in the game overall. It's usually the longest chapter. I think Chapter 8 is technically longer in the speedrun now because of fight optimizations and the PlayStation 3 being able to skip cutscenes faster and all of that, since there's more cutscenes in it than Chapter 8, I think. So yeah, that should be pretty interesting overall. There's only about an hour and 3 minutes left in the speedrun total, maybe, or an hour and 2 minutes, something like that. Upcoming, you'll see a split titled the 5-minute menu. This is the longest menu in the game by far. There is a lot of stuff to it, and yeah, it's a very interesting menu. If you ever play this game, make sure to practice it a lot, because there is a lot of stuff we have to do to prepare for the rest of Chapter 9 in this chapter to make sure we're able to go through the rest of the game as fast as possible. There's a ton of prep work, there's a ton of things to do, and messing up one thing can just be a death sentence, so make sure you are extremely careful. A lot of the earlier things we might have done in the run that didn't make any sense at the time will make sense now, so I hope you are prepared for that. So, the start of Chapter 9 here. We're landing on the planet of Mictum, getting ready to do the final confrontations with everyone and finish off the story, essentially. We have a nice new theme for the Elsa. Miyuki decides to talk to us because she has completed an ultimate weapon for Xion, but she needs us to bring her an item first before she will give it to us. And then we also talk to this robot right here. If you have completed the side quest from earlier, you will get this message from Lodge by talking to this robot. You will get a Ring of Eden, and the shop will now have a ton of new items in it. And some of these items are going to be extremely useful, like those upgrades that you just saw. We're going to be using them a lot later. But before that, refill on traps via the BB Crimson, which is a weapon for Jin. Don't equip it, just buy it. And then we are going to head into the Encephalon here and go to the floating landmass section from earlier on in the game. Now, you might be wondering why we're doing that, but there is a reason for this. Swap Reuven, Dinah, and Asher into the party. Zebulon is not going to be used anymore. We're going to be using Dinah the rest of the way over Zebulon. And we are going to be filling up our traps here. Unfortunately, I mess up and somehow don't get the proper trap range, so I don't end up getting the trap bonus for this fight. You have to kill this enemy, of course, because it's in the way. You can't get around it otherwise. We'll get the anima bonus off the other enemies. So, the reason we do this is because it'll save a lot of time to get level 3 anima bonus, but the only way to do that is to go to a different area before the first fight. You can't actually get anima before the first fight of this chapter. So what we end up doing is building up anima off these enemies, and after that we will head to that place where we destroyed the Geo Crystal earlier to get the item that we actually need for Miyuki. So it ends up being like a very efficient method of doing this. I'm not having really good luck with the traps in these enemies right now, unfortunately, it looks like, but oh well, it is what it is. A lot of additional encounters I should not be getting, but oh well. Trap the final enemy here, get the final anima gauge I need on Ruben, and we're good to go. And from here we just go into that cave from earlier and pick up the rough Geo Crystal. There's actually and now that we have level 3 anima, we'll be able to do the next fight really fast as well. It's actually very beneficial to do it this way, trust me. It would waste a lot more time getting the Geo Crystal earlier and trying to get level 3 some other way. Or not having level 3 at all going into the fight, that would be slow too. So we change our party to have Jin, Momo, and Shion in it. Miyuki talks to us one more time and tells us we have to refine the crystal to get the weapon, but she gives us a free necklace also. That's nice of her. And with that, we're gonna head into the girls' room with the Elsa and talk to the bunny that can refine the Geo Crystal for us. And that'll allow us to get Shion's ultimate weapon, but we're not gonna be using it. We're just getting it because it has purpose. So after doing that, we're gonna swap to Jin. It'll automatically remove us from the cabin because he's a male and he can't be in the female cabin. And then we're gonna go into the male cabin. And we're going to get Jin's ultimate weapon now. So, if you talk to this robot, he tells you how to craft the legendary sword. And to craft it, you need the VP Crimson from the shop, and you need the prayer beads from that one treasure chest from way earlier in the game that you needed the code to get. If you have both of these things, then you can craft Jin's ultimate weapon. And we actually are going to be using Jin's ultimate weapon. Jin is actually going to be carrying us throughout Chapter 9. Ziggy is actually done fighting. Ziggy has been the huge carry for most of the game. He's still the best character in the game, but Jin is going to be the carry from here on out now that we have access to all the really broken tools. We also get the 9 stones out of that, and the 9 stones is really great because it sells for 500,000 gold. Yep, it's great. Now we are removing everything we do not need. This is the start of the menu. Everything we do not want to keep is being removed from our characters. A couple things need to be kept, so make sure you keep them equipped, or equip them. But a lot of stuff is not going to be kept. The Ruthless Ring absolutely needs to be kept. Equip the Hammurabi spell on Jin, and equip Jin's new weapon as well. That stuff's all extremely important. Same thing with ES gear. We're unequipping basically everything for ES gear, except for Jin's disc and some of the discs on him. So, moving those, and then we're changing some of the discs around on Jin. For the next part, we get D-Anima. D-Anima is extremely broken, because it allows us to get extra anima gauge in fights. It's going to help so much in the upcoming fights. So now we finally get the Miyuki special, Shion's ultimate weapon. So now that we've done de-equipped everything we don't need, we are going to be selling everything. Not quite everything. In this menu, we're selling all the items except for 7 Moons, the remover, not the cleanser, not the remover, and then all of our ES healing stuff. We're not going to sell any of those, and we're not selling our traps. Otherwise, we keep everything. Then we go to equipment, and we sell literally everything. If it's not equipped, we don't want it now. So we're selling literally everything, and we're going to just get up a lot of money from this. The 9 stones in particular is going to make our money jump up quite a bit once we get to that. Yep, it just jumped up all the way over to 1 million. Pretty epic. So all these great items we have obtained throughout the game, we don't need them anymore. And then for ES gear, we're going to sell everything except for some of the discs that we need to keep for some of the ES fights later on. So if it's something we don't need, we'll sell it. But otherwise, everything except for some of the discs will be sold here to get even more money. So what are we going to do with all of this money now? Well, we're going to buy new ES equipment, of course. We're going to need new ES equipment for the fights ahead. So new weapons for the mechs we're using, better fuel gauges, better frames. And, yeah, once we got that, we're going to buy a Warlord Mantle for Jin, new set of armor that gives him more strength. We're going to refill on traps. We're going to buy 2 skill upgrade Cs. Then we're going to buy a couple mech items if we need any more. Then we're going to buy 45 luck upgrades. 45! It's going to eat up most of our money, and then we're just going to buy as many strength upgrades as possible. So with this done, we're going to put the new armor on Jin, equip our new ES gear. Make sure you do this. I accidentally didn't do this one time and lost a really good run because I forgot to do this, and it was really, really sad and upsetting. Because I went into the fight without my optimal ES gear, and I just got game overed, which was really unfortunate. And now, everything we just bought, all the strength upgrades and luck upgrades and the 2 skill upgrade Cs are going on Jin. This will get Jin to 98 luck, which means his critical hit rate is going to be through the roof. And this also affects his mech critical hit rate, so we are going to be critting with almost every single attack he does now, which is really incredible. And the skill upgrades, we're going to be getting strength upgrades on Jin as well, and some of the trees, and yeah, just preparing for the end of the game there. And we also get a skill on Chaos called Skin Down for a little bit later on. We'll have to get one more skill on Chaos later, and some more skills on Jin later, and then that'll be it for that. After we do all that, we have one more thing to do on the ship now that we've finished with the 5-minute menu. And that is going to be going down to the bottom of the ship and going to a segment address with a key we picked up on Abel's Ark to get a really good item called the Iron Maiden, which gives us 2 extra boost turns, which is very, very good, as you might imagine, because we want boost turns. And then after this, we'll be able to launch our ESs by going up this little ladder here and going to this platform, and this will allow us to leave the ship the fastest way after picking up the Iron Maiden. So yeah, now we just head into the next fight, and then the split will be over. That's the big preparation section of the game to make sure we end the next sections as fast as possible. I actually ended up doing that split really well because I'm going to save almost a minute. Not bad at all. So this next fight is a fight against Richard and Herman. They're not very relevant antagonists, but they exist, I suppose. Funny thing about this fight is that if you use all 3 of your level 3s on Richard, he will just die. It's really funny, and that'll be the end of him, and then it's just Herman after that. So this fight can go fast or slow depending on how much of a jerk Herman decides to be after you kill Richard. If he decides to activate his defense buff early, it'll take a bit longer, about like a minute longer, which can be annoying. So ideally we don't want him to do something like that. I can't remember if he did it this run or not, but I think he did it the run I'm running against anyway, so I still won't really lose time if he does that. So whatever, I guess.
It's impossible! Impossible!
So it's really funny how you just instantly kill this dude in 1 turn. Now it's just Herman. We get a bit of chip damage here, and then we're just going to charge spam until the anima wears off, because level 3s are so powerful, you just kind of want to spam them more than anything. So it's kind of a waste of time to do too much extra damage here with attacks while your anima is active, when you can just be building up anima outside of this instead, since Ruben has de-anima, so you can build up anima super fast on everyone, if you get co-ops anyway. So yeah, there's the funny line, "I will avenge Richard." Very great voice acting. And he increases his defense. Yeah, he's a jerk. Yeah, unfortunate. He should not do that early. He just hates me recently, I don't know why. But that's gonna make it to where we can't get our level 3s instantly, I don't think. But we'll see. It's not a hard fight, though. It's kind of just get your level 3s and you can kill this dude, too.
Here I am.
Didn't even get the crit there, that's kind of sad. So as you can see, the Phalanx item I bought on Dyna does like 28 hits for co-op and 42 hits for ambush. So you get a ton of hits out of this, which is another reason it has such a high co-op chance as well. So yeah, if he didn't increase his defense, that would have just straight up gotten me level 3 on both Ruben and Dyna, and I could have killed him next turn. But, oh well. It is what it
I
is.
see now why Chief Inquisitor Margulis respected you so much. But
And we get this
some
annoying
Margulis
dialogue
cost
too to
you
waste
your
even more
life,
time,
Chief
because why not?
Miyuki.
So now Ruben has level 3, so next turn he can go in. Probably shouldn't have even attacked with Asher right here, but oh well.
Attacking.
He has level 3 now, so I just charge with Dyna, and I'm like, okay, I'll just kill him next turn, it's fine. Increases defense again. It shouldn't matter at this point, I don't think. Except I get really bad crit luck, wow. Even with 98 luck, you're not like, it's not like a 98% chance to crit. I don't know the exact crit formula, but sometimes it doesn't crit as much as it should. I still get the finish strike though, so it didn't even matter.
If I can rest here, I'll have no regrets.
So that's a pretty decent fight there overall. And we get a de-nullify evade from that fight, which is really nice because it nullifies enemy evasion, and there are 2 enemies coming up which have really high evasion. So that is very, very nice to have. So you pretty much equip that automatically, get rid of some of the disc on Ruben to make sure we can equip that before the next fight, because the next fight is a very evasive enemy. Could have definitely saved more time on that fight, but Richard was a jerk. This is what I mean about by the later fights being much more RNG based than the earlier fights. You can lose quite a bit of time if enemies are jerks. So now we just build up our anima by trapping these enemies on the way to the next fight. And with the level 3s we have, we'll be able to do a lot in the next fight as well, instantly. Trap this enemy one more time because it's the final enemy. Destroy the walls first, then trap, then run, and then go to the next area. This is a very short section here before the next boss fight. And only like 45 more minutes to go. I could do this. My voice is hurting so bad. We could do this, guys. We could do it. Alright. That's the end of the Mictum Sectant. Now we're fighting Pellegri. 500,000 health mech, the most so far. But we have level 3 specials and a hugely powerful Jin now. So we're just gonna have some fun here and hopefully get all the crits we need.
Put down your weapons. I don't want to fight you.
Don't order me around. I'm no longer the girl you knew.
This split is called Built Difference because she makes a habit of saying, "I'm not like you," in this cutscene or something. I can't remember. It's really funny, though. So, level 3 special. Only got 3 out of the 5 crits. Kind of annoying, but whatever. Same thing in this fight, though. We use our level 3s and then get some chip damage with Ruben and then charge spam and then try to get our level 3s back and then try to kill her. You can't instantly hit level 3 in this fight with like 1 round, so it doesn't really matter there. But she has some annoying things. She has an ability that can break your anima gauge and push you back down to 0 if she likes to hate you. She has some other annoying aspects to her sometimes, but typically as long as you get Ruben's level 3 again, you'll be fine. That can kind of one-shot her as long as you have enough damage. You don't even need the other 2, really.
Locked on.
I get some extra chip damage with the easy ambushes I have from Asher here.
Attacking.
And I didn't crit. And, yep, okay. Fun. Fun stuff happens occasionally. Of course, the last attack misses, so I don't get the ambush there. Happens. Now I just charge spam, because it's just better to do this at this point. And now that we can build up anima gauge again, I'm going to try to hit Ruben's level 3. It does just enough not to hit level 3, sadly. Yeah, this is the power to destroy. And if she targets Ruben here, that's bad. And she does. That pushes me all the way back down to 0, so we gotta waste even more time now. Because she hates me. And of course we missed one of the crits too. I heal Ruben here to be safe. Yeah, if Ruben gets level 3 here, then we can end it next turn because of her health range. So next turn she'll die.
Damn you! Do you still resist me?
Should die, at least. So just charge one more time with these two, and we're good to go there. Not the best fight, but not like the worst fight against her either. She just likes being annoying a lot. Even with only 3 out of 5 crits there, I still finish Striker though, because 115,000, really good damage as you might expect. Sub 3-minute fight, not bad at all, but it can definitely be even faster. Alright, the next fight is a fight I had like almost a task time against in the run I'm running against, so I expected to lose time here no matter what. It was just trying to limit the damage against it. I have a new disc that I can equip on Ruben that gives me 10 slots. I equip D-Beam on him along with D-Anima again, and then D-Kill Revenge. These are pretty much all necessary for the next fight to go as fast as possible, because the next enemy does a lot of beam damage, and we want Ruben to be protected against that. And the next enemy is annoying as far as RNG aspects. Probably outside of Yuria, probably the most annoying RNG boss in the game as far as the things he does. Essentially, after a certain health threshold, he will activate an ability that gives him a different weakness and resist or immunity every turn. So, depending on what weaknesses and immunity he decides to give himself, you can get a faster or slower fight. I had extremely good luck in the run I'm running against as far as that, and you cannot expect that against this dude, and I was not expecting it at all here. I was just hoping for a good fight more than anything, not like a task level fight like I got last time. So, gotta use one more trap on this enemy here to make sure we have enough anima, and then we'll be good to go. And this enemy has 800,000 HP, by far the highest of any mech enemy so far. So, it's an interesting fight for sure. Ideally, what you want is him to go weak to fire when you're trying to build up anima, so you can get level 3 instantly on everyone if you get the co-ops and like crits with Ruben. And then you want him to go weak to beam, because Ruben's level 3 is beam and so is Dinah's. So if he does that, you can just chunk him out extremely hard in the fight. On the first turn, he's not weak or immune to anything, so you can just chunk him with level 3s at the start. And then he'll activate right at the end of this turn order sequence. If there's anything else to note about him, he's kind of a troll. When he uses his special move, Disruptor, his weakness will not change, and resistance will not, and his immunity will not change. It'll stay the same after that, for that turn. That's the only other thing I can think of, so those are things to just keep in mind. He's weak to fire now, so I go for the chip damage. Unfortunately, I can't build enemy yet, but since he's weak to fire, I just like, well, I might as well take the free extra good damage here. A nice 60k chunk. He's immune to physical, that's why Asher did nothing. He can use Revenge on Dinah, so keep that in mind to make sure Dinah's healthy. Oh, okay. I get the ambush here, even though I just did 30 hits of no damage to get the 35k crit. So still worth it. Then I charge with Dinah, just to heal, because I need to heal. I missed my attack there, so I don't get the ambush there because life sucks.
I'm grateful to you, Jan Sauer.
Hearing the awesome Testament theme again, another great song. We're fighting Voyager. He's kind of a jerk, though, to be honest. So I'm just charge spamming here because his weakness is not helpful at the moment, and I also don't want to take too much damage from this, so I might as well just charge. This attack, if you don't have D-Beam and you're not guarding, can do, like, almost all of your health. It just looks like it's weak from the situation I'm in, but it's not actually that weak. I tried to attack with Dyna there because of the weakness to beam. Immunity to physical means I was not attacking with Asher, though. And I'm not going to attack with Dyna this turn because he's immune to beam, so there's no point in doing that. I'm just trying to build up my anima here at this point.
Here I am.
So Asher's level 3 is electric based, so if electric opens up and I have level 3 on him, that's a good time to use that. Ruben has level 3 ready to go for when he's weak to beam, if that happens. And he's weak to beam already. I think I might actually just go for it here. I can't remember. I don't. I should have gone for it. I don't know why I didn't. I might as well take the 200k chunk. That would have been probably the smart thing to do. Yeah, because now he's immune to beam. I know I wanted to save it, but yeah. And I don't know why I keep... He's not that evasive. I should not be missing all of these attacks. But unlucky sometimes. And now he is immune to fire, which is unfortunate. But now I use the level 3. I'm like, okay, he's weak to beam again. I need to use it now. Luckily, we do get all of the crits this time, so I just did 216,000 damage of his 800. That's over a fourth of his health there, which is really good. Then we charge again. Prepare for the disruptor. And now at this point, I'm just trying to wait until a better weakness opens up.
Let us proceed to the finale.
He's kind of being a jerk right now, if we're being honest. Still immune to fire. Yeah, this is when the fight sucks. If he can waste a lot of your time if he goes immune to the right things at the right times. So yeah, this is one of the most annoying RNG fights because of that. At this point, I was considering what to do, but oh well. I just decided to go for the damage here. I think with level 2 is I can end him next turn. And is he still immune to beam? Since he's using Disruptor this turn. Oh, he's not using Disruptor, I thought he would. Yeah, and he's completely... Luckily this is a fire-based attack, this one, so not a big deal. I used Ruben's level 1 because that's the physical attack. And that is fortunately enough to get the finish straight. Lose over a minute there, kind of expected that. 522 is not amazing, but I'll accept it just to get past that, because the rest of the game, as long as I don't massively mess up in the next fight, I'll be okay. The next fight used to be the hardest and like worst fight in the game as far as RNG, but I came up with a new strategy for it that makes it significantly better and a lot more consistent. And it's one of the reasons I was able to grind out for this sub 450 time and not have to deal with issues with this fight. So first things before that, we want to get a skill upgrade D out of this treasure chest. A skill upgrade D gives 500 skill points. So that's a huge amount and going to be really important for later on. And then we can go deeper into the church area, underground, into the dungeon we need to go into. You will notice this split is called Fatal Fight. That's because the song that plays in the boss fight of this area is called Fatal Fight, the best song battle theme in the entire series, in my opinion. One of my top 3 songs in the series, probably. Just incredible, incredible song overall. I really think it's amazing. And a lot of people agree with that opinion. It's not just me. That song is really, really good. This next fight will be the final mech fight of the series too. It'll be ground combat after this the rest of the way. Because we've been doing a lot of mech combat recently, if you can tell. Between Abel's Arc and this, we have not done much ground combat recently. So this is going to be the finale of the mech combat, the finale of ES combat. I was trying to be careful and not have to trap this enemy, but he ended up being a bad spot, so I ended up trapping him anyway. I wanted to conserve my traps, but... oh well. I just needed to be careful, more than anything. Wait for that enemy so I can go by him and go through the door. And there's another annoying enemy here. I try to get the back attack on him. I don't think I'm being successful with that. Yeah, he sees me, and... yeah, 2 enemies move before me. Unfortunate, but oh well. Don't lose too much time from running away. I need to save my remaining 3 traps for the, next area here. So at this point, I'm thinking to myself, as long as I can at least maintain, I'll be good for getting the sub 450. So I'm just like focusing the rest of the way and making sure I can play to the best of my ability. I know I have a little bit of time to save this split. I don't remember exactly how much I ended up saving or how well everything went, but I know it was good enough. So here you gotta go on that conveyor belt and destroy the thing as you go by it, and that'll open up a path for you to go the other ways. And do what we need to do here. Which is activate this to open the door so our ES can get through it. Nice footstep sounds. My voice is hurting really bad right now. I'm trying to not talk unless I have to. So now I'm doing a menu to prepare for the next fight. De-nullify evade is coming on again, so is G-charge, and de-null counter and revenge, because the next boss can do both of those things, and it's really dangerous. So we have de-charge to make sure we can heal a bunch when we need to with Ruben. And I also put de-fire on some of my allies to make sure they don't take as much damage from some of the attacks. And yeah, there's our preparation is should be complete for the most part. So now we gotta open one more door by walking along these top paths. And now we are ready to head to the next fight. So the next fight is against ES Levi again, Margulis. The final time in the series. It's basically the final confrontation with him, the final boss of the EX fights. Probably the hardest fight in the game, or at least casually it definitely is, but... So, what Margulis does is, he has an ability called Vajra Armor. I don't know exactly how it's pronounced, but it basically gives him resistance to every single element, and basically, if you use a special move on him, it'll open up one of those weaknesses, or one of those resistances to become a weakness. So, you want to use like level 1 specials to open them up. And he does the armor at 2 points throughout the fight, depending on his health range. So, basically what we do is get him to the first health range, and then save some level 1 specials so we can attack him there. And then leave him right above the second health range when we all have our level 3s. so we can burst him down before the second phase of the fight, and it saves a lot of time and makes it way more consistent. Because his special move basically one-shots you if you don't guard it, also. And, it's just a dangerous fight in general. He does a lot of damage. He's very dangerous. This little puzzle here, you gotta hit the right blocks on each side to match up with the thing in the middle. Pretty simple. And then we go into the fight. I'll try to explain what's happening in this fight as it happens, because there's some stuff to it. So, how this goes. How we start this fight is using level 3 with with Ruben and Asher instantly, and then we save Dinah's specials. This will get him to the health range to activate armor the first time, and Dinah will still have 3 level 1s that she can use. So, Asher activates, level 3. Dinah uses charge. Dinah does not need to do anything here. And so does everyone else. Everyone charges at this point, because he's going to activate. And then we keep charging, because he's going to start his first anima cycle. And you do not want to get hit by his special move if you're not guarding. It will probably one-shot you, even with everything. It is super dangerous. If he activates anima, you just have to guard. But we're going to try to skip the other 2 times he activates anima in this. So we only have to deal with this once. And we're just going to guard spam for now. We need to build up anima back on Ruben and Asher anyway. Now, I am going to use Dinah's level 1 instead of guarding here because, as I said earlier, if you use a special, you get increased priority in the turn order, so she'll be able to guard no matter what on the next turn before his special move comes out, and we also open up a weakness. In this case, it was physical. It doesn't really matter too much when you open up weaknesses. It's always nice to open up fire earlier, but it actually does not really matter that much in this fight, thankfully. So Ruben gets level 1 off of that, so we're able to open up 4 weaknesses total now. And that's all you really need to do. I know there's technically 5 weaknesses, but Ice will always open up last because no anima or no ES attacks are ice-based, so the game is nice and always opens up the other 4 first, no matter what. But the order of the other 4 is random. But since we do it like this, we can open up all 4 of the elements in a decent amount of time, and we don't really have to worry about what order they open up. We're not going to really lose that much time. So in this fight, we need to play really safe and make sure that Ruben is healed up at all times. We don't really have to worry about getting level 3 until fires open up. Once fires open up, we can get level 3s pretty easily on everyone. Ruben's going to lose his level 1 now, open up the next element. Since physical is open, that did 45k damage with that special, not too bad. It's not everything but fires open up, of course, but, you know, it is what it is. But now we're going to open up fire here. So now with every single element that's relevant opened up, we can start charging up our anima again and leave him at a health range right above his second activation of armor, and this gives him just enough damage to kill him with our level 3 special spam. And that's kind of how you want to do the fight. So, if we get a co-op crit, Asher and Dinah can instantly hit their level 3. Of course, my attack missed there, so we're not going to get it. But it is what it is. I'm being a little risky here not healing Ruben, because if he crits Ruben this next turn, that's dangerous. I could kill him. But I'm just going for it. We get the co-op, get the crit, Dinah's level 3 now. For Asher, we're going for level 3 as well. And I think I probably just charge with Ruben here for safety. Get the co-op, don't get the crit. Wow, that sucks. Oh well. I needed extra damage anyway. He's kind of still high on health, so that actually doesn't matter too much. You need to get him a little bit under half of his health, but not quite to like 40% of his health. If he gets to 40%, he'll reactivate armor, and then your entire fight is screwed. And you're going to lose like 2 to 3 minutes, and it sucks.
Attacking!
So now Asher has level 3. Now we just need to get it on Ruben himself. And with a bit more chip damage, we'll be ready to go. And then the next part is important. You want to manipulate the turn order with your charges and stuff to make sure you have extra damage just in case Ruben's crit luck is bad and you need the extra damage at the start before he reactivates armor again on the subsequent turn. This will also skip dialogue and everything like that, making the fight significantly better and faster. This fight used to take like over 8 minutes, over 9 minutes no matter what. But now we can do it under 6 minutes pretty consistently with this new strategy that I have come up with. So what I'm doing is I'm doing a bit more chip damage just to get him in the proper health range, and I think this is going to be good at this point. Here's a nano repair on Ruben, just for safety, and then I think I go in with my specials. So since Ruben uses level 3 here, he'll be able to move next turn before this guy does if I don't actually kill him. But since I got all 5 of the crits, I'm going to kill him now before he gets to move this next turn, and that'll be the end of the fight. Just level 3 with Asher and Dinah, and it's over. Before we used to unload all our level 3s at the start of the battle. I don't know why we didn't realize this was a better way to do it, but it made the fight quite a bit longer because you could never really get him into a range where you could finish him off with 3 level 3s like this really quickly. But this method is way better. I'm actually losing a little bit of time here, but not too much, thankfully, because the fight's a lot more consistent now. 5:19 still pretty good. I will take that any day over the old fight strategy, which was way rougher, not nearly as consistent, took a lot longer, and much more dangerous. So that is ES Levi Fatal Fight. Mech combat is now over, and because of that, we are going to be de-equipping all mech equipment and selling it now, as well as selling all of our other mech items that we did not need. And we're going to be buying even more stuff now. There's one final enemy here. I don't have any traps, unfortunately, so I'm just going to have to take the encounter and then run away. Luckily, no one moved before me. We'll buy more traps here, though. So first, equip everything. This is kind of a sloppy menu, too, it looks like. So sell all the mech stuff now. Now we're going to buy 2 skill upgrade D, and then a bunch of strength boosters, as many as possible for Jin. After buying traps, of course, those are important. And then we are going to do probably the final big menu, but it's not even that big at all. It's actually kind of short. Going to equip the Iron Maiden on Xion now. She's going to be used in one of the upcoming fights. Remove the Ruthless Ring off of Ziggy that he was holding on to for us, and then give everything to Jin. And now he has enough skill points to go on the bottom tree and get Assaulting Blade. Not Assaulting Blade, what is it? What's it called? Gale Strike. Yes, this move, Gale Strike, is really important. And Chaos is going to get Disengage off from the EX skill tree we had earlier. And then we swap Cosmos in for Momo. Yep, Cosmos is getting used again. It's awesome. Cosmos would actually be better for ground combat fights at the end of the game, but the Ruben just carries the mech combat so hard that it's better to pump everything into Jin than it is to Cosmos. Cosmos could get Blood Dancer and actually hit a lot harder than Jin even here, but you don't lose nearly as much time on the ground combat fights from using Jin than you would lose from using not the Ruben with the crit and everything in the mech fights. It's very minimal. Jin can still kind of crush these ground combat fights at the end of the game. So from here, we're going to be spamming traps on enemies that we have to go by that are not really possible to avoid, just so we can get our boost gauge back.
Attacking!
And there's one more section of the game where we're going to buy traps again. It'll be the last shop of the run, so we need to conserve our traps after that for important moments. But we can liberally use them now, since we still got some gold to buy some more traps after this. Camera's not great there, so you kind of had to predict where the enemy is, but not a huge deal. The enemy almost trolls me, but we get around him.
Eliminating enemy threat.
Should be at 5 boost turns after this. Could have more if we get better boost gauge bonuses from these traps, but not a huge deal. I thought I could get around that enemy, and I could not. That's unfortunate, so extra encounter, meh. Just gonna wait to trap the last enemy right here. I do not end up getting the last boost turn off that enemy, because there's one more enemy I'm gonna trap in an upcoming section to make sure it doesn't move before me. And this is where we get our final traps. It's okay to use one trap on this final enemy upcoming, so that's why I wasn't worried about it. I kind of have it mathed out perfectly, at least. You cannot get any more traps the rest of the run, so these last 10 are important. This enemy is one you want to trap. There's no way to run into him from behind, really. And you don't want to move them before you, because they can use buff attacks, which waste a lot of time. So I just trap this one no matter what. And then you can run around that enemy pretty easy. And now we go into another fun section, where we have to figure out how to advance by stepping on tiles, but it's not that hard. For most of the enemies here, we can run into them from behind, so we don't have to worry about them moving before us, and we can just run away. And since we already have max boost currently, we don't have to worry about getting boost off of them. So we'll just be encountering enemies and running from them since they're in the way.
Here I am.
For some reason, that was not a behind attack. I think I ran a bit too close to the side, but luckily Jin bailed me out and moved before him. This enemy we have to wait for just slightly so we can get the back attack. It's worth it, though.
All combat system limits off. All combat system limits off.
And this treasure chest. Final really important item here. Gustav Neck. Gives us 2 boosts. Also, equip that on Cosmos. We now have 8 boost turns. Very, very nice. Trust me, we need all 8 of them, too. We really do need all 8 of them. I'm not going to be trapping an enemy yet, but we'll doing it in a second. I used Jin to get a quick bit of extra boost by attacking an enemy there with the crit that we're basically guaranteed to get. Then I trap this enemy. Get the back attack, have Jin attack one more time, and then run away. Spinning Blade loses me time there, unfortunately, that's okay. We're not quite at 8, but we're close enough, it doesn't really matter at this point. That was all I really needed. The next fight, we should be fine without having a little bit extra after that. So this next fight is going to be Gale Strike. You're going to laugh when you see it because of just how funny the endgame kind of is at this point. There are 4 boss fights remaining, and 2 of them are basically jokes. So, This is the first one that's a joke. The other two are usually pretty easy as well, but they can sometimes troll you and be annoying. A lot of fun plot stuff is happening now, but all you need to know is we're about to fight Telos again for the final time, and this time we're going to destroy her. Right after these cutscenes. So, how to play this fight. Xion guards, Cosmos uses Hilbert effect, and then Jin uses follow through and then starts spamming Gale Strike.
Why? Why do you and Cosmos
After
have
watching
to
this
fight?
funny dialogue.
Maiden who has lost her past. I will
Jin's
awaken
already
all
used
your
follow
memories
through, so he's
by
ready
my
to go.
hand.
Cosmos has access to an ether ability called the Hilbert effect, which lowers the everything about M-type enemies, so that includes Telos. That's what we're doing with her. And now we just spam Gale Strike until Telos dies. Now, Telos can cheat in this fight and boost when she doesn't actually have a boost turn in the top right of the screen, and she actually does that quite a bit. But still pretty easy overall. She only does it once, usually. Yeah, you can see how this fight goes now. With all of her boost turns, with all the extra strength on Jin, and then, like, the guaranteed crits, it's over. Yep, this is the fight. Very interesting and funny. And there's her boost cheating move. Without even having a boost turn. And then she dies right afterwards. Easy. Easy enough.
I'm impressed. You could push
Very
me this
difficult
far.
boss fight at the end of the game. Go about even with my previous split there, not too bad. And then we are getting close to the end of the game now. Just only 12 minutes left in the speedrun, actually. With 3 more boss fights to go, that's actually pretty impressive. But, as you can imagine, it's a lot of Gale Strike shenanigans the rest of the way. So now with that done, we're going to be putting one of Xion's accessories on Chaos, and removing the Chaos accessory to Xion. When I remember to do the menu, at least.
I'll draw the enemy away.
Trap that enemy for the boost turn, but I don't use anything else yet, because he's not the best type of enemy to do that with. So remove the Iron Maiden, put it on Chaos, put the Sweet Paint on Xion. And then put Chaos in the party over Xion in the first slot. Then I swap to Cosmos because I like playing as Cosmos. And then we head to the final area of the speedrun. We're going to go back to it at least one more time after the next couple boss fights, but it's the final area we have to walk through at least. We pick up some items on the way just as a safety measure, and there's one item we are going to be using no matter what. And just in case some of these boss fights go south. Although the ether pack we need no matter what that we picked up, because we need to restore Jin's ether at one point to make sure he has enough to kill enemies. We trap this enemy. I do not think we use any attacks on it.
Clear a path.
I get 3 boost turns from that because the game loves me. That'll save a little bit of time. We get the Medkit Deluxe out of that. Hit this thing, and then we're going to use... we're just going to run away, actually. Normally you can use Jin's AoE Raging Sea to hit all of them, but since we're so close to the limit, and I can afford to use one more trap, it's okay. We'll save the remaining 4 traps for after this. So trap the final enemy in the way here. Have Jin attack one time, and then we're full on boost turns, and we're ready to go to the boss fight. This next boss fight, I don't want to spoil things really, but we're fighting Xion and a dude named Kevin, and Kevin sucks. And why are we fighting our main character? Well, he's a manipulative piece of trash and was her former ex-boyfriend and everything. Don't worry about it. It's stupid, but basically we're gonna kick them, we're gonna beat them, and then Kevin's gonna rage when Xion's like, wait, I don't actually want to be here anymore, and then we're gonna fight him another time by himself, where he's much stronger, and then we're gonna hopefully kick his ass there too. So we get the harsh truth playing during this fight. If Xion moves first, she will use balance. It happens way more often than it should, and that's why we got disengage earlier, because balance is really annoying. We do not want them evading our attacks. That will make this fight go very south.
My sister to you. You'd let your own sister die? What a heartless...
So now what we need to do is break Xion with Chaos's Spirit Strike. He can use it twice on her to break her, and then Jin will just be doing the damage, of course. We need Xion broken so we can phase skip some of Xion's dialogue and everything. Of course, she decides to evade that attack. Annoying. So I have to use an extra boost, and now she's broken. Have Cosmos just attack for the boost on the broken character, of course. Jin gets revenge at a nice time. Use Gale Strike, we gotta kill Kevin now. I use one more boost to kill him. And then Xion will be broken, so we just gotta attack her and kill her while she's still broken, and that'll be the end of this. They do not have much health in this phase of the fight, so don't have to use any buffs or anything like that. Kevin will get 56,000 health in the next phase of the fight, so he'll have a lot more than he had here, which is only like 12,000. That's what we're saving all our boost turns for. That's why we're trying in this fight with full boost. I use one more boost with Jin because that'll allow me to get all the way back to 8 after using these two and killing her. So not a bad fight overall. It can go a little bit faster if Xion doesn't move first, because you can just boost Chaos twice and don't have to use disengage at all, but it happens. So yeah, I love Xion, and I hate Kevin. So happy that Xion realizes that Kevin sucks and her friends are awesome. Anyway, Kevin fight. We're trying to land Skin Down with Chaos. It's not a guarantee to lower his defense, but we would like to do it. Even if we don't do it, you can still kind of go in if you're careful about it. The main thing is you do not want to run out of boost turns when his health is less than 25%, because he'll activate Abyss Walker and be immune to physical attacks, and that's going to destroy the entire fight. So swap Xion out for Jin now, and we got full 8 boost turns still. We cast Skin Down with Chaos, and hopefully it lands first try. We'll give it like one more attempt after this if it doesn't, and if it doesn't work after that, oh well. It lands first try because, yeah, that's very helpful. So now he has lower defense for the rest of the fight. Use an Ether Pack on Jin to restore his EP so he has enough to kill Kevin. And even after doing that, and getting rid of my techs like a jerk, I just attack with him, just for the extra damage. And then I'm gonna use my cleanser that I kept specifically for this kind of crap to do this, and then I'm gonna cast Offensive with Chaos, and then we're gonna go in with Jin. And just attack him until he's dead. We have no revenge on Jin, so Telos and Kevin can never revenge us when we're attacking them. I miss an attack, which sucks, because that's one less boost turn and a lot less damage as well. That's really unlucky. You don't normally miss attacks against him that often, but fortunately, since I did have Skin Down on him, I do a bit extra damage. It would have been really bad if I did not have Skin Down on him. But since I did, I'm able to get enough damage anyway, I believe. Actually, I might play this safe. It's actually looking kind of scary at this point. I can't remember what I do. Do I go for it, or do I play it safe? I think I go for it. This is so dangerous. But it worked out, because I'm commentating over the run now. Oh my gosh, dude. It worked out just well enough for us to win. That was very scary, but you know what? We got past it. It's okay. Doesn't matter.
Shion!
She's not coming back. Sorry. Sorry, bro. Sucks to suck. 210's not too bad on that fight, but it got scary for sure. With that miss. So final little small menu here. We need to put the Ruthless Ring on Jin for the doubles. The final boss does not have Revenge. And we want as many doubles as possible because it has 70,000 health. And we need the doubles so we can make sure we kill it in our boost turn allotment. Speaking of boost turns, we're using our remaining 4 traps to go back to this area and get those back because we need them before the final boss fight. So we're heading back in this direction, waiting to find the enemy, and then we're ready to go. So yeah, trap this dude. And then we can use Raging Sea with Jin to get extra boost off of them with the crits and everything. And then run away and then repeat the process. And we have 4 traps to do this with to make sure we get it all back. This is just pretty much a matter of trapping and using Raging Sea with Jin, and you'll get back to your 8 boost. No matter what, really. We just use the same enemy here because they'll either spawn 3 or 4 enemies. And if you're lucky, you can do it a bit faster because you'll get extra boost from the traps, of course. But if you don't, it's not a huge deal. In this case, I only needed 1 more attack to get the full boost, so I just attack with Chaos, run away, and then we head to the final boss. Had a spare trap left over, but you never know what you're going to get with this, so you definitely want to be careful with your traps. So now we head to the final boss. The subtitle of this game is also Sprach Zarathustra. And the final boss of the game is Zarathustra, an all-powerful mech that has the power to reset the universe. Wouldn't you know it? It wouldn't be Xeno without a mech final boss. So after skipping, I think, 8 or 9 cutscenes here, the final boss will begin, and the timing will end on the last hit. So the only thing that's really dangerous about this boss is if he uses Transvolans on the very first turn. If that attack has a chance of one-shotting you, if it gets a crit on anyone, that's why we have revives, just in case. At least a revive. But if he one-shots like more than one person in the fight, you're basically screwed. That's why we kept the armor on Chaos and Cosmos to make sure that they would be able to survive if they didn't get crit. That is the only attack to worry about. Every other attack won't one-shot you, and after the first turn, you don't have to worry about anything, because the second turn he won't use an attack. So, just a matter of surviving that first turn more than anything. So he uses this move here. I don't care about this move. Doesn't do that much, and yeah. All we gotta do now is just execute. I use Gale Strike with Jin, just because it's his turn already. And I don't want to waste turns when I can get some extra boost out of it and damage out of it. And now we are going to be using Offensive with Chaos and the Hilbert effect with Cosmos. And this is going to give Jin more attack power and, of course, lower the defense of Zarathustra because it's a mech-type enemy, and Hilbert effect does that to mech-type enemies. So now we can boost Jin. I'm going to be using 5 turns of attacks, I believe. Actually, I might do more if I get better double luck. I might just keep going. If the double luck is really good, I'll just keep going. If it's not, then I'll wait for the second turn just to be safe. I'm getting really good double luck thanks to the Ruthless Ring right now. Pretty much a double every time, so I'm probably just going to keep going here. Looks like I did choose to do that. So we're just going to try to end the boss fight on the first turn. Don't even give him a second turn. Time is coming up once the last hit lands, of course. Now you have to improvise a little if someone dies. You'll have to do revives and be careful about when you use Hilbert effect and offensive and that kind of stuff, but otherwise it's not too difficult at all. And that's it. That's the end of Zarathustra, 448-49. Very, very fun speedrun. In addition to the speedrun being fun, this game in general just has a very special place in my heart, and I'm a huge fan of it overall. Really, really love this game. I would recommend it to anyone out there that loves Xenoblade, loves Xenogears, just loves the Xeno series in general. And honestly, I think there's a lot of benefit to playing this if you're a fan of the series as well. There's so many references, great story. It's the best story and characters in the series for me. I'm a huge fan of this. I skipped past the cutscenes at the end just to see my in-game time. And what I ended up getting, a 4:14:53 in-game time is pretty dang solid overall. I don't want this video to drag out forever, so just know that I am very, very satisfied and happy with this time for now. There's definitely some things that can be improved. A lot of those fights were not the greatest. There was definitely some bad RNG, definitely some execution mistakes on my end, but that's stuff I will work on fixing at a later date as I keep playing this in the future. For now, I think I will focus on other speedrun games like the returning to Xenoblade 2, since that just got beaten finally after over a year, and then Torna, of course, as I had promised to do for years now, but you know, we're going to get to that pretty soon. So with all that being said, I hope you guys learned a lot about Xenosaga Episode 3 if you watched this entire speedrun, and thank you for watching if you made it this far and did watch everything. And if you just skipped to the end, well, thank you anyway as well for supporting me by clicking on the video. I do appreciate it, and I hope you guys have a wonderful and awesome day, and I will see you soon, hopefully for more consistent videos. Maybe Xenoblade 3 hype. See you guys then.